not just teaching them inline stuff, but moving around, and we'll be prepared for whatever defense wants to do to us with Colston.
We're checking in with Michigan offensive coordinator Kirk Campbell. Part of the Big Ten is bigger now. Your thoughts on adding in an Oregon, who could be a heavy hitter, a big game on the schedule, USC, which becomes a tough game on the schedule. What's your thought of this new look Big Ten and what it means for you guys?
Love it. We embrace it. We want to play the best competition in the country. We want to leave no doubt at the end of the season that we're the national champions. So bring them on. We'll play them anywhere, anytime.
I know you've been a coordinator before. I know you had experience at Penn State, obviously at ODU. You were the coordinator there. Now you're going to be a coordinator playing against those teams like Texas, like, so many of these great opponents, Ohio State at the end of the year, Oregon. How excited are you to be able to make your mark even more so on this program, but also as a head coach?
Yeah,
as a coach.
Yeah, it's obviously a great opportunity. Love playing the best teams in the country. I'm a firm believer, the players are going to win the football games. We got to make sure that we put them in the best position to succeed come Saturdays. So, yes, I'm excited to go out there and score as many points as we can and hopefully one more than any team we ever play. But we know it's a player-led team. We got to make sure that we put them in the best position to succeed.
Kirk, appreciate some of your time, and good luck this season.
Thank you, guys. Go Blue.
It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tarek Skubal showing why he's one of the best pitchers in baseball yet again. Yes, he gave up 10 hits against the Guardians, but limited the damage to just one earned run over 7 innings somehow. And the Detroit offense did the rest. A lot of fun moments in the game. Dan Dickerson with the call right here on 97.1. Eventually, they called it a triple with an error. Roger says he wants a recount, but that, along with 12 hits and a couple of homers, leading Detroit to an 8-2 victory over first-place Cleveland. They've now beaten the Guards in 5 out of 8 total games so far this season. LeBron James leading Team USA to an exhibition victory against Germany as the Olympics approach. The USA flag bearer put up 20 points, dominated the fourth quarter for a 92-88 win. James says that everyone on the team is going to have a moment, and that's what this year's team is all about. The Packers are optimistic that they'll get a new deal done with quarterback Jordan Love. However, he does refuse to practice with Green Bay until he signs on the dotted line. As for Detroit, their individual drills in training camp will start tomorrow in Allen Park. Practices will be open to the public beginning this weekend. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
You heard in the update, Tigers win again, 3 of 4 out of the break. We're 1 week away from the deadline, 9/18. What now? Is there a case to keep Flaherty if they keep winning? How close do they have to get for that to be a real possibility? We'll get to it this hour. We've got Michigan head coach Chiron Moore joining us at 9:35. Get some of his thoughts as he takes over the program with, listen, expectations. You're the reigning national champs, but you're replacing a lot of dudes. It'd be good to get his perspective on stuff. Michigan picked 4th in the preseason Big Ten. John, 4th. Is that expected? How do you feel about that? Is that right about where you think they'll be?
Yeah, I mean, that's when you lose your quarterback, you lose receivers, you lose offensive line, you lose your running back. Defense, they've got a lot of talent coming back. They lost talent there as well, but there's more coming back with experience. I think it's right where I would expect most publications, talking heads, we would probably put them somewhere 3, 4, 5. I think 5 is probably too low. But
I think there's a big 4 in the Big Ten this year.
Yeah, and obviously it's Ohio State, it's Oregon, it's Penn State, it's Michigan. And how does Chiron Moore and this offense develop an offensive line? Put 5 guys out there that can perform, similar to what we've seen over the last few years. What do they do with the wide receivers? Who's going to be the guys that step up to make those big plays? Roman Wilson, great production last year, not just in terms of total yards, but obviously getting into the end zone, made some spectacular catches. But the big question is and the biggest question is, what are you doing at the quarterback position? Are you going to go with a guy like Alex Orji, who gives you so much opportunity in both the run game as a runner himself, add in that extra blocker, and it keeps defenses on their toes? What does he do in terms of being able to throw the ball? Davis Warren, when he's out there, what does he provide this team? How has he developed since he's been here? Jack Tuttle got his 7th year. He's been a guy that is a backup to, Michael Penix when he was at Indiana. Michael Penix is a first-round pick. He's a backup to J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy's a first-round pick. So he's never really had that opportunity to shine, and he's got some great experience. And he talked about, I mentioned it last year when I had him on the podcast, he wanted to come here. One, he wanted a chance to compete. He's also a very cerebral quarterback. He wants to further his career as a coach at some point when his playing days are over. So he's a guy that you could see, early on with week 2 of Texas, maybe you go with more of a veteran presence under center.
See, I wonder, though, I think they're going to be a team that has to run the ball, avoid turnovers, play defense, lean on their defense this season, lean on the weakest teams. They're just going to run over a Fresno State, an Arkansas State. They'll beat up on a soft USC or a Minnesota. The question will be when you play Texas, when you play Oregon, when you play Ohio State, and late in the season, you got to get that group to coalesce. I thought it was interesting that Campbell said the identity is something that he wants to establish, because the reality is they don't have an offensive identity right now, and a lot of that will depend on who's the guy under center. If it's Orji, you can run with the extra blocker in the run game and use him as the run threat that maybe people were begging to see JJ be, because maybe Orji isn't the downfield passer and they don't have the proven receivers. I think it's going to be him. Now, the only question will be, did they do themselves a disservice by not going to the portal? Because the other teams around the country, you can look at your preseason top 10, all of them, unless I'm missing somebody, either bring back a quarterback who's been in the game with live bullets flying, or went to the portal to get a guy who also has the live reps. And it's the top 2 teams in the Big Ten. It's Oregon, it's Ohio State. They both said we need to go get someone. We're going to go get a guy. Penn State brings back Drew Aller. Michigan has the unknown, and I think that's part of why they're 4th in this game. I mean, not that anybody believes in Penn State, but the schedule's soft. They bring back a quarterback. They brought in an OC to provide a little bit of sizzle. They were boring last year offensively. Michigan's 4th because of all the loss, because they didn't hit the portal with the quarterback, because of the unknown, because of the schedule.
Well, but the fun thing is, without that identity going into camp, with a new offensive line, new quarterback, fresh receivers, you have a blank canvas, and you can paint that picture however you want. And if, Davis Warren, if he's your quarterback, you got yourself a strong arm. Jack Tuttle, you've got some experience. Alex Orji provides you that run game, along with, the question of how well can he throw the ball. And I think it's really going to come down to trying to figure out, how much do we trust Kirk Campbell? How much do we trust Chiron Moore, that maybe they knew what they had in this quarterback competition, that they didn't need to go to the portal and bring somebody else in to take those starting reps. I'm not saying it's wrong.
Well, I was just saying, you know what it sounds a little like? We don't want to block them. And I hope it's not a Tiger situation.
But my point is, no one knows this group of competing quarterbacks better than the staff that's there. And we're left with, okay, well, if you're not going to bring somebody in that has starting experience, because we saw it at Ohio State, we've seen it at Oregon, you see it all around college football, you're right. You better be right. And that's how you start to build that trust. You got some signature win opportunities for Chiron Moore, but the biggest signature going into this season is they didn't go to the portal, they didn't get a quarterback. So are you going to be able to develop? Do you trust your evaluation enough that you didn't have to go to the portal?
So let me ask you this. If they finish 4th, what does it say? Does it say they were wrong about the quarterback position? Does it say
that because they finished that way doesn't necessarily mean. I mean, it could be you could have a quality starting quarterback, but your offensive line isn't what it needs to be.
But I think what the most likely is Chiron Moore, the guy who's the head coach who worked with the offensive line before, is going to get those guys to gel. I think you believe in that group more than you do the quarterback, right?
Well, I mean, sure, because he's got that ability. He's got that track record, and you bring in a Josh Preeb from Northwestern. Yeah. He's got starting experience. Greg Crippen at center is a guy that, hey, 2 years ago, he thought he was going to get a chance to play. They bring in Oluwatimi. he's an Outland Trophy winner. And then last year they bring in Drake Nugent from Stanford. There were always guys that just stepped in front of him. Now it's his opportunity, but he is a veteran guy. He's got some experience. Giovanni Al-Hadi at the other guard position. Interior of that offensive line, I think, is going to be really good. The question is going to be, and most importantly, what does Chris Hinton or Miles Hinton do at the tackle position? Had some opportunity last year, didn't really solidify his starting spot. He's the one that's back, but you've got big question mark at the tackle position. And how do you protect some of those guys? How do you develop those guys? And, yeah, it is going to be Chiron Moore. It's Grant Newsome, who's now the offensive line coach. It's on them to figure out what's that going to look like. 5 guys. How do you find the best 5 that you can put out there, and what are they going to be?
I think if they finish 4th in the Big Ten, it's a disappointment.
If they don't win the Big Ten, it's going to be a disappointment.
Well, hold on. Adjusting for expectations, right? Like Ohio State, it's national title or bust for this super team. I don't think that's the expectation for Michigan.
Yeah, because of the investment that they've made in the portal and NIL, all those things. And Michigan's trying to do. That's why we're here today.
I know. You could say everybody's goal is to win the national title, and I agree. My point is the expectations aren't the
different.
same for every team. So for Michigan, I do think 4th is below the expectation. 4th puts you in this weird nebulous playoff bubble spot. You should get in. 3rd in the Big Ten gets you in. To do that, I think that it would mean Chiron Moore got the O-line humming by the end of the season. It would mean the quarterback room wasn't an issue. I'm not saying it's going to be elite, but that would mean that they've steadied the room. To finish 3rd in the Big Ten would likely mean 10-2, I would think. So 10-2 means you beat one of your good teams. If you don't beat any of the good teams, if you're 9-3, if you're in 4th, if you didn't develop your offensive line, if your quarterback, you're going, I wish we would have hit the portal, that's a disappointment. And I think preseason 4, if it plays out that way, would be a disappointment.
Yeah, and if you're 9-3, and those 3 games are all 3 of the ones that you are not favored in, and it's Texas, week 2, it's Oregon, and it's Ohio State. If those are the opportunities that Chiron Moore and this team have to get a signature victory this year. And obviously everybody's going to be pointing to Ohio State. That when they get there, Michigan will be better at that time than they are at the beginning of the season. Right. But you've got to hit the ground running. And if you're a 3.5-point dog against Texas and against Oregon, what are you doing in those games? Because they're both going to be home.
Yep.
To be able to manufacture a win.
Steal one. You're underdogs. I know you don't like thinking about it. You're underdogs. Well, steal a win.
Yeah, but so much will be – I think we're all under agreement that I don't even know who Texas plays in week 1. We play Fresno State. They're going to come in that game still favored. There's a lot that can happen for Oregon between now and then, and hopefully Michigan is still in a position where they're only 3.5 back, but they also could go into that game favored if they go into that game undefeated. It's going to be a matter of – now, I don't know that that's likely, but – there's a lot that happens between now and when Michigan plays Oregon. There's not a lot that happens between now and when Michigan plays Texas.
We're talking ball. A couple guys talking ball. You want to jump in 248-539-9797. We'll talk ball with Chiron Moore at 9:35. Get his thoughts on the upcoming season for the Wolverines. Coming up next, 1 week away from the trade deadline. Now what? Keep winning. Not making up ground. Now what? It's 97.1.
Hey, today's one of those days that we all live in the state of Michigan for. It's a beautiful sunny day. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. It's not too humid. It's just right. And maybe you're hitting the boat. Maybe you're hitting the beach. Maybe you're hitting the golf course and you wish you weighed maybe just a little bit less. There's still plenty of time this summer to make that happen. If you're looking to lose 10 pounds, 100 pounds, or anywhere in between, go to idealu.us right now. Don't wait, because you can book your free consultation and find out how you could be 15, 20, or even 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. That website, again, is idealu.us. It's a Michigan-based weight loss company, and they've helped thousands of people just like you and me lose weight. In fact, over 90%, 9 out of 10 Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days. I lost 60 pounds overall, and I've been able to keep it off with Ideal U. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now, and you're going to get a $200 Visa gift card. There's still plenty of time this summer to make it happen. Lose weight and get a $200 Visa gift card. That's maybe 15, 20, or even 30 pounds in just 30 days. Go to idealu.us right now. I did it. You can as well. Go to idealu.us today.
a gorgeous day.
Oh.
I keep saying it. John, I can't believe the day we have here. It's going to be low 80s, sun's out, not too hot, nice breeze.
So many people right now, whether you're going to golf here, you're golfing around the state of Michigan, especially here in southeast Michigan, you're hitting the boat, you're hitting the beach. This is about as perfect day as you're going to get.
And yet, on my drive in, I'm thinking about football season. You're like, how can you wish away a day like this? It is the duality of man, enjoying the day while also being excited for football season. Chiron Moore joins us at 9:35, head coach at Michigan. We're out, University of Michigan golf course today. John, we're also a week away from the trade deadline. The Tigers keep winning.
They're making it hard, or exciting at least.
Yeah, and listen, it's more fluid now than it was a month ago. They're 12-5 in July. They're scoring 5.5 runs a game, up a run from the season average. The bats are here. The thing that may hold them back, they got a 3-man rotation, and it's a 2-man rotation if you trade Jack Flaherty. So we get into this game of what to do with Flaherty. If they're 6 games out, they're going to trade him. But I would make the case to you, if they can get within 2 or 3, if they keep winning and they're committed to paying him, is there not an alternate path here that isn't doom and gloom? Where if you keep winning, we don't have to be bad guys. They don't have to sell, at least not extremely. They can hold on to a nucleus, which is ace-level starting pitching, add the bats they should have added a year ago, and away we go.
Well, is
that not a better way?
If the focus was on development this year, and you're not going to block young bats, you want to see them develop. We've seen what Skubal can do. We've seen what Flaherty can do. We've seen Reese Olson. We know what he can do. Why does it have to even be determined at the trade deadline what you're going to do for this year? Because if you believe, Skubal, Flaherty, Olson, Job, next year, Mize, as a 5,
sure.
Aren't you looking at if their determination is, hey, we're not going to be able to make up the difference in the wild card. We're certainly not going to be able to make up the difference in the division. But our focus is on developing that core, that nucleus. Why wouldn't Jack Flaherty be a part of that moving forward if they believe what we are seeing this year is the true Jack Flaherty?
Again, 2 keys. You have to be committed to extending him, and you have to be in the fight. You got only a week to make those determinations because then the deadline's over and you risk losing him. Now, it's a little different than Eduardo in that you got no comp pick for Eduardo. You could still get something for Flaherty if you walk all the way to the end of the season and do lose him. But the question just should be about 2025. I'm so sick of, when Max Clark and Magana go, you got to play 162 next season, and I don't want to throw away another summer. So what makes them the most competitive 2025 baseball team? It's having ace-level starting pitching, which means holding on to your aces, and it means upgrading the bats. You have a couple young guys who are promising. Colt Keith had his 10th home run last night. That's the thing. Now, we leave the door open for this Skubal thing because if someone shows up and says, another top pick, another top prospect, another one, then maybe you get bullied into taking a deal you just can't refuse. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think last night was Skubal's last start in a Tiger uniform. I don't, at least as of today, expect him to be traded. I know it's been hot talk on the station, and I get why. I'm not slamming any show that's brought it up. Hell, we've done it too. I don't think it ends up happening.
Well, I mean, and it boils down to this. If you get that Godfather offer, one that you just simply cannot refuse, then you move them.
Sure.
If not...
And it sets your direction, by the way.
Right. But if not, you most likely have a Cy Young Award winner.
Yeah.
And you still have him next year. You have opportunity to continue to build the rotation around him. Now, does that include Flaherty or not? Who knows? We'll find out in a week's time. Does it include Reese Olson? I would think it does. Does it include Mize? There's some question marks, but I would think as a 4th or 5th starter, sure it does.
And I think Job is in the rotation next year.
Yeah, and so you're looking at it going, how do we win games in 25, and can we pair that with winning games now? You can do both. And they didn't go out, and so here's where they didn't. We talked about this all the first half of the season. They didn't do both in regards to winning games now and develop young bats.
Yeah.
They went with, we're going to develop young bats. We're not going to block anybody. But I do think that there is a core that is starting to emerge. And if you're able to continue to foster that growth, see that growth, pair it with good pitching, then why not compete for a wild card spot? Maybe you never get closer than 5 or 4 behind the wild card, but you're competitive, you're interesting, you're fun because the bats are starting to work.
I don't have the drop board, so I can't walleye myself, but this is why we talk about being 4 or 5 games better if they had tried to do both at the same time. And now it's not a question of what do we do at the deadline. It's, we're a game out right now.
Yeah.
We're very much in the thick of it. We're going to hold on to our assets, and we're going to go down the stretch run and see what happens. Let's get to the phones.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you. Rich in St. Clair Shores. Rich, what's up?
Hi, I wanted to think about a different direction than we're hearing a little bit.
Okay.
I was wondering, what would it take to get Guerrero Jr. here at age 25, sign him to a long-term contract? We'd have to give up one of our top prospects, but you'd have that bat we've been looking for, and he's young enough to be a core player.
You're talking Vlad in Toronto, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because the thought is they're going to have to sell. He's got 1 year left on his deal. Same with Bo Bichette. Those are popular long-term pieces to add because you have the year of control, plus you can extend them.
Right, and so my argument to that was Toronto's going to do that with a key piece and hoping to jumpstart a rebuild or do something better next year. What are they going to want? They're going to want Jackson Jobe. They're going to want prospects that they believe are the best the Tigers have.
Well,
and do you want to give that up?
The argument is I'm getting the proven bat. Vlad Guerrero Jr. is a proven bat as opposed to a McGonigal, who I hope someday is Chase Utley. I don't know, right? I mean, but you have to be willing to pay him too,
Sure.
which, again, that's the fundamental issue right now. Is if you knew they had $50 million earmarked for next year,
Yeah.
great. If you knew Javi wasn't going to be here and Kenna wasn't going to be here and the $50 million was going to be earmarked, hot diggity dog, there we go. But I have a hard time with it because I just don't know if the follow-through's there. If you told me on paper they're going to give up an unproven player for a proven guy and they were going to pay him, it's not my money. Great, get the deal done. I don't see it as realistic.
Well, I don't see it as realistic either. I don't know that Toronto would even pick up the phone and call Detroit in regards to a prospect for Vlad Jr.
All right, we're going to get to Chiron Moore, but first, Heather with the news.
Well, thankfully, no people or hot dogs were injured after the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile was involved in a rollover crash in Illinois on Monday morning. The Oscar Mayer Wienermobile and a sedan were traveling north when the Wienermobile kind of lost control, struck the sedan, overcorrected, and then rolled onto its side. There was a lot of traffic. That lane was shut down for about an hour while the crash was under investigation. Everyone's
Heather,
okay, though, so that's good.
Well, everyone is okay.
Yeah.
I'm concerned.
Was that grill marks? Did they just put some grill marks on the dog?
They did. You could see them when they saw the Wienermobile on the back of a, whatever those are.
Heather.
What?
You
What?
said Wienermobile 4 to 5 times.
I
and
did.
This guy didn't even smile or break character. I'm concerned for John.
I'm growing.
You can Wienermobile. She was begging to get a laugh out of
No,
you.
I was
Wienermobile.
not. I was just reporting a story.
Just reporting the news.
Exactly. The what should I call it then? The mobile? Like, if I don't say the name of the car,
Oscar Mayer.
No, it's
the Wienermobile. The next
giant
stop
wiener.
in the Chicago area is set for July 27th. So hopefully it can get all of its repairs before that stop. The last surviving original member of the beloved Motown group, the Four Tops, Abdul Duke Fakir, has passed away at the age of 88. He died on Monday of heart failure at his home in Detroit. He was surrounded by his loved ones, his wife right there by his side. He had been touring up until just last year. Good for him. A Motown founder, Berry Gordy, said in a statement that Fakir helped embody the Tops' showmanship, class, and artistry. So it's kind of some sad news for sure. 10 high-priced Jeep Wagoneers worth nearly $1 million combined were stolen from the Warren stamping plant on Monday morning, and police say that all the suspects involved were kids under the age of 18 years old. Police say that these teens crashed a truck through the fence at the plant, and then they got away with these 10 grand Wagoneers. They did this all before sunrise. 4 of the Wagoneers were recovered, and the search is on for all the teens responsible. Speaking of teens, 3 teens have been injured and hospitalized while trying to car surf in Macomb County. And 3 other teen drivers are in some trouble with the law for what happened. So
now, is car surfing as dumb as it sounds?
It is as dumb as it sounds. It's exactly what it sounds. You surf on top of a moving vehicle. And as you can imagine, could be quite dangerous for all involved. Last month, a teen fell from the roof of a Kia. This was in New Haven. Then this month, there's a teen that fell off the back of a Ford Escape at Iroquois Middle School in Macomb. And then on Sunday, it happened at Romeo High School. there was another car surfing incident, and all these kids involved had head lacerations. One had a fractured skull and a brain bleed, and the drivers have all been charged with reckless driving. One also with an OWI as well. And police are saying, hey, you can face multiple charges: third-degree assault, reckless endangerment, vehicular assault. So, you can get in a lot of trouble. So don't do it.
It sounds so crazy.
It's just stupid. It's so dumb. Finally, California Pizza Kitchen is offering everyone 50% off macaroni and cheese after a woman's TikTok went viral. And it went viral because she ordered mac and cheese and she only got the cheese. So she says she ordered pizza and mac and cheese, and the pizza showed up, and then she also just got a container filled with cheese. She says she called the restaurant, and 2 different people told her that they did not make a mistake, and that when you order macaroni and cheese, you have to specifically ask for noodles as well.
What?
Yeah, which is stupid.
Dumb.
Yeah. So after the video went viral, the restaurant issued a serious apology. They gave her not only a bunch of noodles, but they gave her free mac and cheese and free pizza for an entire year. And they say everyone else for this entire month can go get half off mac and cheese. So go to Somerset, go do some shopping. That's the only one I know of, but I'm sure.
Don't forget the Mac.
Exactly. What?
I think you and I can. What is wrong with our country? What is wrong?
Yeah, you actually have to ask for the noodles.
I'd like some macaroni and cheese with noodles.
Yes.
I will
Silly.
never forget that. I'll always specify moving forward.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. Chiron Moore next, 97.1.
Hey, we're in the middle of the summer driving season, and the combination of increased traffic, big trucks, motorcyclists, and construction all contribute to the fact that summertime in Michigan has more accidents than any other season of the year. And if you've been injured in an accident, injury attorney David Femininio and his team are ready to help you right now. And one of the best things is not just the help he's going to give you, David will never take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
I got to say, what are the joys of being out here? Bobby is one of our on-site producers. He's wearing a red polo, and he is getting guff from everybody, including our next guest, the head coach at the University of Michigan, Chiron Moore. We are out live at the Champions Circle Golf Classic, and we got a little note here. Chiron, you've never played 18. Today's the day?
Today's the day. I'm excited. The odds are high that I'll hit a couple straight, but probably going to hit a couple to the right, to the left on the ground, but I'm going to have some fun.
So you got clubs last week.
Yep.
You've been to the driving range.
Yep.
What was the experience like when you teed it up? How's the swing?
It's getting better. A lot of air swings because there's not a lot of time, so just a lot of time on task with the air swings. But when I teed it up, I connected. It felt good. I can see why this game's so addicting.
Yeah, contact always matters.
No doubt.
And obviously we're talking about a different contact. I know you guys are a week away from reporting, a week away from the first day of practice. Mm-hmm. How long has this offseason felt for you? I know it's been action-packed. You're recruiting, your NIL, there's so much, but all the focus has been on how do you get to 1 week from today?
Yeah, for us it's just about getting better every day, and we haven't really focused on what's the next step. Just attack today, because that's all you can worry about. You can't worry about what the end goal is yet. We know what our end goal wants to be, but all we're worried about is the next day, and I think we've done a really good job of doing that. First
year as a head coach here. How do you put your own stamp on the program? Of course, some of the hallmarks from the Harbaugh era and reigning national champs, you don't want to change too much, but how do you make it your own program?
For me, it's not really about me. It's about letting the players do that and letting our play talk on the field, how we prepare, how we do everything. The process of how we execute things are going to be the same. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Obviously, we're going to have a new team. Every year is a new team, though. So I think for us, we don't think about what we've lost. We know about what we have and what we've gained, and we're really excited to attack it.
Obviously, on offense, brand new offensive line. Guys that have been here, Josh Preeb is obviously new. He's a transfer from Northwestern, but a lot of familiar faces for you. Quarterback, guys that, again, have been on the roster, but haven't had as much experience because of JJ the last couple of years. Same thing at receiver. Some experience, but there's going to be a lot of new bodies. How do you put together an offense and grow this offense throughout training camp to be where you want it to be?
Yeah, I think you always discover your identity through training camp. Even the past couple of years, we never really knew exactly what we're going to be until you get through practices. And that's our same approach and same mentality we're going to do. We've got playmakers all over the place. We've got really good players. And we've got guys that have been waiting their turn to take action, and they're excited.
Preseason media poll. I know you guys will have Big Ten Media Days later this week. They have you fourth. After 3 straight Big Ten titles, they got you fourth. There's this expected step back. What do you say to that?
Bet. That's it.
You don't see it.
We just got to go. Nobody's ever predicted from a media standpoint who's going to win on the field game by game. So it's our job to go execute and go win.
You are around this team more than anybody else. And now you've got a hand on both sides of the ball with Mikey Sandra still, Blake Corum, JJ, a lot of the guys that provided that leadership the last couple of years as juniors and seniors. Now you've got other guys who have provided leadership in their own way at times, but they're going to be called upon. How have you seen the leadership of this team grow and develop, and who's starting to emerge as some of the leaders of this team?
Yeah, I've seen it emerge very quickly. It started really after the national championship. Everybody celebrated it, which we all should have. It was a fun time, but we went through some adversity and, coaches leaving. Obviously, players departing, go to the NFL, success, that's what we want, but that's going to happen here. We want our guys to be successful. We want guys to go to the NFL, as many as possible every year, and we knew that was going to be a big step for us. So guys were preparing in the shadows and preparing on the field and off the field, but guys like Donovan Edwards, Colson Lovett, Max Bredesen done an outstanding job. Miles Hinton starting to take those steps from an offensive line perspective. In the receiver room, Tyler Morris has really been the bell cow, the guy that you really count on in that room. And then defensively, I can go on and on. The two big boys up front, Mason and Kenneth, have just been leaders. I've really seen Josiah Stewart take it from a vocal standpoint, because he's a guy that, you see him, you watch him, he plays physical, but he has the respect, and he's earned the respect even as a junior. And as a junior, he took some really big steps, and I'm excited to see what he do. But Ernest Hausman and Makari Page, probably in the back end and in the second level, have done a really good job for us too.
Talking to Michigan head coach Chiron Moore, leadership, position people look to as quarterback. A lot of questions. Who will the quarterback be of this team? Some of the rivals, other top 10 teams said we're going to go to the portal. You guys didn't. You feel good about your room. just give people the state of the quarterback position at Michigan.
I mean, it's in a great place. It's in a great place now. It's in a great place in the future. I think we've got enough guys in our room that are going to be able to help us win and win at a high level. Every single one of them have a different attribute and great traits, but I think together they're going to make a great group, and we're just excited for the fall camp to see what happens.
I was going to say, when do you have to make that decision, or can you drag that into the season if the competition's close?
Yeah, and I think every year is different, so we'll see whether it's right before game one, maybe it's game two. We'll take our time and figure out who's the best one.
How have you been able to handle all of the different expectations that are placed on a head coach now? And, when you were first here, it's tight ends, then it was O-line, then it was OC. Now it's the head coach, and it's NIL, it's transfer portal, it's keeping guys on your team, not getting into the transfer portal. It's events like this where it's Champion Circle, it's fundraising. I mean, there's a lot of things going on. How have you been able to manage all of that while still have that end goal in mind of putting together a championship football team?
I think you got to compartmentalize, and you got to do a really good job of delegating. From whether it's coordinators, whether it's, big thing for me was hiring a GM, bringing back Sean McGee to help with the NIL and help with, direct the recruiting and what we've done there. And he's been a big part of it. And all the different pieces that we have, our strength staff has done an unbelievable job with our kids. Our nutrition staff, Abigail O'Connor, she's an absolute animal. And what she's done with our players and their bodies and what they've done. But for me, it's been being able to lean on those people in the other departments so that I can focus on the things that I need to do to make sure that the organization stays aligned.
Can you tell us about the impact of Wink Martindale? Seems like a character, brings a lot of experience. The OG of this defense is what he said. What was that like bringing him in, and what is your thought on him on staff now?
Yeah, I'm super excited to have Wink here. Obviously a guy that I've known, I've seen in action and watched and really admired how he put together the defense. And two guys that were here were under him. And the defense was built under him, so really excited to have him here, and he's done a really good job with our players, and the players love him.
Going into your first year as head coach, obviously Wink's got a wealth of experience. He's on the staff, he's in the building, but who is it that you lean on when you have questions of, hey, I just want to get another perspective on whether it's a situation that comes up, it's NIL, it's recruiting. Who is it that you lean on when decisions like that come on and you just need another perspective?
I mean, I think for me, it's I have everybody, and I don't try to just lead on one person. I try to get a bunch of different perspectives, whether that's Wink, whether that's Kirk, whether that's Sean, whether it's Albert in recruiting, everybody around, and even my mentors. I just talked to Coach Harbaugh yesterday, so being able to call him is a beautiful lifeline for me to have at any second. He said verbatim, I just got my phone here waiting for it to ring just to make sure somebody needs me. So I told him I'll be calling him often, so they'll be ready.
We're talking to Michigan head coach Chiron Moore ahead of the season. You're mentioning a week away from getting everybody out at practice, shortly thereafter the pads.
Yep.
This time of year, I mean, you're probably chomping at the bit, right?
Yeah, I am. But you got to take it day by day. It's the August 31st is not going to come tomorrow. So do whatever you can today to get better. So that's the only thing I'm thinking about.
And today that's 18 holes of golf.
18 holes, try to get better.
Good luck.
Good luck. Michigan head coach Chiron Moore. It's 97-1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you, understand you, and build a financial plan that is unique for your situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
They ruled it a triple E8. So not technically an inside the ballpark home run, but an electric play for the Tigers, who won. Well, technically.
Yeah.
The Tigers won. They've won 3 of their last 4. Hot going into the break, hot coming out of the break. Here's the rubber stretch here, where the rubber meets the road. This is a critical stretch. As it stands now, the Tigers don't have starters scheduled for 3 of their next 6 games. Yeah. If they trade Flaherty before his next start, it would be 4 of the next 7. They do not have an arm to fill those slots. It's got to be bullpen, 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 unless they do something.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting because we know that obviously Olsen was put on IL. Mize isn't back yet. Like, there's a lot of question marks. What are they going to do? And if they do move Flaherty, it's going to open up opportunity for somebody else. But I don't know what that means. Who is the great question?
Well, they don't have a bunch of AAA guys who are
ready to
pitching
go.
well,
Yeah.
so then you go to Double-A and it's Job, and you go, well, if Skeens can do it, maybe Job can do it, or it's Maeda back to the rotate. He gave me a look. We're not going to talk about that. Can we talk about Walleye? Can we talk about Bobby's polo? Bobby's a producer on site for us.
He looks sharp. It's just it's the wrong color. I mean, we're here at the University of Michigan golf course. We just had Chiron Moore. We had Kirk Campbell. We have all of the football players that are here, and they look over and they see a man dripping in red.
Bright red. Bobby, you going to defend yourself at all? He is wearing, to be fair, this is station apparel. It says 97 won the ticket on it.
But we have station apparel too. We have we've got a nice little long sleeve quarter zip.
That also has red in it.
Yeah, but it's not bright.
No,
red.
It doesn't.
No, but the polo.
The polo does, yeah. But I guess you got red on the sleeve, but it's not the main color. We have black polos that you could wear, and yes, 97 won the ticket is in red, but it is not the feature color.
I totally understand. But look, shouldn't it remind the team of success, right? They're undefeated against red teams now.
Yeah, you can go with that, or it just enrages them.
There was a moment where I asked him, this was off air, I go, because I don't know if Bobby's a Michigan fan. Are you a Michigan fan? And Chiron Moore sitting right there.
Yeah,
and it was like,
oh, yeah. Sure.
Yep. Born and raised, whole life. Yep. Yes, sir. But I love how everybody, even whether they're coaches or guests, just anybody at the outing has come over and given him a hard time about it.
That's a lot of red.
I can't get over, by the way, I don't want to gloss over, Chiron playing golf.
For the first time.
Like he said, he's gone to the driving range, but 18 holes for the first time.
He's gone to the driving range in the last week.
Just to ramp up for this.
Prior to a week, 10 days ago, when he got his first set of clubs, he says he's never golfed. And so this will be the first time he is taking a week's worth of swings to the course.
Now, what's the setup here? It's a scramble. He's not going to be using his shots and digging stuff out of the rough, or what?
No. He's going to be there for entertainment, Q&A, sign some autographs, take some pictures, and
maybe one nice shot off the tee. Yeah.
Hopefully he can. Let's not even get that far. Let's not get carried away.
But
maybe a chip or two that just randomly ends up on the green, a putt that gets close to the hole. That is the goal for Chiron today. It's just, I may not be able to tee it up. I may not be able to be good with my irons, but I can putt.
Well, there's a role for that guy in every group at these outings, right? You just need one person to dig you out of any bad spots you get into. You need the personality higher in the group that keeps everybody lively, making sure everybody's having a good time. You need someone who can dig you out of a bad spot. You need someone for fun. And then everybody else is just there to have a good time.
Well, and he talked about he likes to delegate. All right, we need a representative from the coaching staff for this golf outing. You're going to send Kirk Campbell.
I was going to say.
We already know. I mean, he's handicapped it himself. He said he's already walking around like he's won this sucker. And so, it's you send him. And
you walked around with a smile when you said that.
He's not going to be the one that he wants to go out there and spend 4 hours walking around a golf course. He's got better things to do. Develop an offensive line.
There you go.
Find out who your quarterback's going to be.
Chiron said it could drag into the season. Your thoughts on that? He didn't say they want it to, but it could.
Sure, it could. And again, I think it's a three-guy race. It's Jack Tuttle, it's Alex Orji, it's Davis Warren. Those are going to be the guys that I look and say, okay, who is it that's going to be starting against Fresno State? Whoever that is, as long as they get through that game unscathed and there's no dramatic, falter, that's going to be the starter for Texas.
Unless they do the split stuff. Unless it's like
I
quarter
would-
on, quarter off, half on, half up.
I would be shocked. You're going to have a starter, and then if that game, if you take care of business, that game gets out of hand, then you're going to have number 2, maybe number 3 get some reps. But you're going into that game with a clear idea of this is the guy that we want operating this offense. We're going to give him the reps. We're going to give him the opportunity, and that's the guy we're going to Texas with.
Yeah, my expectation is they will name a starter well before the first game
Sure.
because of one word, identity. It's come up a couple times today. Identity. What is the identity of this offense? I got Donovan Edwards. I got Colston Loveland. What is the identity of this team? The quarterback is going to dictate some of it. If it's Alex Orji, there's more QB power, there's more QB run. It's a very different offense than if you have a drop back passer, more of a Tuttle, let's say, right? I mean, these are different styles of quarterbacks, and it's one thing to say, well, they're all similar and we're going to see who wins. You have to pick an identity and start to hone that identity, and they've said as soon as practice starts, we're starting to figure that out.
And Davis Warren provides some of that as well. Alex Orji's your best athlete in terms of running with the ball. Davis Warren can do it as well. And Jack Tuttle can. It's just not what he does best. So it'll be interesting to see because, obviously Jack Tuttle, he got his 7th year. He's been around college football a long time. He's been around some really good quarterbacks, and Michael Penix is the backup at Indiana, the backup obviously to JJ. This is his 2nd year of being a part of, 3rd year of being a part of this system. So there's great opportunity for him.
So if you had to call it right now, Mr. No Inside Information, who is it?
I got to believe, we saw in the spring game Alex Orji get more time with the number 1 offensive line, with the receivers. We saw him get a lot of that opportunity. I got to believe going into the season, he's penciled in
it's
as
his
number
job
1.
To lose.
I would think so, and as long as he stays healthy, because at the end of the spring game, and everybody glosses over this one, he does provide that opportunity to add more on the ground. But as he's running into the end zone for his final touchdown, he kind of pulled up with a little bit of it looked like a hamstring. So that's always going to be a part of it. When you put your quarterback out there, hopefully he can stay healthy by himself. You don't want to have any muscle pulls or things like that. But he's going to make himself vulnerable to hits.
If we have Doug and Gator, I want to get Doug's opinion on something we talked about earlier in the show. Yeah. So you brought up you were at sports tournament with the kids over the weekend. And you overheard parents.
Well, this is something I've overheard for a couple of years, whether it's baseball, softball, basketball. You get to that final day of the tournament. Generally, it's on a Sunday. Yesterday for us, it was a Monday. That they are quietly hoping that their son or daughter's team loses so that they can get home early.
They're not rooting for their child to fail. They just want to get home early, and the team losing is the way to do it.
I just can't understand that concept of, first of all, we're going to make this investment, go play in this tournament, and now you're hoping that they lose so you can leave early?
I think it's human nature. You go to hundreds of these things.
This might be your human nature.
If you're competing for a championship, you're rooting.
See, you question why people paint you in this light. You do it yourself.
I want to know
from
Doug,
it's human nature. No, it's not human nature. Human nature is you play a game, you play it to win.
When you play to win. When it's your kid, you might want to hit the road and get back home at the end of a long tournament. Now, if it's a championship game, it's different than, hey, we're in the consolation of the consolation of the consolation fighting for 7th place at this giant tournament. Then you went as far as to say your kids can read your body language if you don't want them to win, and you can hurt their kids' performance. I wanted to know from Doug, with all the tournaments he's been to, does he feel at any point that his body language has hurt his kids' performance on the field?
Without a question.
Yep, thank you, Doug.
Doug's still not in there then. All right.
No, Doug's not going to be here because Doug's out there.
Oh, Doug is here?
What?
You're doing – Wait, Doug is taking the day off to go golfing?
That's right. Actually, no, I think is he hosting the event? I don't know. There's something. Look, John, you'd know better than I would.
Well, we haven't seen him, so, it starts pretty soon. Opportunity to sleep in. Maybe he's walking here.
He might.
That might be the case, yes.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't walk.
He'd
ride his bike with the helmet. You know how it works.
Yeah. Well, he'll probably be on the court or on the course with his helmet on, too, because you never know when you can take a stray.
Okay.
Well, if Chiron Moore's out there, yeah.
You never know.
Exactly.
So Doug ruined my setup, so I'll pivot to Gator. Gator, are you jealous? Because I'm sure you'd love to be on the golf course today.
100%. Even if it's out there in Ann Arbor. Yeah. It's from what I understand, it's an amazing golf course, and I'd love to be out there playing.
And the weather's beautiful today. It could not be a better day, no matter what course you're
now
playing.
you're just rubbing it in.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean it really is. This is one of those days, right? I mean, this is kind of what you dream about. I got to play last Friday, and it was a similar situation. Going to play this weekend on Saturday, and it's supposed to be like 85 and beautiful and low humidity. So, yeah, no, I'm jealous. I'm jealous of the amateurs that are out there at Oakland Hills. Playing today. I mean, perfect conditions the last couple days to play. It's great. It's great. But what's your sense out there? Is there a buzz about the team right now? Is everybody getting excited about hitting practice and stuff, John? Or what's happening out there?
Oh yeah, they're a week away, and I mean it's the same energy that we're feeling as well as fans and guys that cover the sport. I mean, today is the day that vets report for the Lions. They're going to be getting going, and we're going to be down at Lions training camp next week. They're a week away from everybody reporting and being on the field here in Ann Arbor. It's the same thing in East Lansing. I mean, like this is the sweet spot of the year where, I mean, everything that happens after that, you know, it's we see the top 25. We all know that, and the preseason polls are pretty much useless. But it is the excitement of a brand new season and the opportunity that football is finally back.
Football.
Gator, how much football is on the show today?
There's a little bit. I mean, there's a fair amount. I think. Look, we've been waiting for the Tigers to become relevant again, and here they are, a game under 500, and they've won 11 out of 14. And damn it, are they relevant again? What's happening? We got a week before the trade deadline, and it's like the clash: should I stay or should I go? It's should I sell or should I buy? It's an interesting situation that's developing, and it still has to develop, I think, before that answer gets definitive. But the fact that they've played as well as they have is, I mean, it's intriguing. It raises the eyebrow. Your voice gets a little higher when you talk about it. Oh, that whole thing. So it's fun to deal with. I mean, they're a fun team to watch right now, which is hard to believe given that what you see on paper. Here's the team, but this team's knocking the ball out of the ballpark with regularity now. They've had, I think it's 29 home runs in the 17 games in July. 30 if you want to count Jake Rogers' effort last night. I mean, it is fun, and they're getting it from all they're getting contributions from everyone, but most importantly, they're getting contributions from the younger players that are showing that they want to be part of this core.
Well, all right, Gators coming up without Doug, as I have just learned.
No Doug. Yeah, well, I just learned yesterday, so, you're only a little bit behind me.
Which is probably a good thing. All right, Gators coming up next, 97.1.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Gator with you today. Doug is out somewhere on that golf course in Ann Arbor, making me jealous. But nonetheless, we look forward to talking with you folks out there. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us if you'd like to contribute that way, because there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot going on. We got the Lions getting ready to hit training camp. Everybody's going to report but tomorrow the veterans coming in, and the rookies are already out there and trying to get in shape. Terry and Arnold already talking about, man, it's tough out here, and I'm in shape. That's how it is, man. You get to a different level of play, and it's going to be tough. Trying to get yourself ready to go and in football shape. Football shape is different than being in shape, for sure, and you're not even going to be there for a while because you haven't started hitting yet. You're limited in how many practices you can hit, so we'll keep track of what's going on with the Lions and the rest of the NFL. There's some interesting things going on. Players don't want to practice until they get new deals done. And it's not just Jordan Love. It's other players. Hassan Reddick is upset with his contract and with the Jets. And I love hearing it with the Jets. The Jets and the Packers. It's just delicious when it happens. Obviously the Packers because they're in division, but the Jets because of who used to be in division and now is the quarterback of the Jets and everything that happened last year, 3 plays into the season, done for the year for Aaron Rodgers, and then this offseason he decides he's going to go on a little retreat, have some fun, go on vacation, whatever, instead of being with the team, gets unexcused absences, starts blaming the media for blowing it up and bringing it to everybody's attention. Well, hey, your coach is the one that said was unexcused absence, buddy. Deal with it. And now Hassan Reddick, who's a member of the Jets, he's like, yeah, you know what? I don't like my contract. So there's more going on there. Everybody's upset. I think that's kind of funny. And frankly, it's going to be interesting to watch a quarterback situation in the NFL because you got Jordan Love, who's unhappy. Everybody's waiting for Dak Prescott to get a contract, and that hasn't happened yet. There's talk about Matthew Stafford not happy with his deal and wants to renegotiate and get something done. It's everywhere. And a lot of teams in the NFC. But fortunately, the Lions took care of business with Jared Goff and took care of business with their other key players. And doesn't sound like anybody's really unhappy right now with the Lions as they embark on this exciting 2024 campaign. But we'll get into that a little bit later. There's some an interesting, I guess, and it's not a poll, but a ranking for the Lions that we will get to coming up later in the show. But we've also got some other stuff. There's Charlie Woods playing in the U.S. Amateur and I guess certainly rubbed some people the wrong way with the way he exited the course yesterday when he shot, I believe it was a 12 over on the North course, which is the easier of the two courses. It's not easy, but it's the easier of the two courses between the North and the South at Oakland Hills. But I'm curious if people went out there yesterday, if they're going out there this week. The U.S. Amateur there's no ticket prices. You can just go. Parking is going to be interesting to see how you park because there's no parking on the premises. So I imagine people are going to try to park in there are different like strip malls, the different grocery store chains that are around that area that people will try to park in and then walk, and you'll have to walk anywhere from a half mile to a mile, I guess, or close to it to get there. Or you can get shuttled in from a couple of locations, but you can Google that and figure all that out. I do know that Bloomfield Hills High School is one of those areas where you can get shuttled in, and that is at Long Lake and Telegraph. Also, incidentally, my alma mater, back when it was Andover High School, and now it's Bloomfield Hills High School. But we'll get into some of that stuff because there's some interesting things that happen there that we don't have to pay attention to the golf part. It's just how you deal with life situation. I think with that and Charlie Woods and his dad Tiger, who's out there. Tiger's out there watching his son, which is kind of cool. But there's other stuff going on too, and I want to start with the Tigers, the Detroit Tigers, that is, because what they're doing right now is, I'm not sure if it's frustrating or if it's awesome. They started out the season hot. We liked how they played. They were like, wow, this team's better than we thought. The bullpen was outstanding to start the season. They got really good starting pitching, and, the hitting wasn't really there. But they were winning games, and they found themselves, 3-4 games over 500, and that was really great. Had a really nice April, which is something this team doesn't typically do, is get off to a hot start, and they got off to a good start, not a hot start. The hot starts belong to Cleveland, Kansas City. Those two teams got off the hot starts, and then Minnesota caught fire, and now they're in that mix as well. All three of those teams are above 500. The Tigers fell below 500. They fell, I think, was it 9 games below 500, may have been the low point, and now they've dug themselves out of this hole. They've won 11 out of their last 14 games, including last night's opener against the Guardians of Cleveland. They've got 3 more against the Gribe, as we like to call them. And we'll see. There's 8 games before the trade deadline. They have these 3 coming up against Cleveland. Then they're home for 3 against Minnesota, and then home for 2 more against Cleveland, leading up to the trade deadline, which is next Tuesday night at 6 o'clock p.m. The Tigers have a day game that day at home against Cleveland. And I believe it's a 1 o'clock, 1:15 start. Or 1:10 start. So by the conclusion of that game, you still have some time to work deals before the deadline is done. And this is where it's going to get interesting a week from now. We've seen it before. Players pulled off the field during the course of a game because they've been traded. This is the time of the year when you start to see that happen, where players, all of a sudden, there'll be a camera in the dugout, and you'll see one player high-fiving and giving hugs to his teammates as he walks back down into the tunnel towards the clubhouse because he's been traded. It's bittersweet. And with the Tigers, not sure which direction they're going to go here because they keep winning, despite the fact that you look at this and you say you shouldn't win. How are you winning? There's no Casey Mize. There's no number. Well, you started the season thinking he was a number 2 starter, I guess, with Kenta Maeda, but he hasn't been good. They took him out of the rotation. Now he's out of the bullpen, but looks like he's going to have to be thrust back into the rotation because, Reese Olson got hurt. So this team has 3 pitchers right now. Tarek Skubal and Jack Flaherty are doing their job, and then Cater Montero. That's the 3rd pitcher, is Cater Montero. Huh? That's all they have. So how are they winning games with that? Maybe this is all going to come to a screeching halt, and predictably so. But while there's giant question marks about the pitching, the bats have perked up significantly. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text if you want to talk about this. I want to talk about the Tigers and where they're at right now and what we're seeing right now. Do you believe what you're seeing with your eyes right now, how this team is playing? With the way that the offense has responded? We'll talk about it next year at 97.1, The Ticket. There is a hypothetical trade that someone from MLB Network put out there specifically regarding the Detroit Tigers and Tarek Skubal and what this person thinks a trade would look like if the Tigers traded Skubal and a sweetener to the Orioles. We'll get to that coming up at 10:35. But I do want to talk about the Tigers and what's happening right now with this team, because I'm stunned that they are doing what they are doing. In the month of July, they are 12-5. And that in and of itself is impressive. From being 7 games over 500 in the month of July, okay, here we go. And what have they done pitching-wise? Well, pitching-wise, the ERA, the team ERA is 4.0, which is better than it was in June, better than it was in May, not as good as it was in April. In April, they were outstanding with a 3.26 ERA. But here they are at 4.0. And they're doing it right now with really a 3-man rotation. They're going to go with a bullpen outing today, more than likely. And then we'll see Jack Flaherty pitch, assuming that Flaherty isn't traded by tomorrow. And then you've got Thursday's game, which looks like it'll probably be a Kenta Maeda outing, assuming they don't promote somebody else from elsewhere in the minor leagues. And I say elsewhere because I'm not sure if the option is there from AAA. You may have to go find somebody from AA. And there'd be one hell of an option, but maybe he's just not right yet, but we can get into that later. But the pitching has been very good in July to this point. The second best month that they've had, and it's impressive. But that's not nearly as impressive as what the bats have done in the month of July. In the 17 games, the Tigers are hitting .268 as a team. Their OPS is .823 in the month of July. Now, just so people understand, that's on base percentage plus slugging percentage, and it's kind of the new hotness and where people gauge how a team is hitting. Used to be batting average was the big thing. Well, batting average is great, but it doesn't account for how much bang you're getting for your hits. That's where slugging percentage comes in. When you add it all together with the on-base percentage, you get OPS, and that's what people look at more so than the batting average. So the average OPS in Major League Baseball is right around 700. I think it's just a tick over, like 702. So for the Tigers right now to be at 823 for the month is staggering. And I say it's staggering because back in April when the team went 14-13, their OPS was 661. In May, they went 11-16. The bats started to come alive a little bit, and the OPS was 703, but they were 5 games below 500. Last month, the month of June, not a good month for the Tigers. They were 10-17 that month. Their OPS was 617. And now here in July, it's 17 games. They're 12-5, and the OPS is 823. That's 120 points higher than at any other time, any other month, I should say, this season for the Tigers. Not only that, a team that has struggled to hit home runs is now no longer struggling. The previous 3 months, they played 27 games each month. In April, they hit 23 homers. May, they hit 25 homers. June, they hit 24 homers. For an average of 24 home runs in 27 games. It's pretty consistent there. And it's consistently below average. Here it is July. They've only played 17 games, so 10 games less, but they've hit 29 home runs, which is 4 more than any other previous month. And they still have 8 games before the month is done. They're getting contributions from everyone right now on this team. And it's fun to watch when you're seeing guys like Wenzel Perez go through his rookie season and he doesn't look out of place at the plate. He's a guy whose OPS is well above league average at 721. He's doing a really nice job. His batting average at 261, that's well above average as well. And he's got some pop in the bat. There's a lot to like with Wenzel Perez. He's got good speed. He's learning to play the outfield a little bit. He's more of a middle infielder by trade, but they're trying to find the versatility and using him in the outfield, and he doesn't look terribly out of place there. He's only going to get better. But like to see what he has done. Then you've got the story of Justin Henry Malloy and how he is starting to come into his own. His batting average this is where I talk about the difference between batting average and OPS. The batting average is terrible when you look at it. At 217, that's below average. But his OPS is at 770, which is almost 70 points above the league average. He has pop in the bat. Watch him last night, if you found a way to watch it, which is always difficult, or if you listen to it right here on your own for Tigers Baseball, 97.1 The Ticket, you would have heard a monster shot that he hit the left field. Maybe not monster shot, but it was a home run. It was a no-doubt home run. Boom, there it goes, left field. That's gone. Left fielder turns around. Quan says, yeah, I got nothing. It's gone. And Justin Henry Malloy launched his 7th home run of the season. 7 home runs and 106 at-bats in his rookie season. These are reasons to get a little excited. Then you watch Colt Keith. And Colt Keith has been really good for this team since May 1st. His OPS is over 800 since May 1st. It's like over 1,000 in July. And he's starting to get the power swing. Early in this season, watching Colt Keith, he had some great at-bats. He wasn't striking out much, but he was just hitting base hits, and they weren't done with a whole lot of authority. The hard hit rate really wasn't there. But as the season's gone on, he started to hit the ball a little bit harder, but still wasn't yielding the results that you'd like to see. Then he started getting results. And now he's got 10 home runs, and the home run he hit last night, again, a no-doubter, slider thrown to him. He just turned on it, whammo, there it goes into right center field, and kiss it goodbye, and he's rounding the bases for his 10th round tripper of the season in 303 at-bats. He has built his OPS up. Now it's just at league average, just above it at 705. But what he's done over the last couple months, last 3 months, 2.5 months of the season, has been well above average. Those are 3 rookies thrown into a situation this year. And this is where you go back to what Scott Harris said about not wanting to block the younger players. And that's why they didn't go after some of the bigger free agents. Now, you can like that, you can not like that. But what you can't deny is that now that these guys have gotten this opportunity, they're running with it. And these are guys you didn't want to block. You certainly didn't want to block Colt Keith. He was given the starting job right out of spring training. And they gave him a contract, too, which was kind of unheard of. Perez I don't think that was going to be the first choice to be brought up, but it just happened to be by happenstance because other guys got hurt right away in the start of the season, and they found a place for him, and he's been good. Justin Henry Malloy earned the promotion because he was hitting very well at Toledo. He gets his chance, and these guys are staying. You know, like if somebody gets healthy, if Parker Meadows gets healthy, you know who's not going to go down? It's not going to be Justin Henry Malloy. It's not going to be Wenzel Perez. Probably going to be Bly Madras. And that's fine. If he's ready to play, Parker Meadows, bring him back up. And I'm excited what can happen. They're starting to build this core. Are you believing in this core? Is this the core you think that is legit? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. If you want to get to the phones, we're going to do that. I see Mark and Richard and others are hanging on. We get to your ticket texts as well. Talking Tigers when they're winning is fun. There's hope in the air right now, and maybe someone's going to take a pin to this balloon that we're starting to launch here, and that'll happen soon enough. And if it does, okay. But right now, I want the license to be reasonably intrigued by what's going on. 11 out of 14 wins. This team might be the hottest team in all of baseball, and they have no rotation right now. They're doing it with bats, which is something that you would not have believed if I told you this a month ago. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today. Doug will be back with us tomorrow, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We're talking about the Tigers, and this month of July, they've really heated up. They are 12-5 in the month. They find themselves just a game below 500 right now. Still 6 games back of the wild card, and I think we have to keep that in perspective. However, the teams they're playing in the next 8 games are teams that are contending. They're all in front of them here in the American League. And, in fact, they're both in division. You got 3 more against Cleveland, followed by 3 at home against Minnesota, and then coming back against Cleveland again on Monday and Tuesday back here at Comerica Park. So these 8 games are pretty important, and I'm not sure what to expect out of this. Right now, it's just kind of like a roller coaster ride in the season, but I'm enjoying the ride, and I hate roller coasters, but I'm enjoying this ride right now. It's just so unexpected. And at a time when they just don't have pitching right now, I mean, they actually have 2 outstanding pitchers in Skubal and Flaherty right now, but both of those guys could be traded within a week, which would really be interesting to see what you do for the rest of the season, cobbling together a rotation. When all the trade talk that's going out there, nobody's bringing up, well, maybe they need a pitcher in return. Well, maybe they do. They start thinking about that a little bit more strongly. At least I think maybe when it comes to, if you're going to trade Flaherty, maybe you start talking about adding a pitcher if you're trading Jack Flaherty. But that could be a conversation for a little bit later. But let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Mark is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Mark. Gator, how you doing? I'm doing well. How are you?
I like when you fly solo. It's fun to listen to you a little bit more than usual.
All right, thanks.
Is it just me, or is this not deja vu all over again for Moneyball 2002 Oakland Athletics? Look at the comparisons. Cheap owner, bad start, no big free agent names, couple of good pitchers, and now they're on a winning streak. This is Moneyball. Like, I can't get over it, the similarities.
In a way, yeah. I think that the one thing I always take issue with the Moneyball movie is that, and I think there's that notion that team just didn't have talent and they threw stuff up against a wall and let's just go by on base percentage, and people failed to remember that team had some outstanding players. I mean, Jermaine Dye was a really good player. Miguel Tejada was like an MVP. You had a pitching staff that had, Tim Hudson, Mark Mulder, Barry Zito. It was a good baseball team. But to your point, it does have some similarities. A team that is trying to lower the payroll, and they're going with all these younger players they have. They really don't have a ton of veterans on this team. And the veterans they brought in, Mark Canha would be that Moneyball type player that has a good eye at the plate. Yep. and the higher on base percentage, and bringing in Gio Urshela. And yeah, I tend to agree. There are definitely some similarities of these two teams.
And it didn't end well. They didn't win the last game of the season. And I don't think we will either. But I do believe this is definitely a Moneyball style team, and the metrics are showing that to be true.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Mark. Now that team 2002 for Oakland, they did win 103 games, and won the division. But he's right; they did not win the last game of the season. And they won one more game than they did in 2001. I mean, that's that Oakland A's team was really, really good. And that, like I said, it always bothered me watching that movie because they made it seem like there was nobody on that team. Like, they had players on that team. They had really good players. Tejada and Chavez combined for 68 home runs and 240 RBI on that team. That's 2 guys. I mean, hey, that's just in. Not bad offense. And then you throw in Jermaine Dye's 24 home runs and 86 RBIs, and it's a pretty good baseball team. And that's before you get to the pitching staff. But all anybody remembers from the movie is Scotty H, picking machine. Scotty Hattenberg getting in there and doing what he did, and Chris Pratt playing the role of Scott Hattenberg, who had 15 home runs in that season as well. Richard is in, where are you?
Columbiaville, Michigan.
There you go, Columbiaville. I had hard time reading that. Go ahead, Richard.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's not your fault.
I got a couple of questions. One, do you think that Joey Wentz might be the starter, maybe give him a chance?
To be a starter?
Yeah, just for, until what's-called comes back.
Until Casey Mize comes back or whatever else happens here. I don't know. Joey Wentz has been.
I know he's
been disappointing. Well, there are times when he looks amazing. Like earlier this season, he looked like, oh, wait a minute, Joey Wentz may have figured some things out, and then not so much, and goes through a long stretch where he's not very effective. I don't think he's an answer as a pitcher, as like a fifth starter on his team, but he might be thrust into that role if they end up trading both Skubal and Flaherty, and Casey Mize isn't back, and you got to find starters somewhere, and Wentz does have some of that experience. So, I mean, it's a scenario I could see him in the rotation if they had to.
Well, I hate to see them trade these pitchers because that's what's important. I think if they need anything, they need bullpen because I think their hitters all the chemistry's working together now. I think they need a bullpen.
Well, that's the thing, and thanks for the call, Richard. I do agree that the bullpen is the biggest. Well, with only 3 starters in rotation, that might be a bigger concern here. But the bullpen is a major concern for me, and I think that's probably the easiest way to upgrade the team in the short term. If you wanted to trade some players that aren't the starters, like if you wanted to move Gio Urshela, for instance, who's a free agent at the end of the season. Could you move Gio Urshela for a bullpen arm? Maybe. It's certainly an improvement over what they have. I think you could upgrade. If you wanted to move Mark Canha, could you move him for a bullpen arm? Probably. Could it be an upgrade over what you have? Well, if it's not, then you don't do it, but I would think so. Carson Kelly, the catcher. Again, bullpen arm, if you moved him, I think you can get that done. But I think those conversations are you can have them now. And Scott Harris and company, I'm sure they're having these conversations, but it's going to come more to light 5 days from now, 6 days from now, what the record is, if they really have a chance to make a run for it or not. I mean, they're still 6 games back of the wild card. That's a long way to go. And they've got like 4 or 5 teams they have to leapfrog to get in there. But the good news for the Tigers is who they're playing right now. They're playing Cleveland and Minnesota, 2 teams that are ahead of them. And if they keep winning, those 2 teams are going to be fighting each other to see who's going to survive, and along with the Tigers. And the Tigers have on paper, it's an easier second half of the schedule. It's only on paper, but that things bode well for them. Now, to the point where you're going to say, let's go ahead and make a move to improve this team for right now because you're going to go for it, that I'm not so sure about. I mean, you're talking about 8 games before the trade deadline. If you're going to go for it, that means you clearly don't trade Skubal, and you don't trade Flaherty. And if you're going to go for it, you're going to buy, like A.J. Hinch wants this team to be buyers. And they're winning games right now to back him up when he had those words to say last week that he wants to be a buyer. Okay. And I agree, if you're going to buy, what you buy is bullpen arms to make the bullpen better. If you can find a player, great. But I don't know if I want to give up on prospects at this point because you're still trying to find your core group of players. And you've got players that haven't seen the majors yet. But, if you can find a piece, you can go ahead and do that, I guess. But I'm not there yet. With the 8 games to go, I think this team would have to go maybe win 5 of the next 6 games for me to start considering that, to be in buy mode. And then they'd still have a couple of games before the trade deadline. Jack Flaherty's he could make 2 starts before the trade deadline. He would start tomorrow and I believe scheduled to start on Monday. So he's scheduled to make 2 more starts. Is he going to be here before that start on Monday? We don't know. But again, this will depend on how they play this weekend, how they finish up at Cleveland, how they do this weekend against Minnesota sets things up. I mean, you've got 6 games before the 2-game series against Cleveland next Monday. If they go 5-1, I'm going to start thinking, the voices get higher. We're going to start talking more glowingly about this team, and they'd be above 500 at that point. And it'll be an interesting conversation. It's interesting either way. We've already gotten a bunch of discussion. What do you do? Do you trade right now or not? Do you give up on it's not even giving up. It's moving ahead what's best for the team. If you trade Tarek Skubal and you get a haul in return that can instantly add players to this lineup where you desperately need them at shortstop and third base. Could you make that move? I mean, it's up to Baltimore to say, yes, this is the move. We're willing to do this. And speaking of Baltimore, someone made a trade proposal in the media from a respected source that we want to get to because it's a Baltimore-Detroit trade involving Tarek Skubal. We'll get to that next here on 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so there's a trade proposal that's out there on Twitter. This comes from Joel Sherman with the MLB Network, so pretty highly respected source. And he said, hypothetical trade details. The Tigers sending Tarek Skubal and Jason Foley to the Orioles in this hypothetical in exchange for Jackson Holliday, the number one prospect in all of baseball, who's a middle infielder, play shortstop here probably, and outfielder Heston Kjerstad. And that's it. A 2-for-2 swap, number one prospect in baseball, and an outfielder that's just now playing in the Orioles with their lineup. He's played in 23 games this year with the Orioles. In the 23 games, he's got a 906 OPS, an eye-opening 406 on-base percentage, 3 home runs, 12 RBIs in the 23 games in Heston Kjerstad. But I say that's it because I'm a little disappointed that that's what somebody in baseball would put out there as a hypothetical, a 2-for-2 swap for arguably the best pitcher in baseball right now, and a player that you would have for potentially 3 postseasons before you have to sign him. I mean, Tarek Skubal is outstanding. And to throw a sweetener in there, like Jason Foley, who is one of the more reliable Tiger bullpen arms, if you're the Tigers and you only walk away with that with Jackson Holliday and Heston Kjerstad, I'd be disappointed. Because we've been talking about, if you're going to trade Tarek Skubal, that we're looking at Holliday and some combination of Kobe Mayo, Connor Norby, Samuel Basallo, 2 of those 3 players, or maybe throw another player in the mix to make it seem like it makes sense. I brought up Kjerstad's name the other day because I'm looking and I want something that's more of a proven commodity. And it's a very small sample size, but I like the idea of adding Heston Kjerstad because it is more proven. He is more proven. But not to the point where I think it's an even 2-for-2 swap there. Even if it's Kjerstad and Jackson Holliday straight up for just Tarek Skubal, I don't think that's enough. If you're the Tigers, is that enough to entice you to say, got to make that move? To get 2 potential everyday players with very high ceilings, okay, to me that's a start. That's the start of the conversation. And if Baltimore comes to me, if I'm Scott Harris and they say, okay, here's what we want to do. Jackson Holliday, Heston Kjerstad, and we want Skubal and Foley. I'd say, okay, good starting point, but we need more. Got to give me Kobe Mayo, who's the corner infielder in their organization, big kid, 6'5", 230 pounds, at least what he's listed at. It might be a little bit bigger than that. Tons of power, and can play third or first base. Got to have him on there, or Connor Norby, who's a infielder, outfielder, a middle infield, like second baseman, outfielder type, little undersized at 5'10", but he's got pop in his bat. He hits the ball really hard, and having a heck of a season at AAA. And then you've got the number 2 prospect in their organization, who is Samuel Basallo, who's the catcher, first baseman, who's at AA, and he's playing very well there. I got to have at least one of those 3 players in addition to the 2 that you just offered up. That's me. That's me. But I'm curious what Tiger fans think about this. 248-539-9797. Joel Sherman's hypothetical of what he thinks the Orioles would have to give up to get Tarek Skubal and Jason Foley. He thinks it's Jackson Holliday and Heston Kjerstad. Is that enough for you? 248-539-9797. The telephone number. Back to the phones we go. Melanie is in Southfield. Melanie, welcome 97 on the ticket. Hey, Melanie.
Hey, yeah. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Whoever that Sherman guy is, he's fired. Get out of here with that. Come on, man.
Well, he's with the MLB Network. He's a columnist with MLB Network and considered the insider, and he's got a lot of good information. But I'm with you. I don't like this deal. It's not enough.
No, not nearly enough. I mean, we'd have to hit on Holiday and then we need three or four other prospects at least, and we would have to hit on one of those. I mean, yeah, it would have to be deep. There's no way.
I like Kierstad, the outfielder. I think that's a good addition, but you got to give me at least one of those other prospects that I mentioned. And you're right, maybe even two, because you're talking about giving up maybe the best pitcher in baseball that you'd have control over for the next 2 seasons, let alone the fact that he's going to anchor your staff for the run of the World Series this year.
For real. Yep, exactly. So I have an idea, and you're probably going to think I'm crazy, but, everyone's talking about, offloading Flaherty for something. What if we, sign Flaherty to 2 more years, okay? Hang with me for 1 second. I'll try and make this quick. So we keep him on the staff, and then next year I'm thinking we can make the playoffs, okay? And then after that season, we become a more attractive team to free agents going into Skubal's last year under contract with the team. And then I'm thinking short, long term here. So everyone's talking about getting rid of him. Why don't we try and keep the guy? I don't understand why that's not.
Well, which one? Keeping Skubal or keeping Flaherty? When you say that
keeping
guy.
Flaherty.
Okay.
Keeping Flaherty. Yeah.
And thanks for the call, Melanie. I appreciate it. I'm not against keeping Jack Flaherty. My apprehension to it is that I feel like they're kind of, it almost feels like they're getting away with something right now because he's pitched so well this season. I'm not sure if this is a mirage or not. And he's a free agent at the end of the year because you only signed him to the 1-year deal. And he's a guy who's got an injured past, and it's kind of like an on-off year in his career. When you look at his career, he's had a good year, bad year, good year, bad year. I'm concerned that what we're seeing isn't reality. So I'm more inclined to move him. However, you could probably talk me into re-signing him for the right price. I'm not going to go overboard. Jack Flaherty has the opportunity to really cash in and have life-changing money here. He could set himself up for the rest of his life and his family for the rest of their lives. Because if he hits the offseason, I would imagine he's going to have a deal where somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 years and $75 million. He made $17 million. He's making $17 million this year. And now he's got this year that he's backing with on his resume. He's going to get a heck of a contract in the offseason. And because I have concerns about the longevity and his durability, I'm probably not willing to go there. Again, I might be convinced otherwise, but at a price that I think he's going to go for, it's going to be tough. That's why you move Jack Flaherty, because he's a free agent at the end of the year. I don't think this is a playoff team, despite what we're seeing right now. And they're playing really well right now. And hopefully they're going to get some players back. Don't know when we're going to see Parker Meadows back, but hopefully that's within a few weeks. I can't imagine it's going to be out too much longer with this hamstring issue. Hopefully Casey Mize comes back soon, though we haven't really heard too many reports on him with his update on his hamstring issue. And those are the concerns. Are we going to see Kerry Carpenter back this year? I'm not really counting on him until perhaps end of August. Hopefully rehab's going well and he can start hitting the ball and getting into a situation where he starts to swing the bat a little bit down in Lakeland and then gets involved with a rehab assignment at one of the minor league clubs. But we're not hearing that just yet. But those are some big pieces that need to come back to this team. And that's why this 8-game stretch going into the trade deadline is so important. But as far as Flaherty is concerned, those are the reasons that I have personally of why I would move on from Jack Flaherty. I just think he's going to cost too much money, and I don't trust that he's going to stay healthy. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Want to get your thoughts on this hypothetical trade from Josh Sherman of MLB Network? He thinks the Orioles would have to give up Jackson Holliday and Heston Kjerstad in exchange for Skubal and Jason Foley. Is that a trade you'd make or no? We'll talk about it next year. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. The Wolverines are raring to go for the new season to defend their national title. However, they still do need to replace J.J. McCarthy under center. Offensive coordinator Kirk Campbell said this morning they're not going to be too hasty in naming their heir. They've made that mistake in the past. Campbell spoke at the Champion Circle golf outing this morning as they raise funds for NIL money for their student athletes in Ann Arbor. The Tigers go from maybe the best pitcher in baseball to a bullpen day. They'll attempt to go against the Guardians again and win as they piece together their rotation due to injury. Detroit has won 11 of 14. They're one win short of being back to 500 on the season. Cleveland still holds a 10-game lead in the division over them. If you want to see Charlie Woods at Oakland Hills today, he does tee off at 1:48 p.m., likely with his dad following along yet again. Admission is free. Parking is free. If you want to watch the U.S. Junior Amateur Stroke play, 11 players shot under par yesterday. Charlie would need a heck of a round to qualify for the match play portion over the next few days. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Yes, big day. Hour 2. Lots to talk about. We'll get into some of the Charlie Woods stuff and the junior amateur championships going on at Oakland Hills. We're not really going to talk about who's going to win it, but there's some questions that come about that I think are interesting to look at. I got some Lion stuff coming up a little bit later as well, but we're still talking Tigers with you, 248-539-9797. Tigers are off to a really good start in July here, 12-5 for the month. They've won 11 of their last 14 games. They find themselves 6 games out of the wild card spot, 1 game below 500, and the offense has really taken charge this month. 29 home runs in only 17 July games. Would have been 30 if you wanted to count the Jake Rogers inside the park home run yesterday, but was ruled a triple and an error, which I kind of disagree with, you know? Outfielder tried to flip it to the other outfielder, and he bobbled it for half a second. I don't think that's an error. But nonetheless, it was ruled that way. The 29 home runs in 17 July games, they've had more home runs this month than they had in any previous month. In the previous months, they played 27 games in each month, 27 in April, May, and June. And their highest total in any of those months was 25. These guys are getting it done with a younger core of players that weren't around the first month and a half of the season. Justin Henry Malloy coming in and getting the job done. We're seeing Wenzel Perez playing really well and earning his keep. We're seeing Colt Keith emerge before our eyes. You know, he's been given a chance since day one, slow to get out of the gate. And then since May, he's had an OPS of well over 800, which is well over 100 points better than average in baseball. In fact, last month, it's like 1,000 with his OPS. And now claims 10 home runs after launching one last night into deep right field at Cleveland. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from this young core, and then you're still getting, obviously, the contributions you expect from Riley Green. He's taken a step forward, becoming more of a power hitter this year, which is great to see. And yet there are still other question marks with this team and what's going to be here for the future. And you got question marks in the next week leading up to the trade deadline. You know, the guys that are helping out, Mark Canna's his bat is starting to come alive a little bit here. He's helping out. Gio Urshela has come up with some massive hits. In part-time duty, you're seeing Andy Ibanez come up with some big plays. Matt Vierling has been pretty steady. Doesn't get on base a ton, but his batting average is good and his slugging is good. He's just really not getting on base. But when he hits the ball, he hits it for impact. These are all good things for this team. But some of these guys probably won't be here a week from now, I'm guessing, because they're free agents at the end of the season. Urshela, Canna, both of those guys are free agents at the end of the season. Carson Kelly, the other catcher. I mean, they're getting power from both catchers now. And it's fun to see because this is a team that just had no power for the first few months of the season, and all of a sudden they're getting it. And you know who's not doing it? Torkelson. Spencer Torkelson hit 31 home runs last year and drove in 94. He's not on the team. They've had to find somebody else to get it done. and they're getting it done, which is a lot of fun to watch. And then we get this trade proposal from Joel Sherman from MLB Network, who suggests that the Orioles would be able to land Tarek Skubal and Jason Foley for Jackson Holliday, who's the number one prospect in baseball, and outfielder Heston Kjerstad from Baltimore, who's starting to play regularly now with the Orioles. And so you're getting more of a known commodity with Kjerstad, who's a player I brought up yesterday and the last week as well. Well, not last week. I wasn't here last week. But yesterday for sure. I brought it up on the air. I think that's a guy to look at because it's more of a known commodity. But the 2-for-2 swap doesn't work for me. I got to have more than that. If it's me, I got to have more. Want more prospects involved than just the number one prospect in all of baseball. It's a great start. And if I were Scott Harris and Baltimore calls with that offer that Joel Sherman proposed, I'd say, okay, that's a great start. It's not nearly enough. You're going to have to come at me with a little more, and then we can talk some more. I'm giving you the best pitcher in baseball that you can have for possibly 3 postseasons before you have to worry about a contract. And if you want to move on from him at that point, you can move on from that point after the 3 postseasons. But you've got an outstanding young team that should be competing for years to come, and I'm going to give you this guy. You're going to have to pay the price. This is a different situation than when the Tigers traded the best pitcher in baseball years ago when they traded Justin Verlander. Verlander was a free agent at the end of the season. They had to move him or lose him for nothing on a team that it was clearly like abandoned ship. At that point, they were just jettisoning big contracts off the roster. And they made a 3-for-1 swap that was unfortunately didn't pay off because Franklin Perez, the big pitcher in that deal, just never panned out. Never got above Double-A ball. In fact, I don't even know if he pitched at Erie with the Tigers because he was always hurt. Daz Cameron didn't work out, and Jake Rogers has been okay. Had it been a 1-for-1 swap, Kyle Tucker for Justin Verlander, like I had wanted, that would have been great. But nonetheless, it didn't work out. 248-539-9797. Jim is in Fraser. Welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Jim.
Okay. Yeah, I want to ask you a question. There's a couple players that, one player I know from the back.
Jim, I got to put you back on hold here because your phone is, you sound like you're underwater right now. Okay, I'll get back to you in a second. Hopefully you get to a better cell. Let's go to Dave, who's next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Dave.
How you doing, Gator?
All right.
All right. How about a little spin? How about a 3-for-2? Would you do the same trade as they've got it set up, but they have to take Javi Baez? Now you clear up a whole bunch of cap space or a whole bunch of $100 million of money, and it gets that, I hate to say headache.
Well, it gets him off the roster, and I understand that. And the reason I would say no to that, Dave, is because I'm lessening the value of what Skubal is. If it's just freeing up cap space, I mean, I have a hard time doing that given what Tom Gores just did with the Pistons, where he ate $65 million in a coaching salary. I love that from an owner that says I don't care.
Yeah.
And Chris Ilitch is one of the richest owners in all of baseball. I don't want to pawn that off on somebody else to lessen the deal. If you're going to throw a third player in the mix, it's got to come from Baltimore, not from Detroit.
Yeah, Chris Ilitch isn't Tom Gores, so that's the problem with that. All right, what about the other option of doing a package where you put Skubal and Torkelson together for 2 to 3 of their packages? I just don't see Torkelson, being much more than a 230 hitter with his 25 to 30, 35 home runs. If it was a mechanical problem, it's one thing. But it sounds like a lot of his problems are between the ears, taking a first strike down the middle and then second-guessing himself on a curveball for the second pitch.
Thanks for the call, Dave. I think Torkelson seems like he's lost, and that's why he's at AAA right now, trying to figure things out. And until he does something down there, there's probably not a whole lot of trade interest in Spencer Torkelson. Would Baltimore want him in a trade? I think it'd be interesting. I mean, if you're looking to add more players from Baltimore in this trade, like I am, Kobe Mayo is the big corner infielder they have that I'm really high on. That's the guy I really want. Would it ease Baltimore's concerns if you throw Torkelson in that deal? Maybe. But I don't know if you have to give that up yet. And I'm not sure I'm ready to give up on Spencer Torkelson yet because we've seen the good from Torque, and the good is great. There's a reason he was taken 1-1. Every team in baseball would have taken him 1-1, or at least just about every team in baseball would have taken him 1-1. He's got that kind of power, man. We saw the 31 home runs last year, and if you're going to tell me he's going to hit 230 the rest of his career, but hit 30 bombs a year, I'll take it. The problem is we didn't see anywhere near that this year. 4 home runs and 18 RBIs when they demoted him, and he was hitting right around 200. He's got to find his way. So I don't know if he's got any value at this point, but I'm also at the point right now with the Tigers. I'm not, unless somebody comes and makes you a clear better offer, he's probably not part of anything, but we'll see. Jim, let's get back to you. How are you?
Hey, Gator, how are you?
Good. Much better. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question. Nobody's really brought this up, or they have. I haven't heard much about it. Why not bring up Jackson Jobe? He's only thrown 40 innings down, I guess, the minors. That's what I heard yesterday. And the second question I have is, there's a pitcher the Dodgers just released, Paxton, big kid, big guy. He's been around for a while. To 8-2 with the Dodgers, ERA was a little bit high. What about him to pick up a pitcher like him? I'm sure there's a few out there they could pick up for the rest of the year. So those are the two questions I want to ask you. But Jackson Jobe, why not bring the kid up? What are they scared about?
I don't think they're well, I don't know if they're scared. I would say, and thanks for the call. I brought up Jackson Jobe's name yesterday, and I mentioned the innings. I said he's only thrown 41 innings. He's probably not ready to make that leap from AA to the majors yet, and that's fine. I can live with that. But what I would say is that I want him on the fast track. He's dominated AA. Now, he's only had 8 starts in AA, but understand this. In the 8 starts, it's ridiculous how well he's pitched. Tack on another 6 no-hit innings that he threw on Saturday for Erie. So I'd like to see him promoted to AAA at Toledo and face, better competition, players that have played in the major leagues, and see how he does there. And after a handful of starts, if you get to middle of August or early August, the second week, whatever, middle of August, let's say, and he's still pitching at this high level, I'd bring him up. And the reason people give for not wanting to bring Jackson Jobe up is they're afraid that he's not ready, or they don't want to start the service time clock ticking where he started him towards free agency. The not ready part, I understand, and I would trust the Tigers staff wherever they're at, whether it's Toledo or the front office, to understand if he's ready or not. I'll trust them on that. And if they say he's not, then he's not. But if they say they think he is, I want to give him the chance. And if they're going to hold him back because of the service time, then I'll get pissed. Because I don't care about service time, and neither should anybody else. These guys are under control for years and years before you have to worry about them hitting free agency. So I'm not concerned about service time. If he's really good, I don't have to worry about that for 5 years? 6 years? Don't care. And if he's really good, you want to reward him anyway. You want to give him an extension ahead of time. So I don't worry about the service time. To me, the only question is whether or not the front office thinks that he's ready. I think clearly he's bucking for that promotion any day now. Because what else does he have to accomplish at AA ball? In 8 starts, he's given up 12 hits or 14 hits in 30-something innings. He's had over 40 strikeouts there. His batting average against is 130 or 115, somewhere in there. The OPS against is 300. He's been crazy good there. And I think he's going to be deserving of a promotion any day now. And while we continue to see pitchers get hurt throughout the organization, and hopefully he does not, that he can get that promotion quickly, and we'll see how he does. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Got a lot of ticket texts I want to get to. Regards to the junior championship, the amateur championship going on at Oakland Hills right now with the golf. Gator, I'm a UPS driver, and the clubhouse and surrounding neighborhoods are my route. It's an S show over here. They're shuttling from Brother Rice and Marion. That's from Adam in a UPS truck. I can imagine that in that area, it's going to be very problematic traffic-wise. And if you're at the Brother Rice and Marion area, I mean, that's just on the other side of Lasser, which is the east side of the course. But in order to get to the course, you have to walk to the front of the clubhouse, which is at Maple. So it's probably a good mile walk from that point. I mentioned earlier in the show, to start the show, with some NFL stuff, that Jordan Love he's not going to practice until he gets his contract extension. Scott, Love is still at practice and doing everything off the field. He's not holding out. He's not going to practice until he gets a contract extension. He may be there and maybe working out on the sides and stretching out and throwing a ball to somebody, but he's not going to be on the practice field throwing passes and routes to his team until he gets the contract. At least that's the report. So it's going to be interesting. Gator, in all fairness, I don't know how Cleveland is in first place. They are awful. I don't think Cleveland's awful, but I do think that they're running out of gas right now, and take advantage of it while you can. I mean, Cleveland was amazing to start the season, and they still have a really good record, but they are starting to crumble. They had a potent lineup, and now it doesn't look nearly as potent. There was a point last night, it was the ninth inning, and you get Jose Ramirez up with bases loaded late in the game, and I'm just thinking, I don't even know what you do. I wouldn't mind if they walked him right now and forced in a run just so I don't have to pitch to him, because he's so good. And he hit a ground ball that could have been a double play, but he beat it out. He legged it out. Colt Keith turned and threw was a little high and lifted Urshela off the bag, but he probably would have been safe anyway, and they didn't rule an error. They ruled it a fielder's choice. I absolutely believe in this core of players. That's why I get so upset. Would you guys want to trade everybody? No. And I'm glad you bring this up, because I'm not typically one of these hosts or fans or whatever. I'm not one of these people who will come out and say, got to trade, got to trade, got to trade. That happens all the time with people. I'm actually extraordinarily patient with this. And we've been very patient as Tiger fans to see this team kind of turn things around. And that's why I've been in favor of A.J. Hinch sticking around here, because I think he's the right guy to lead this team and turn things around, because he did that in Houston with, in some ways, a similar team. I mean, Houston was terrible when he took them over, but they had some talent. And then he was able to help to develop that talent, and then they became a juggernaut. And then you can talk about the cheating and all that if you want, but I don't really care about that as much. The fact is they had players, and they turned them into really good players, and they've won the World Series. The Tiger situation is kind of similar. Terrible team, had to start kind of over, rebuild things, and we're in a rebuild. So I don't love the idea of trading away maybe the best pitcher in baseball in Tarek Skubal. But the only reason that I would is if you get the offer that makes sense. If you get an offer that's going to fill holes on this team. And the offer that I would want, and to me, Baltimore is really the only team that can make you the offer, because they have the resources. They have the prospects that can do it. You have to get the number one prospect, which is Jackson Holliday, who's the number one prospect in baseball. And he'd play shortstop. Tigers have a hole in short? You betcha. So that plugs that hole. They've got a corner infielder in Kobe Mayo, who's ready to play in the major leagues. He's hitting a ton at AAA. Deserves his chance. Would he slot in at one of the corner infield spots here, whether it's third base or first base? Yeah, because the Tigers have holes in both spots, because Torkelson hasn't worked out. And third base is still wide open. I have no idea if Mayo can play third or not, but I'm damn sure he can play first. So that fills another hole. And I'd like to see them, get those two. And Heston Kjerstad is the name that I brought up yesterday, who's on the major league roster now, but had been one of their top prospects. He's an outfielder, and it's a small sample size, but he's hitting well, but he's an outfielder. And plug him in the outfield. Is that an upgrade over what they would have? Yeah. Or DH, whatever you want to do. I think that this is, to me, that would work out. And if it's not Kierstad, would it be somebody else? They've got Norby, who's a middle infielder, a second baseman. That could work. Or they've got a catcher, Basayo, who's their number 2 prospect, who's playing at AA. Would that fill a hole down the road? Because I don't know about you, but I'm not married to Carson Kelly or to Jake Rogers as the full-time catcher. And we still haven't seen Dylan Dingler, who's at AAA, who's hitting really well. And I imagine when the trade deadline comes and goes, that Carson Kelly is probably traded. And if he's traded, then that makes it a spot available for Dylan Dingler. So, no, I'm not a guy who always wants to trade everybody. That's not me. But in this case, if the right offer is there, I'm not going to refuse it. But you've got to make the right offer. The Tigers in a position of strength here. They've got the player that everybody wants. All right, pay up for it. Flaherty's a different situation because Flaherty's a free agent in the offseason, and I've gone through it before that I'm not buying long-term as I look both ways. I'm not buying that he's going to stay healthy. So if you can get something for him, do it before he hits free agency. I'm not sure what kind of player you're going to get in return, but you'd get something in return. 248-539-9797. Brandon is next up here in Shelby. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Brandon.
What's up, Gator? How's it going?
Good. How are you?
So it's funny that you're talking about how we have 3 pitchers right now, and then we're kind of filling them in. And 2 of those 3 pitchers might be gone in
I know. It's crazy.
But I'm on the boat that Flaherty needs to be traded. Sometimes you get a pitcher that you're taking a risk on, and it works out. That's the case right now. But if we get rid of him, we can get some prospects. Obviously not the same prospects we can get from Skubal. But I feel like Skubal's long-term. We need a pitcher because who knows if Casey Mize is going to come back before him. Who knows if Jackson Jobe is going to come up, So we need at least one pitcher to stay on our roster.
Yeah, Brandon, you and I would say you and I are like-minded. If you're going to trade Flaherty, I'd like to get a pitcher in return. If I know I'm going to trade Skubal for the 3 prospects or whatever it is, and I'm doubtful that those prospects will be a pitcher in return for Skubal, if I'm going to trade Flaherty, which is the more pressing trade for me, I got to get a pitcher. I think you have to do that. But your point's valid. Look, if you trade both guys away, you've created 2 holes in the rotation, and we don't know when Mize is coming back. And, okay, if Mize comes back and then you're relying on Kenta Maeda to come back to the rotation, you've got a rotation of Maeda, Kiter Montero, and Casey Mize. And that doesn't exactly instill any kind of confidence. Now you got to cobble a way to find 2 other spots in a rotation. So it's not an easy thing for Scott Harris to navigate through here.
And you remember a couple of years ago, Casey Mize was 1A. We thought Casey Mize was going to be the next Verlander, and now Casey Mize is 2 or not even, and Skubal is the best pitcher. But I feel like we got to keep Skubal.
Well, and thanks for the call. I'll keep Skubal if the offer's not there. And I'm not getting tricked just yet about this team really turning the corner and going to make a run for the playoffs. Even though they've won 11 out of 14 games, even though they're probably the hottest team in baseball right now. I'm looking ahead here in the next few weeks and seeing what there is. If they don't make trades, if they don't trade Flaherty or Skubal, can they still play at this high level? And is it going to be high enough where they can make that run? I'm not sold on that. These next 8 days or 8 games are really, really important. You're playing Cleveland 5 of the next 8, and you're playing Minnesota in the other 3 games. So these are 2 teams you're chasing in your division, 2 teams that are ahead of you, obviously, in the standings overall, whether it's the division or the wild card. And it matters what happens here. And that's why I asked the question earlier. What has to happen during these 8 games, or at least for me, it's the next 6, I guess, to be realistic, to start working the phones and saying, I want this and this and this, to actually add to this team. To go out and find another starting pitcher, or to go and find bullpen arms that make sense. Or if there's some trade that is out there to acquire a position player that's a vast upgrade over what you have. What has to happen in those 6 games? I think maybe a minimum you got to go 5-1. before I start working the phones and looking for those solutions, because I'm not sold that this is what we're going to see the rest of the way. I'm encouraged. And no, I'm not hell-bent on trading Tarek Skubal. I would do it if the right trade package is there. And the trade package we've been talking about that Joel Sherman from MLB Network proposed was Skubal and Jason Foley for Jackson Holliday, the shortstop, number one prospect in baseball, and Heston Kjerstad, the outfielder for the Orioles. And that's just not enough. Not even close. To me, it's not close. You can have your opinion, and we can discuss it, and we will do so. Next here on 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, you can't find a car dealership that's open on Saturdays? I know, that's a bummer, right? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're here for you. They're open every Saturday for sales and service. And if you're servicing your car, well, they've got loaner vehicles available to keep you on the move. They're service technicians. They work in an air-conditioned environment. It means no more sweating in that hot box. And I've seen their service department firsthand. And let me tell you something. It really helps having the techs being able to stay focused on your vehicle and not worried about how oppressive the heat can be. And this time of the year, it gets to be that way. It's awesome in there. If you're looking for a new Chevrolet, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has one of the largest selections of new vehicles in Southeast Michigan. They've got over 60 new demo models available. You can purchase a new vehicle for thousands less than employee pricing. If you're not eligible for employee pricing, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. All new 2024 vehicles will be sold at employee pricing for everyone. That's awesome. Get the most bang for your buck at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield with one of the best selections of used cars in the state while getting the most for your trade-in. Go see the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield on Telegraph and 696. They've helped me with my cars, and I know that they're going to take great care of you as well. So go see the Sarah Chevrolet Southfield team today. They're going to make a deal that you cannot resist. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, where unbeatable service meets exceptional selection. They're open every Saturday just for you. Want to get into some of the golf etiquette going on with Charlie Woods at the amateur golf championships going on at Oakland Hills. It was an article from Carlos Monarez of the Free Press today, and had some interesting comments in there and some things I think maybe to hold back a little bit on some of the criticism just yet, but we'll get to that coming up at 12:05. Meantime, we're talking about the Tigers, what it would take really over the next 6 games for you to really believe that this team has turned a corner and this is what we expect to see, to the point where you're saying, you know what, I don't need to trade Skubal. We're building off this, and he's part of the core, and we like what we've got. That maybe I don't even trade Flaherty because I think that they can make a run at this thing. For me, it's hard to do. And when I say a run at this thing, and run at the playoffs for this year, for me, it's hard because of the Flaherty situation. I just don't think that they're going to. First of all, I don't trust Jack Flaherty to stay healthy. That's a big thing. And the other is, it's going to be a big chunk of change to want to hang on to him and commit to him. And what's he going to, because he'll be a free agent at the end of the season. He's likely to get a deal. What, 3 years, $75 million plus? $25 million a year at least, I would imagine. And if he's likely to get that, do you really want to commit that kind of money to a player that you don't feel that strongly about that he's going to stay healthy? Maybe you do. Maybe you don't care. And hey, throw the money away, and it should be worth it if they make the playoffs. Potentially, I guess. But if you're going to hang on to these guys, I need a really strong sign that they're heading that right direction. And the other part that has to happen is they have to gain ground. You have to gain ground on that wild card spot. There's 6 games out of the wild card spot right now. And if I'm talking about the next 6 games where I need to make that decision up, do I want to start buying at the trade deadline? Meaning, would I like to go out and get another starting pitcher or add bullpen arms to this team or find a way to upgrade a position? If I'm going to start making those phone calls on a Monday, then this team probably minimum has to go 5-1 in the next 6 games, which will tell me a lot about this team because you're playing Cleveland and Minnesota, 2 teams that you're chasing. And knowing that the second half of this schedule on paper lightens up a little bit, the Tigers will have an opportunity to perhaps compete. But I'm not sold on it. Not yet. What's your selling point? Or are you already out? You're like, forget it. It's not going to happen. And even if it does, after you still got to make trades. You've got an opportunity here to really get something for Jack Flaherty. And if the right trades offer is there, then you'll move on from Skubal. But only if the right trade offer is there for Skubal. And the one that was proposed by Joel Sherman of MLB Network, I don't think it's enough. Because he actually threw in Jason Foley in the mix too, and has Baltimore just giving up 2 players, a prospect and a player who's just made the roster now. Now, given it's number 1 prospect in baseball, and the outfielder is Heston Kjerstad, who was a top 20 prospect a year ago, those are 2 nice players to add. I'm not going to disagree with that, but I want more because I'm giving up Skubal. 248-539-9797. Matt is next up here at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Matt.
Hi, how you doing?
All right, Matt.
I'd like to talk about trading just in general, the Skubal trade especially. But, I mean, ever since Dombrowski left, we've been like the minor leagues for the rest of the big-time clubs. I mean, we traded away a lot of great ball players. And the thing about prospects, it's the Avila mantra. He's a great prospect. He's like 10 guys turns out to be an adequate ball player. 1 in 100 or 1 in 50 turns out to be a superstar. I know prospect is just that. It's the word prospect. I mean, I don't get it, man. We got some adequate players, which all teams got. And let's build on what we got. I don't see why you got to make all these big moves.
Well, you don't have to. You don't. Look, I mean, if you're talking about Skubal, I assume, and not Flaherty. Flaherty's a free agent at the end of the year, and it would make all the sense in the world to move on. But Skubal, I get, and that's why I would hold out. You got to get the best. If you get a tremendous haul, it has to be that Godfather offer that you can't refuse. And I don't know if Baltimore's going to do that or not. But if they do, Matt, you have to look at.
Even Flaherty, you got to remember, a pitcher's a valuable piece. I don't care what you're saying. That's one of the most valuable pieces on the field.
That's why you get a tremendous haul in return, though, Matt. That's why you get a big haul in return, because it is a tremendous piece. But
well, if you can get a big haul,
right.
But once again, I hate the word prospect, man.
I get it.
I mean,
but you know what else I hate, Matt?
Big prospect.
You know what I hate? I hate relying on a pitcher staying healthy too.
Well, all pitchers are susceptible the way they throw today. But
of course, that's the thing.
Again,
so if you're going to commit to that, and you've got a guy, and thanks for the call, and you've got a guy like Tarek Skubal who's had arm issues in the past and other issues in the past, I don't want to move on from him, but these are reasons. This is the other side of the conversation of why you would. And Jack Flaherty, he's already had 2 back injections this year. He had injections last year. I don't think Jack Flaherty is going to be this great pitcher for the rest of his career. I think he's really good right now. And because he's a free agent, that's why I'm more inclined to move him. I'm not as inclined to move Tarek Skubal. But you're asking me why. 27 years old. He's got a high value right now because he's pitching like he's the best pitcher in baseball. Left-handed, throws 100 miles an hour. He looks great. But what he's not is young anymore. 27 isn't, it's not he's over the hill, but he's entering the prime years of his career. And I do have concerns about durability. And if Baltimore's going to make you an offer that you can't refuse, then don't refuse it. But if Baltimore's going to make you a half-assed offer, I'll refuse it, and I'll hang on to Skubal. I got no problem with that. And maybe you can address it later on of trying to move him. But his value is not likely to be any higher than it is right now, because teams that want him understand that they would have him for this offseason or this postseason and the next 2 seasons full with potential for postseasons. You know you're getting that before you have to pay him the monster bucks when it comes time for free agency for him. He's under team control for the next 2.5 seasons here. Now, he's going to get paid better next year. He's probably going to get a $15 million contract next year with arbitration. And the year after, if he does what he's done, he's going to get north of $20 million, which isn't chump change. But it's also not the $40 million a year you're going to have to pay him when he hits free agency. And teams know that. And a team like Baltimore that's been kind of a penny-pinching team, they know that. Because they've got the guy Corbin Burns, who's a free agent after this season, who started the All-Star game. He's outstanding. He's going to get a giant contract offer in free agency. I don't know if Baltimore's going to try to re-sign him or not. But that's more reason why Baltimore needs to make this trade for Tarek Skubal, because you have Skubal for half the price for the next 2 full seasons. But it costs. It costs you prospects. And yes, I agree with you. Calling them prospects and relying on them to be the guy, you just don't know. You never know. He's the number 1 prospect in all of baseball, Jackson Holliday. That's what I'll say. And Baltimore has developed high-end players over the last couple of years. Adley Rutschman, the catcher, and Gunnar Henderson, the shortstop. And Gunnar Henderson and shorts, that's the reason that that they can even talk about moving Jackson Holliday. Now, sure, they could have Holliday play second base. But if he's a shortstop, that's a screaming need for the Tigers and their organization because they don't have one. They don't. Howie Lee is more of a second baseman. McGonigal is really more of a second baseman. Can play short, but they're away. They're ways away. Howie Lee is probably closer because he's at Double-A right now and he's hitting really well. But McGonigal just got promoted to High A baseball. And then you just drafted Bryce Rayner, who's probably 4 years away, who just signed his contract yesterday, which was great. The Tigers got that out of the way. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. Got some more calls to get to, lots of texts to get to. People are animated about this, and we will talk about it with you here at 97.1 The Ticket. So let me tell you about a great experience that I had recently. I need to get my garage doors replaced, and I knew there was only one person to call, one company to call, Precision Garage Door. They are awesome. They come around on the weekends, which is at no extra cost, which is great. You can schedule your appointment online on their website for a time that's going to work for you. So you're not just beholden to what their schedule is. They'll work with you in your schedule. This is awesome. And I called them, they scheduled, it came out right away, and they helped me select the perfect doors for my house. We got it installed in no time. John, Jeff, the whole crew, easy to work with, true professionals, and that's exactly what you want. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and all calls are answered 24/7. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment. Getting lots and lots of feedback regarding the Tigers and the trade deadline and this trade proposal that Joel Sherman from MLB Network had, where he says the Tigers should make a deal with Baltimore and that Baltimore would get Tarek Skubal and Jason Foley. So the best starting pitcher the Tigers have, maybe the best in baseball, along with the Tigers' best bullpen arm, in exchange for Jackson Holliday, the number one prospect in baseball, who's a shortstop, and also outfielder Heston Kjerstad, who's playing with Baltimore right now and is a small sample size, but he's played well. I don't think that's enough. I don't think it's anywhere close to enough. Others say that'd be a solid deal. I personally don't, but that's okay. We can agree to disagree on that and have the discussion. I'm holding out. If I'm going to trade Skubal, it's going to be for a whole slew of players. I can't. And if you're going to add a sweetener like Jason Foley's going to mix too, it's just going to add the impetus that you've got to step up with your best offer. And a 2-for-2 swap just isn't getting it done. Just doesn't do it for me. Not when you consider what you're getting with Tarek Skubal. You're getting a starting pitcher who, like I said, may be the best pitcher in baseball, certainly in that discussion. And you're getting him before he hits his free agency year, which doesn't come for a couple more years. So you would get potentially 3 postseasons out of Tarek Skubal, a guy that can anchor your staff. This is such a position of strength for the Tigers when you look at it, in comparison to what they had with Justin Verlander. When Verlander was a pending free agent, the team was clearly selling at that point. Everybody knew it, and the deal got done at literally the last minute with Houston to make that trade, and the Tigers got 3 prospects, and I think that's a move that people will say, well, look, that's prospects, and you never know what you're going to get with prospects. And I agree with that to a degree. However, those 3 prospects, none of them were the top prospects for Houston at the time. Kyle Tucker would have been the top prospect. I think Yordan Alvarez was part of that at that time as well. And instead, they settled for what they could get, which I understand. You're trying to get them before you lose them for nothing. And Justin Verlander went on to have an amazing finish to that season with Houston. They won the World Series. And the Tigers ended up with Franklin Perez, who was the top guy out of the 3 guys they got in the deal. But Perez, it was a 19-year-old pitcher, had pitched at Double-A, but was done. He had arm issues and never got healthy. Never went above that level. And they got Das Cameron, who had a cup of coffee with the Tigers, wasn't very good. And Jake Rogers, who has been, slightly below average at best with the Tigers. I like Jake Rogers, but I don't think he's an everyday catcher. So what they got in return for JV wasn't there. And I think that is in the back of people's minds when the people say don't trade Skubal for prospects, because they think of all the prospects that the Tigers have gotten with these pieces that they had to move, and the circumstances behind the time when they moved those players just wasn't very beneficial to the Tigers to get the best value in return. So when you traded guys like Justin Verlander and David Price and JD Martinez and Justin Upton, when he made those trades and he didn't get much in return, I mean, like I said, it was more out of circumstance than what it was perhaps just Al Avila being bad at his job. I'm sure part of that was there, but I think the circumstances played a tough role too, in perhaps an edict to trim salary at the time. And the team was kind of done with the run anyway. I think we could agree on that. But it didn't stop there. They also moved on from Nick Castellanos and other players, and they just didn't get anything in return. Now you've got a player like Tarek Skubal. He's 27. He's awesome. And he should get you a lot in return because it's not the last year of a contract. He's not going to free agency next year. Actually, he's not going to free agency for a couple more years. So that's why the value's there. Take a text coming. Harris didn't sign free agents so the Tigers could provide bats to their young players. Keith, Malloy, and Perez, it's working. Also, Vierling is a player. What we were told was that Scott Harris did not want to block the way of the young players, give them an opportunity. And that's what we're seeing. Colt Keith from day one was given an opportunity. He was slow to go, and now he looks great. Justin Henry Malloy was knocking on the door all for the first few months of the season before he got his chance. And now, doesn't look like there's any stopping him, that he's going to be here for the rest of the season. And Wenzel Perez, I think that was a player that they thought had promise, but because of guys that got hurt and guys that just weren't performing, he got an opportunity. He hit the ground running, and he looks good. Yeah, I like that. Trade Skubal now. We're not winning it all this year, and Skubal doesn't line up with our timetable. I want Holiday, Mayo, and 50-cent beer night from Corey in Pennsylvania. I think we all agree with 50-cent beer night. And I want Holiday and Mayo as well. If you're going to trade Skubal, I want those two and somebody else. I'd like those two and Heston Kierstead or Norby, who's their second base prospect, or Basayo, who's the catching prospect. As far as not winning it all this year, yeah, I agree we're not winning it all this year, but then he says Skubal doesn't line up with our timetable. Well, not for this year. But if you held on to Skubal, do you think this team can make the playoffs in the next 2 years with off seasons where you're spending money? Then people will say, well, they're not going to spend any money. Ilitch doesn't spend money. To which I say that's not true. We don't know yet. You can't make that determination about Chris Ilitch yet. If you want to say it based on this past offseason, then I think you're ignoring some of the money that they did spend. You may not agree how they spent the money, but it took a while before his dad was able to spend the money correctly and put together a team that was worthy. I think people forget about that. But as far as the timetable is concerned, I think you can make moves to this team in the offseason and just general promotions that make this team a playoff caliber team next year. Are they capable of winning the division? I mean, if you're hanging on to Skubal, perhaps. How does it look if you got Skubal and Jackson Jobe in a starting rotation? Looks pretty good. Sorry the Tigers aren't making the playoffs this year. I don't think they are either. But again, I want to see what happens here, specifically in the next 6 games leading up to the trade deadline. It gives you a couple days to negotiate to make the team even better. That's 4 of the last 5 from Cleveland. I long ago gave up on the division, but these games make you think, and Cleveland is struggling in general. Yes, Cleveland is struggling in general. And they are starting to come down. There's a 10-game lead that they have over the Tigers in the division. They have a 4-game lead over Minnesota and Kansas City. And things are going to tighten up a little bit, but 10 games is still a pretty substantial gap. And the only way you're going to close that gap is if you play the team. Oh, wait a minute. They are playing that team. That's how you close the gap. That's why the next 6 games are important, because you got 3 more against Cleveland, and they're not playing well. And Jake, I think you said to me during the break that they're playing Philadelphia after this. That's not going to be any picnic for the Guardians. But the Tigers have to do their part. They have to continue winning. Give me Bo as a starting pitcher, please. Assuming you mean Bo Brisky. Maybe he gets an opportunity. I'm not sure if he's stretched out enough or if they'll have to stretch him out to make him a starter. But that's going to be the interesting story to watch over the next couple weeks, is what do the Tigers do with the rotation? Because if they trade Flaherty and they trade Skubal, I mean, what do you have? Seriously, what would you have as a rotation? They only have 3 guys in rotation right now. And one of them is Cater Montero. Gator not really interested in a perpetual state of a rebuild, which is what would be if we sold Skubal. Prospects equals maybe 2 to 3 years down the road. He's a once-in-a-generation pitcher that the other clubs have mentioned that you want him, that you have to get in return. Yeah, you got to get big-time players in return. And if you don't, then you don't move them. It's that simple. Not just giving him away. This is the biggest trade chip the Tigers have had. Right? Because when Verlander was great, the Tigers were a good team, and they weren't trading Justin Verlander when you're making the playoffs every year or every other year. That wasn't going to happen. And when you finally traded Verlander, it was the end of his run, and he was a free agent the next year. You had to move him. So this is the biggest trade chip that they've had since Justin Thompson, when they traded to get Juan Gonzalez. I think that's probably accurate, and that's a long time ago. It's, you're talking 20 years ago almost. Over 20 years ago. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. More of your ticket, texts, and calls as we continue here. Also want to get into some golf talk and Lions talk as we continue on 97.1, The Ticket. And good afternoon. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. Gator with you today. Doug will be back with us tomorrow. He's out in Ann Arbor in the golf outing regarding the football program and all that. So I'm sure he's going to have some great stories to tell us tomorrow when he rejoins us. We're taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. I wanted to get to some more of these ticket texts before I change gears over to the world of amateur golf. And I had a couple more on this one list here. Hey, Gator, what do you think about the signing the Lions made yesterday from the Bills? Betker, the offensive lineman, Derek from Wyandotte. I'm fine with it. It's just another guy added to the roster and more competition. Competition is fine. I don't know if he'll make the team or not, but will he make the other guys better? Will he make himself better because he wants to make this team? Sure. I mean, he's not part of the starting five in the on the line, but depth is awfully important in the NFL, particularly if you're going to get moving on to an 18-game schedule, which is all the talk right now. It wouldn't happen this year, but could happen real soon. We'll get to that later on as well. Do the math. Tigers would have to have a phenomenal second half of the season in order to make the playoffs. Of course they would. But they're playing. That's why I said, are you buying how they're playing right now? They've won 11 of the last 14 games. They've won 4 series in a row. They start this series, a 4-game series with Cleveland, with a win last night in decisive fashion, by the way. And that's why I say, for me, the next 6 games are really important to determine if I'm going to be buying at the trade deadline as opposed to be selling at the trade deadline. They'd probably have to go 5-1 during this stretch. But if they beat the Gribe, the Cleveland Guardians, we call them the Gribe because you combine the Tribe and Guardians. If they beat Cleveland in this series, if they take 2 of the next 3 games and take 3 out of 4 games, right? It's another couple games that they've added that they've closed the gap in the standings. They're 10 games behind them right now, right? It doesn't look good. But you know what else doesn't look good? Cleveland. They're 3-7 in their last 10 games. The Tigers are 7-3 in their last 10 games. And like I said, if you go back to the last 14, they're 11-3 in their last 14 games. They've played very, very well. I don't think it's sustainable necessarily. I think the pitching is going to catch up to them because they just don't have the starters right now. But if they go into this weekend and then finish the weekend and 5-1 in the next 6 games, and they've made up another 4 games, and now they're 3 games above 500 at that point with 2 days before the trade deadline, and both of those games will be against Cleveland. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be on the phone, and I'm going to be discussing potential trade targets for the Tigers to add to the team. And I would be looking to add bullpen arms or maybe add another starting pitcher. I'm not sure how realistic that is, either going to 5-1 or 6-0. It probably isn't all that realistic, but I didn't think 11-3 in the last 14 was going to be realistic. There's a lot of things have to fall in place here, and I'm just not sold that it's going to happen. But, asking me to do the math, math is not my strong suit, but I'm looking at the Tigers playing better and Cleveland playing worse. And then you've got Minnesota and Kansas City to contend with. But take a look at the schedule in the second half of the season. It's not that daunting from the Tigers' standpoint. Just saying. Maybe the Orioles will offer Nick Maton and Nico Goodrum along with Jackson Holliday. That mock trade is insulting. Yes, the mock trade that Joel Sherman presented. I don't think it's insulting. What you're looking at is the number 1 prospect in baseball in Jackson Holliday and outfielder Heston Kierstad, who was one of the top prospects in baseball like a year ago. But now he's graduated from prospect status because he's playing on the Orioles right now. And he's played like 23 games with them this year. I like Kierstad. I think he's a good outfielder. And I like the idea of Jackson Holliday. But to me, you got to give me more. I don't think the trade's insulting, but if I were Scott Harris and they offered that trade, and according to this is Joel Sherman from MLB Network, there would be those 2 players in exchange for Skubal and Jason Foley. I would say that's a great start. Now keep talking because that's not enough, but it's a great start. I'm not disagreeing with the 2 players. Sure, those are 2 players we want. Who else are you going to add to the mix? because that's not getting it done. Other people commenting on this mock trade. Did Al Avila suggest this trade? That's from Steve in Florida. Gator, it's because there are people in baseball that think Jackson Holliday is like multiple MVP good. No, I understand why people would say that. Why this trade is worth it. Because if you think that Jackson Holliday is that good, then some people would even do it straight up 1-for-1 with that for Scooble. I wouldn't. Because I've got the known commodity. It's not unknown. And Jackson Holliday is more of an unknown at this point. That trade is absurd. We'd take the sweetener and don't give it up. That's crazy. That's our two best pitchers. I agree. It's not good enough. Even if it was just Scooble for those two players, I don't think that's enough. Just a question. If they trade for Holliday, doesn't Harris have to tell the owner that we're trading our best player for a shortstop, and you, Chris Ilitch, have to buy out Javi to make this work? Javi can't be on the bench behind Holliday. That's from Freddie. Yeah, that's interesting to see what happens at the end of the season there. And we'll see what Chris Ilitch decides to do. I'd like to think that there's going to be heavy pressure for him to DFA Javi Baez at the end of the season. We got, 70 games left in the season for Javi Baez to show that it's way more than a pulse. I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's done. I think he's been done. And it's too bad, but when your end of your career comes, it comes quickly in baseball. And I don't think there's any resurrecting this. So would Chris Ilitch buy him out? I don't know. I think 9 out of 10 Tiger fans, maybe even more than that, say that there's no way he'll do it because they think he's cheap. I think because of what Tom, in part, and maybe it's a small part, but I think what Tom Gores did in buying out Monty Williams, that shows the rest of the world that it can be done. And it's not just the rest of the world. It's showing Detroit that it can be done. You got an owner with money. You see an issue and a problem that you can solve it by buying it out. Do it. And right now, Javi Baez has taken up a roster spot that nobody's claiming at this point. But if you trade for Jackson Holliday, then there it is. Then that makes it more important that you move on from Javi Baez and you buy him out or whatever. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Okay, so shifting gears, if you want to talk baseball, we can still talk baseball. I love talking Tigers baseball. I love talking his trade talk and where this team is heading, what's important the next 8 games leading up to the trade deadline, how good they have to be for you to be convinced that this is a team that's turned the corner and you think that they're headed for better things, and that's why you don't trade Tarek Skubal or whatever it is you want to say. Whatever your opinion is, we'll listen to it. But I wanted to get into the amateur championship in golf that's going on at Oakland Hills. And yesterday they had the first round, and the big headliner, of course, is Charlie Woods, son of Tiger Woods, out there competing against all these other young golfers. Everybody's 18 or younger. And he did not have a great round yesterday. In fact, a terrible round. He finished 12 over par on the North Course, which is considered the easier of the two courses. You got the North Course and the South Course. The South Course at Oakland Hills, for those that don't know, that's the course where they played the Ryder Cup, where they played PGA Championships and U.S. Opens, Senior Opens, all that. That's the big course they play. But because they've got this field of 240 some golfers, you play on both courses for the first couple rounds, and after 2, they narrow the field down significantly, and then it gets narrowed down, get cut in half each day, basically. But it's a pretty cool week to have this event in Metro Detroit. It's pretty awesome. And to have someone like Charlie Woods there and his dad Tiger's walking around watching him play. You got Miles Russell, the 15-year-old that played in the Rocket Mortgage Classic that did so well. Didn't make the cut in the Rocket Mortgage Classic, but played under par. I believe he shot 2 under yesterday and is like in 5th place right now. That's cool to see. And the leader was 5 under yesterday. And to think that an 18-year-old is shooting 5 under on that course is kind of exciting if you've ever been out there and played it. But I want to get there's some questions about this that have nothing to do with the scoring of golf, but it's got to do with perhaps etiquette and what's right and what's wrong, and just also kind of gauging your interest if this is something that you would go and see. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We'll talk about it next with you here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator with you today. Doug will be back tomorrow. I wanted to talk about the U.S. Amateur Championship taking place at Oakland Hills. And I think it's a cool event that we have in our backyard. It's a cool event. It's free. Parking is something you'll have to deal with because you can't park right at Oakland Hills. Obviously, the clubhouse and everything else is still under construction after the fire they had a couple years ago. But you can get bussed in, if you will, shuttled in from different areas. And we had somebody say that there were some shuttles at Brother Rice in Marion High School, which is like a mile from the golf course. I know that they're doing shuttles from Bloomfield Hills High School, which is a couple miles north. And I believe there's some shuttles coming from Southfield as well, which is a couple miles south of the course. Plus, there's parking lots at various, I don't know, hard to call them strip malls, but there's a couple of them on either side of Maple Road at Losser. And then you've got Maple and Telegraph, where there's some parking lots in those areas as well. Then if you want, hoof it a little bit, you're going to have to walk up to a mile, perhaps, or at least half a mile. Beautiful day for it. Should be a fun day in perfect conditions for golf here. It might be a little muggy out there, but there's not a whole lot of wind. And as long as the rain holds off, scoring conditions should be pretty good. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. What I wanted to talk about is this something that you would go and see? Because this isn't just done today. I mean, this goes on all week, and it goes on to the weekend. And an opportunity to watch tomorrow's Golf Stars today. These are 18 and under players. This is really kind of a cool event. And Charlie Woods, Tiger Woods' son, is playing in this. He did not play very well yesterday. And Carlos Menarez of the Free Press had an article today kind of condemning what happened after the round of golf. And also, in a way, what happened during the round of golf. That things weren't going Charlie's way. And he didn't play well. I think he shot a 12 over on the North course, which is considered the easier of the two courses. He will tee off today, an hour and a half from right now, and he'll play the South course today. South course is where they've had all these tremendous PGA events, including the Ryder Cup and other championships that they've had there. So in the article, he talks about after Charlie got done that he and Tiger just walked off. They got into a golf cart, got carted off towards the parking lot, got into their car and took off without answering questions from the media, without signing autographs or signing anything for the fans, to which point some fans said, what the heck was that? And I get it. And he was critical of leaving at that point. And like, this is like a teaching moment that, hey, when things don't go your way, you still have to face the music. And was pretty critical of Charlie and also of Tiger, because Tiger's the parent. You got to be the parent and explain these things. And I get where he was going, but I'm not sure I can arrive there just yet. I would wait till after today. If Charlie Woods doesn't make the cut, and it's awful tough for him to make the cut because he'd have to play ridiculously well while everybody plays poorly for him to make the cut and continue on this week. I suspect he won't. And if he doesn't, then after today, I think he has to face the media and talk to the media, because obviously people are here to see Charlie Woods. According to the reports, there was 4 deep, the fans in the gallery watching Charlie play. Nobody else had a gallery, but Charlie did. And it was 4 deep. Everybody is there basically to watch him play and see how he does. And maybe even more importantly, they want to see Tiger. Tiger's out in the wild. He's there somewhat, I'm not saying he's approachable, but people can take pictures from a distance, and there's Tiger Woods. The other thing that's interesting, that Tiger is he's wearing shorts and showing off the legs. And just a couple of years after that accident, you see the scars and disfigurement and all, and it's I'm impressed that he's out there doing what he's doing, and he's not hiding from it. Look, he could wear golf pants if he wanted to, but he's not. He's wearing shorts. Hey, this is what happened in my life. Maybe y'all can see how damaged it really is. And anyway, move on from that. But to be critical of Charlie at this point, I don't think is right. I think wait to see what happens after today. If he doesn't address the media today after the round, then I think you've got a reason for a beef. If he didn't want to sign autographs yesterday after the round, you can be critical of that to an extent. But again, not in a good frame of mind as you're walking off the course and you shoot that poorly. You just want to get out of there. And it's the first round, and he knows he's got to play another one. There'll be a time for that. If he walks off today and doesn't do that, then that's not a good look. But the other part of this is knowing that he's getting all this attention, that the entire gallery that's there at Oakland Hills is there to see him play. If you were an amateur player and you had three choices, you could either A, play with him in this round and you have the gallery follow you, B, play in front of him so that you don't have to deal with the gallery and you can just get ahead of it all, or C, play behind him and trail it. And again, the gallery's not following you, they're following him, but you're behind the situation. Which would you rather be in? A, B, or C? Play with Charlie Woods and his group? Play in front of the group? Or play behind the group? I think it's interesting. Maybe it says something about you, whether you want to be part of that and see what the fanfare is like. To be in a group where, Tiger Woods is in that group watching you play as well? Or do you just want to avoid all that at all costs, avoid the distractions and just play your game? And if that's the case, would you rather play in front of that group or play behind that group? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I think this is interesting to look at. This is a tournament that's really cool. It'll be here all week. And like I said, you're seeing the future golfers today. You're seeing a chance to get to see Charlie Woods, to see Miles Russell. It's kind of cool. And are you planning to go to this event? Are you planning to go today and watch them play? Are you planning to go later in the week? Is this something you plan to go multiple days? Again, it doesn't cost anything. You just got to find a way to get there. If you get dropped off, whatever the case is. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Want to get your thoughts on that, of what's going on at Oakland Hills. We'll continue to talk some Tigers as well. And we got some NFL stuff and maybe some Lions stuff as well as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson Show. Gator with you today. Doug will be back tomorrow, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We're talking about the U.S. Amateur Golf Championship taking place at Oakland Hills. Bunch of 18-year-old and under contestants there. It's kind of cool. But I saw Carlos Menarez and had a column today in the Free Press. We're kind of critical of Tiger and, more importantly, Charlie Woods for leaving the course right after the round yesterday without addressing the media or signing autographs or anything like that. And I would be critical, too, if that happened after today. I think yesterday, it's the first round. You played terrible. Why would anybody want to talk to you other than get you, hey, let's rehash playing terrible? I don't mind that he walks away from that. Not signing autographs isn't a great look either, but if you're not going to speak to the media, you're not going to sign autographs. If he does it today, that's a problem. I don't suspect he will make the cut today to continue playing the rest of the week. And look, people want to know. This is why reporters are there. And this is part of what you're going to be, what's expected of you if you're good enough to be a professional golfer. And there's no guarantees that with Charlie Woods, but he's awfully young. And he's got a lot to learn and a lot to figure out here. And part of that is dealing with the media. And I suspect that his dad is going to usher him through. And then maybe yesterday was, if you're the father, yesterday you can step back and see how he's going to handle it. And then if he handles it that way, all right, let's go. And then you can have a discussion in the car and use it, as Doug likes to say, teaching moments and learn from this. So today's the big day. If he doesn't make the cut and doesn't speak to the media afterwards to sign autographs, then I'd have an issue with it. But also talking about, where would you like to play in this? I mean, would you want to be in the group with Charlie Woods, or would you rather be the group ahead of him or the group behind him? The advantages and disadvantages there? Or would you really just want to belly up to the spotlight and play right alongside Charlie Woods? 248-539-9797. The telephone number. Jim is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jim.
Hey, Gator, how you doing?
All right.
Hey, I don't think Charlie's got a problem at any point, right? He's a 15-year-old kid. He's not a professional. He's been put into a limelight because his dad's doing what he's doing, right? He has no obligation to talk to the media at all or sign any autographs, even if he doesn't make the cut today. And as his dad, that's his choice to usher him through the media when it's the right time. There's a process to it. Learning how to deal with media before you learn how to play the game, I don't think that's the appropriate steps.
Well, he's definitely learned how to play the game because he qualified for this event. And once you qualify for an event like this, I think there is a responsibility to address the media. But I didn't think it had to happen yesterday.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of golfers who qualify for that event, right? It's very hard, but you're nowhere near pro simply because you qualify.
Oh, of course not.
As amateur.
Of course not. But this is like
nowhere near a professional.
Yeah, but this would be like, okay, I got you. Hang on, Jim. If let's say you're a high school football player, okay, and you're being interviewed, you'll get interviewed after a game by some people, right? That does happen. That's the way I look at it. It's kind of like that level. So if that happens, it's a learning process. Look, he doesn't have to be incredibly articulate and be terribly polished, but this is a championship. All right, this isn't like he's playing, at Maple Lane Golf, and let's see. Now let's talk to the guys coming off the course. You're playing in an amateur championship.
He's still qualifying for that. The other part is relative to that. I mean, the only reason he's in the spotlight is because he played really well on Your Kid to Work Day with his dad, right? I mean, if he didn't play in those tournaments with his dad, he wouldn't get all the attention that he does.
Didn't have to qualify. He had to qualify to get into this event. He had to qualify to get to this event.
So did 200 and some other.
Exactly.
People,
right.
And do they all talk to the media? They don't.
They don't all. You're correct. You're right. You're right. And what
about the past U.S. amateur champion, the doctor who won it 2 times in a row, never made a pro? Nobody's ever asked him. Never asked him.
Well, you're right about that, and you're right. Stop. He's not listening to me. You're right about that, and that's part of the burden of growing up and being the son of Tiger Woods. Right? He's choosing to try to live this life and make it as a golfer, and it starts with this. Okay. Does he have to speak to the media? I suppose he doesn't have to. But if I were his father, if I were Tiger Woods, I would say this is a great opportunity for you to get a little taste of what it is and what it's like. Not every day is going to be sunshine and roses. It's not like that. It's tough. It's a grind. And, if you're going to follow in my footsteps, I'm not going to apologize for being maybe the greatest golfer of all time, but you have to understand that there is going to be extra pressure added on you, fair or unfair. And is every kid that's going through this going to be interviewed? Absolutely not. You're right about that. The media doesn't care about who finished 175th in this or who finished 203rd in this. And the media probably doesn't care who advanced, who made the top 60 in this. But they care about some of them. And they're talking to Miles Russell because he played in a tournament at Rocket Mortgage Classic. They care about him. They'll care about the guys who are in the top 5. They'll talk to them. And yes, they'll talk to Charlie Woods. At least they're going to want to talk to Charlie Woods. And it's amazing what he's done. If you're 15 years old and you're playing in this thing, that's pretty impressive. I certainly wouldn't make a judgment on how he is as a golfer as a 15-year-old, but I do think this is part of the responsibility. This is part of the deal. If somebody wants to talk to you from the media, address it. Let's say the media wanted to talk to the kid who finished 85th, and nobody knows who it is. And we'll just call him Jack Burns. And somebody wants to talk to Jack Burns. Is Jack Burns going to say no and just keep walking? Or is Jack Burns going to stop and say, yeah, this is kind of cool. Of course I'll talk. Hey, I didn't play my best, but I'll talk. Sure. Look, I'm not killing the kid over it. Like I said, I think today is the day that there'd be a little bit more of a judgment on it if he doesn't talk to the media afterwards. Ron is next up from Clinton Township. Ron, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Ron.
Yeah, hey, Gator, good. You know what? I fully agree with the previous caller. First off, let's get the record straight. Who is this writer who's criticizing?
Ron, can you speak into the phone better? I'm having a hard time hearing what you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Who is the writer who's criticizing Tiger and his son? What's his name?
Carlos Menares.
Oh, Carlos. Yeah, I read his article. Well, basically it's this. Okay, his son, 15 years old, is an amateur. He has no obligation to talk to anybody. If I was a parent with a 15-year-old and I know my own notoriety, I would protect my child to the fullest extent. And so, in my opinion, Carlos Menares, write about something else, right? Why don't you write about the leader instead of Tiger's son?
Hang on a second, Ron. Do you think that nobody has interest in Tiger's son? Nobody cares what Charlie Woods is doing?
No, I don't.
Oh, come on, Ron. Ron, the entire gallery at Oakland Hills is following Charlie Woods.
Yeah.
There's interest there. You can't skirt that.
Not me, okay? I tell you what, I'm a Tiger fan, all right? And he's had a tough life. Some of it was self-induced, some of it.
Yeah, I'm a Tiger Woods fan too. I'm a huge Tiger Woods fan. Are you going out there to Oakland Hills to watch the event?
No.
Okay, then those that are going to watch Charlie Woods. That's why they're there. Those that continue the rest of the week are going to go there to watch the rest of the golfers. But right now, everyone's concentrated watching Charlie. And you'll have a couple pockets there watching some of the other golfers. But 90% of that crowd is going to be following Charlie Woods come 148, I think is when he tees off on a South course. And, is it wrong to put a 15-year-old in this position? You can argue that. And I'm not saying he has to be the most articulate, most well-polished person in front of the cameras and microphones. But I'm also saying that look at it in a positive light and say, look, this is something you're going to have to deal with if you make it to the level that you want to make it to. If you want to be a professional golfer, a professional athlete of any kind, you're going to have to speak in front of cameras and microphones. If you end up going to college and playing golf guess what's going to happen after one of your tournaments? You're going to have to speak. This gets you a head start. You already know what it's like. You don't have to say the most fascinating things in the world. Everybody hanging on your every word. You're a kid. Think people are going to cut you slack. But to run away from it, that's not a good look. And I give them a pass for yesterday. But what happens today? They run off the course again today. It's not a good look to do it 2 days in a row. I guess that's what I'm saying. And I didn't have a problem with yesterday. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. A lot of ticket texts coming in supporting Charlie Woods for not speaking with the media. I find it interesting. Tigers era watch his son. He's under no obligation to sign autographs, etc. I'm not saying Tiger has to sign anything. Look, anytime you sign an autograph, it's just a nice thing to do. Doesn't have to. Charlie doesn't have to do that either. But I would imagine when he's exiting the tournament, if that happens later this evening, that people want to talk to him. They want to say, hey, how'd it go? What went wrong? How far along do you think your game is? Do you feel like you're close and competing with these players? And there's questions to ask. It doesn't have to be the cutthroat media. I think they're just honest questions that people would like to have answered. That's all. How can anyone be surprised that Tiger Woods would be a bad sport when his kid plays poorly? Tiger is simply unlikable, and he always has been. I disagree with that. I think there are times when he has been prickly to the media. I think that there have been times when some of his words have been twisted around, and I think sometimes he's been portrayed unfairly by the media. There are also times he's been given the benefit of the doubt by the media. I don't think he's always unlikable. I like Tiger. I'm a huge Tiger Woods fan. But this isn't about Tiger. It's about his kid. Are any of the other golfers doing media after their rounds? If not, there's no reason for Charlie to do media. He's no different than the others. Well, you get quotes from the other players, so I'm assuming that they've been interviewed. I got to hear what Miles Russell said after his round yesterday, and some of the other players, what they've said. So, yeah, other players are – nobody's forcing them. As far as I know, they're not being forced. If they want to speak, they can speak. And I think it's kind of a cool thing. Think back to when you were 15 to 18. Isn't it kind of cool to be interviewed by the media? And it's not like your high school paper, but it's like local media or national media. People want to talk to you. Heck yes, I'd want to. Even if I played poorly, yeah. Sure. Be kind of cool. Gator, he's an amateur. He doesn't owe anything to anybody. Okay. Media should leave the kids alone. Shame on the media. Before you damn the media, I would wait to see what they ask him and how they ask him. You know, I think there has to be. It goes both ways. I think there has to be a deft touch by the media when it comes to talking to, a juvenile about their athletic achievements and what's happening here. Because again, it is an amateur event. I totally get that. If you're going to come at them like the New York media or something like that's not fair. But I think it'd be a pretty cool experience for these guys to go through. Why does Charlie Woods owe anyone media availability? This is an amateur event, and he's still a child. Again, I don't know if he owes anybody anything, but people are there to see him. There's an interest in it. To say the very least, people are interested in Charlie Woods. And if I were Tiger, I would look at this and say the sooner the better to get him acclimated to some of these situations. Because if he's going to continue to try to be a professional golfer, if he's going to try to advance his career and play at the next level, which the next level would be, beyond high school and play it in college, he's going to have to do media sessions. Why not get this one over with? You learn from it. That's all. Asking a 15-year-old to sign autographs and talk to the media is super weird no matter who his dad is. Is it weird if another 15-year-old comes up and asks for it? Is that weird? Is it weird if you got kids that want to look up to the guy and go get his autograph? I think it'd be cool. Try to put yourself in his situation of when you were a kid. Wouldn't this be awesome? Just embrace it. But no, he doesn't have to. Joe is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Gator.
What's going on?
You there?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, when you look at the language you use, this 15-year-old kid is running from the media, and you just look at those words, Gator, respectfully, that's insane. There is no 15-year-old that should be expected to run to the media and address this. If anything, Tiger may, and I don't think he does, but maybe he has an obligation to go there on his own and say, my kid had a bad day. This is really overwhelming. He's super glad to be here, looking forward to competing tomorrow, and that's it. You shield your 15-year-old from that. You don't throw him out into that.
I'm not saying you have to throw him out. And again, I don't have a problem with him leaving the course yesterday. I'm saying today, if it's a second day in a row and he doesn't, I don't expect him to make the cut. I just think it would be cool for him to have this opportunity, and he doesn't have to speak long, or maybe even just afterwards when he's walking off and say, guys, I didn't play well enough where you should even talk to me, so I appreciate it, but I'm just going to go home, and I'm fine with that.
Gator, those are two different things. One is, this is super cool, and maybe I'll take the opportunity. That goes to your other question of what group would you want to be in? And if I'm a young kid, I want to be in his group. I want to get that attention. How fun would that be? But that's not what you said. You said he has an obligation to address the media, and I just think that's insane.
I don't know if I said he has an obligation. I said that I can understand why the media wants to talk to him, and he doesn't have to say much at all. You don't have to do anything. Because I don't believe there is an obligation, as far as I know, for the amateurs to go and speak with the media, but the media clearly want to speak to people in this tournament, and they have. And I think you have to recognize the situation you're in. You're Charlie Woods. You've got this massive gallery of people walking around watching you. Turn it into a positive. That's all. And even you could say as little as, I didn't play well enough to even have you guys come up and talk to me. It's disappointing. I appreciate you guys coming out, but I think you should spend the time talking to the guys that are advancing. It's awesome for them. I'm just gonna go home and keep working. There you go. That's it. And he could say that as he's walking off the golf course, or he can have his dad say that. That's fine too. Believe me, I'm not the one who's killing the kid or Tiger Woods over this at all. I'm just bringing up the article from Carlos Menares of the Free Press. Carlos has an interesting writing style, and sometimes he likes to poke the dragon, and this might just be the latest form of that. But when you see that there are so many people out there watching him play, would you feel? I guess that's another question you can ask yourself. Would you feel obligated to say something? You can say no. I'm not going to yell at you. Because clearly, by the number of ticket texts we've gotten on this, people are standing behind Charlie, say he doesn't owe the media anything. But I think people love to paint the media like they're the bad guy, they're the enemy. And I don't think the media is out there to skewer the kid. He's 15 years old. That's not the case. Let's go back to Dave is next up here, 97 with the ticket. Hey, Dave.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, you?
Good, man. So I was actually there watching Charlie yesterday. And I can see it both ways. I can see how some people would say you should talk to him. And I'm on the side to where he's still a 15-year-old kid.
Yep.
And I watched about 5 to 6 holes. And Charlie, he did not play well at all. For instance, hole 14, he was behind maybe a tree. He hit the tree, nicked the tree. And it's an undulated hole. And he went to the left. He chunked it, came all the way back down, and the frustration on his face, it was just, he might have gotten in the car after and cried in his daddy's arms, for all I know, because he's a 15-year-old
Exactly.
kid.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem for that.
And
his dad's going to protect him from that, and that's cool. That's being a parent, and that's how you do it. And I don't have any issue with that, really. I'm just bringing up the article that was written there, and I think the way that I would treat this is looking at it as a great opportunity to learn from this and to get some of that experience of handling the media in a way, because clearly this is the path that he wants to go towards. And, there are going to be times you're not going to play your best every day, and you have to face the music sometimes. Now, as a 15-year-old, it seems kind of harsh to put that pressure on somebody. But like I said, I'd turn it into a positive and just, I
agree.
And enjoy it for what you can and make light of it. Yeah, I didn't play well. These guys played great. I was terrible. Go talk to them. They were awesome.
Right. And on another note,
are you gonna hang on, Dave? Are you gonna go back today and watch the second round?
No, my dad is there today. I got golf league today, so I'm not going back.
No,
today.
now you're playing.
My dad he's there, right? So that's why I wanted to go yesterday.
Yeah.
But on another note with Tiger, I mean, man, I think it was the caller right before you went on break. I think he said something like, I mean, who cares about Charlie? That whole when I got there, Charlie probably was on 7. I didn't have to ask what hole he was on. All I had to do was look for the crowd.
Yeah.
And that's what me and my buddy did. We saw the crowd, and even take it a step further, if Tiger and Charlie was not there, it'd be only family and friends there.
100%.
Of the golfers.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's the whole Tiger effect as well. And that was my first time seeing him in person. And I don't get starstruck. But like a lot of the NBA players said about Jordan, seeing his aura. I saw that with Tiger yesterday.
Yeah, I bet. Dave, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. And that's 100% right. It'll be interesting to see how many people show up the rest of the week after, assuming that Charlie doesn't make the cut. Will people still go? I think it's a great event to go to. It's right here in Metro Detroit. It doesn't cost you anything. And when you start getting to the final 16 golfers or 32 golfers, it's going to be cool. It's just the event itself is cool. You get to elimination like that. I might have to check it out myself later this week. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything. That's great. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. All right, there's a proposal perhaps in the works for the National Football League. It's something we knew it was going to come along. They're really talking about it now. Apparently, it's getting talked about at a, quote, really, really high level. Is this what we want? Because it's going to happen sooner than later in the NFL. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsh and Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator with you today, taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. Talking about a lot of stuff today. We started off with the Tigers and the stretch they're on right now, 11-3 in their last 14 games. It's really exciting to see how well they're playing right now. There was the mock trade proposal that Joel Sherman from MLB Network had put out there, indicating, hey, this is potentially what it would cost Baltimore to acquire Tarek Skubal, and his trade was sending Jackson Holliday, the number one prospect in baseball, along with outfielder for Baltimore, Heston Kjerstad, in exchange for Tarek Skubal and relief pitcher Jason Foley. I don't think that's anywhere near enough. I think that's a great start to the situation. I like Kjerstad. It was a name I brought up yesterday. You want to get a more of a known commodity? There you go. But I still need another prospect. Got to give me somebody else. And Baltimore has plenty of top prospects. You're giving up Tarek Skubal. You're not like – this isn't like you're giving up Ryan Rayburn in this deal, right? You're giving up Tarek Skubal in his prime with potentially 3 postseasons to work with before he hits free agency. That's huge. So I'm going to ask for another prospect in addition to those 2 players that you just offered up, whether it's Kobe Mayo or Connor Norby or Basayo, the catcher they have at AA ball. I got to get one more of those guys. And I'm not even sure that needs to involve Jason Foley. But if you got to throw a sweetener in there to get it done, I'd consider it. But that's a good start for Baltimore, but it's not getting it done to what Joel Sherman proposed. We got plenty of action on that and reaction. We talked about what's going on with Charlie Woods at the U.S. Amateur and didn't speak with the media afterwards, kind of drove off in the golf cart, went right to the parking lot, got into the car with his dad, and they took off and left. And Carlos Menares had an article in today's Free Press about that and very critical of both Tiger and Charlie for not speaking with the media afterwards. And it's interesting because you get into the debate, did he even have any obligation to speak to the media? These are 15 to 18-year-old kids out there competing in an amateur event. Do they even need to speak to the media? And I guess, no, they don't have to. But I think it would be a great experience to go ahead and do it. And I think it'd be really cool to do it. Even if I played poorly, I'd still think it'd be cool. And an opportunity to show that you can take the high road. Because this is going to prepare you for life later on when it's not going to be too far away that he will be obligated to speak. If he's going to play golf in college, if he goes to college and wants to play golf there, or if he goes and tries to make it on the Korn Ferry Tour and then get up to the PGA, you're going to have to speak. Why not get some of that experience now? That's all. I don't think the media is going to be harsh with you, and you could really address it easily and just say, hey guys, I played terrible. I was terrible out there. Frankly, go talk to the players that played well and are going to advance, because I didn't. Assuming he doesn't make the cut today. I mean, he's got a long ways to go to make that cut, and he doesn't tee off for another 45 minutes or so. But I'm rooting for the kid. I think he's a great story. We've gotten a chance to watch him on TV over the last several years with these events with his dad. I don't know how old he was the first time he played with it, when he was like 10 years old or 11 years old, and we got to see him on TV, and it was really cool to see that swing. And, he had talent, but it was a long ways away. And here it is a few more years down the line, and he's older and he's better. And it's kind of cool. Yeah. If I were going to go out to this event, I want to watch him. I want to see him. Not on TV. So yeah. And it's a free event, which is also very cool. So we talked about that as well, but there's a story that's come out regarding the NFL that we want to get to. And this is not anything new or earth-shattering. I think this is, okay, writing was on the wall, and we could see this coming a mile away years ago. When the NFL decided to go to 17-game schedule, we said on the show, and I think Hang, our producer, was the first person to say it. You know what this means, guys? 18 games is right around the corner. Because why would you have an odd number of games? You don't. You play an even number of games. So to go from 17 to 18 is just logical. The story came out earlier this morning on ESPN. It says the NFL Players Association and the NFL have had discussions at a, quote, very high level over potentially adding an 18th regular season game to the schedule, NFLPA Executive Director Lloyd Howell told the Washington Post. He said the talks between the NFLPA and the league have not reached the stage of formal negotiations, but he acknowledged that he plans to discuss the issue with the players in the near future, saying, "We have talked at a very, very, very high level superficially with a recognition about, this is something that we should be talking about. And we should really kick the tires and understand what else goes into that decision-making process. Where does the 18th game come from? I think the foregone conclusion is, you just grab it like in what would otherwise be preseason games in August. You play it forward. But these are details that really need to be fleshed out. But again, there are other economic, health, and safety matters that also need to be clear to our members before there's even an agreement about an 18th game. So they can come to an agreement, even though the collective bargaining agreement doesn't expire for, I think, till 2030. But if they were to agree to this, and it can happen, then it can happen as soon as they decide to agree on it. They just put like an amendment in the collective bargaining agreement. And this makes all the sense in the world from the NFL standpoint, because more regular season games means more money, means more revenue. Players don't like playing the preseason games. The NFL wants to maximize regular season games. This is where it's all about the cash. And we've seen the salary cap continue to go up dramatically year in and year out. And this past year was nothing different. I would go up $25 million or something this year. Amazing numbers moving forward. And knowing that the landscape of how we view sports has changed dramatically over the last 10 years, that streaming has become the new way, and you got all these different platforms for streaming, whether it's Amazon or Apple or, Peacock or whatever, or getting the NFL plan of games that you want to watch, let alone Fox, CBS, NBC, ABC, ESPN, all these groups vying for a piece of the pie because it's a money-making endeavor, because everybody loves the NFL. So to add another game on a schedule from an NFL standpoint makes all the sense in the world. Where it may not make sense is from the issues that have to be fleshed out, as he said, regarding economic, health, and safety matters. Because they talk a good game about wanting to protect the players and having discussions about improving equipment to protect the players. Even the playing surface itself, is it better to play on actual grass or the turf? And the league has come out with mixed results on that, even though the players say absolutely not mixed results. The players would much rather play on grass, and they attribute to a lot of these injuries, whether it's ACL injuries or rolled up ankles or Achilles or whatever, that they attribute a lot of that to artificial surfaces. And that's something that's a sticking point. So how soon does this happen? I'm not sure how soon it happens, but it's going to happen. What else will happen with that? Will they have a second bye week? Joe Burrow was quoted as recently saying that, if we're going to go 18-game schedule, it only makes sense to have a second bye week, which I totally agree with. You get another opportunity to heal up as best you can as you add more and more games. I mean, the league had been a 16-game schedule for decades. Before that was a 14-game schedule. To go from 16 to 17, not a giant leap, but a leap nonetheless, and you're putting more players at risk. And as the game gets bigger, faster, stronger, more guys are going to get hurt. So I think the safety issue is definitely an issue and a health issue. But this is inevitable. Going from 17 to 18, I think is probably going to happen in the next couple of years. They don't really talk about exactly when it does happen, but it will happen soon. And if they do that, I'm guessing that they would do away with an extra preseason game. So you might just have 2 preseason games. And then you would have a second bye week for the players, which would be fine, because the way that the schedules are now, you you'll still have plenty of football on the weekends. You want to see your team play every weekend, but, we have one bye week now. We're going to have a second bye week at some point. But 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to comment on this? Because to me, this has always been interesting because I think this shows the hypocrisy of the NFL. And it's also like the old professional wrestler Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man, said, everybody's got their price. And the way that you get the players on board is you entice them with more money and entice them with the ability to perhaps have more power as well and more control because they have a say in this. But the say is going to be about money. And when you're risking your health for an extra game because it's an extra opportunity for guys to get hurt, and it's going to happen because it happens every game, is it worth getting paid that extra money? That's what the players are ultimately going to decide if this thing happens in the next couple of years. But I'll guarantee if it doesn't happen in the next couple of years, the NFL is damn sure going to make it a sticking point during the next collective bargaining agreement. They're going to demand 18 games because they see the ability to make more money, and that's what the NFL is all about, is making money. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Getting a lot of feedback on all the topics we've had today. A lot of people defending Charlie Woods for not speaking to the media afterwards yesterday. Curious to see if he's going to speak after his round today. He'll tee off in about a half an hour at Oakland Hills at the U.S. Amateur Championship. It's kind of cool. It's a really cool event. And the fact it's here is really cool. And kind of be misrepresented by some people in these ticket texts, but that's okay. I can defend myself, and that's fine. This is a child, an amateur. He's under no obligation to speak to the media nor give autographs that will be sold. We need more children protected so that we don't have these horror stories from child stars. I mean, you could take it to the extreme, I guess, and go there. I just think it's a cool event, and obviously people are interested in him playing, thus the gallery. He doesn't want to speak. He doesn't have to. Doesn't want to sign autographs. He doesn't have to. I just think it'd be a kind of a cool opportunity if it did. Put yourself in the shoes of a 15-year-old when you were 15. If you got to play in something like this or got to participate in something like this, would be cool. Gator, you're so off base on this. He's a kid. So what if he's Tiger's son? He owes the media nothing. Get real, man. Come on. I didn't say he owes the media anything. I'm just saying it's clear that people want to know and want to hear from him. There's interest. That's all. If you choose not to address it, okay. It may not be the greatest look in the world, but I think in the end, you have to understand, 15, he doesn't have to. And if he's not going to be advancing in the tournament, then there's even less reason. But the other side of that is that there's a reason people are there to see you. Because they had a chance to watch you on TV in the past. They love your father. Your dad's there too. And I think it's reasonable to simply ask some simple questions like, hey, how'd you enjoy your experience? I mean, as someone who lives in the area, I'd love to know, hey, what do you think of our city here? What do you think of the metro area, wherever you're staying, whether it's in Birmingham or whatever? Is it cool? You enjoy yourself out here? What'd you guys do? I mean, there's simple questions like that aren't, I'm not, hey, what happened on the fourth hole when you had a double bogey there? And what were you thinking on the next shot? What was your thought process in trying to bend it around that tree? That stuff doesn't matter. It's the other stuff that I think we're all interested in. I'd like to know what Tiger is counseling Charlie to do about the media and autographs. It's possible he's telling Charlie to stay away. Mark from Kalamazoo. Yeah. Tiger doesn't have to speak to the media. It's Charlie's event. But I think you always want to, in situations like this, don't you always want to talk to the parent? And when they're making an appearance like this, say, hey, how proud are you of your kid? What areas do you like of his game? Where do you think he needs to improve? And there's simple questions like that. People are not following Charlie for Charlie. They're following him to get interaction from Tiger. If Tiger was not there and Charlie was still played, nobody would be at the tournament. The kid will not be treated like any other kid, so he owes the media, especially Carlos, nothing. Carlos Benar is the author of the article in the Free Press. I would disagree with this. If Tiger wasn't there, we'd still know that Charlie Woods was. And you know what he'd have? A gallery. Would it be as big? Probably not. There's no question people want to see Tiger. And in fact, the Tiger's out in the wild, wearing shorts. Take a look at him. See what he's like and how he's walking around and all that. Obviously, there's interest in Tiger Woods. But to assume that there wouldn't be any interest in Charlie if Tiger weren't there is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Regarding the Tigers, horrible trade for the Tigers. The mock trade that we were talking about earlier from Joel Sherman of MLB Network. Horrible trade for the Tigers. What a joke dream on Baltimore. What a joke. Dream on, Baltimore. And Chris Ilitch, please stop Harris from trading a guy that puts us 10 games over 500 every year. Absolutely insane talk, Mike and Hamtramck. Well, the only reason you trade Tarek Skubal is if you get a offer that's worth trading him for. You don't do it just to do it. You're telling me, Mike and Hamtramck, are you telling me that you would turn down a Godfather offer? I'm not looking to trade Tarek Skubal, but if Baltimore comes to me with the top prospect in all of baseball, another prospect who's in the top 15 of all of baseball, and Outfielder Heston Yerkstad, who was a top 15 prospect in all of baseball a year ago, but now he's actually with the big league club, so he doesn't qualify as one of these prospects in the top 100 list. Yeah, I'm listening, and I'm probably going to do it. But otherwise, I'm not really looking to move Tarek Skubal. Why would we trade a pitcher? Think. Who is our second best pitching prospect in the minors after Job? Thought so. I know this is hard to read sometimes. People don't write well enough. We thought at one point it was Ty Madden, but he's garbage. CERAs of all the guys mentioned in their ages. Yeah, the Tigers don't have a ton of pitching talent ready to make the major leagues right now. I think you can make a case Jackson Job's ready, but his point was, after Jackson Job, what is there? Not much. I agree it's not much. But you can supplement that in the off season. That's where you go and get free agents. Like you found Jack Flaherty. You got other guys, other free agent pitchers that are going to be available that you can go get in the off season. But in the meantime, if you traded Tarek Skubal, you could plug a hole at shortstop, at third or first base, and you could add depth in the outfield and get an everyday outfielder. That's 3 position players that can help right now. Now, you'd be hurting yourself in the pitching wise, no question about it. And if the Tigers were to end up trading Tarek Skubal and Jack Flaherty, I have no idea what the rotation would look like. It wouldn't be good. And I can't imagine a team be playing at any kind of winning clip, even a 500 clip. I don't see that if they trade both pitchers. Because what happens then? You trade both pitchers, you still don't have Casey Mize anywhere close because he hasn't even started a rehab assignment. So what do you have in your rotation? Cater Montero. And then you'd re-elevate Kenta Maeda from the bullpen back into the starting rotation, which he's likely to do on Thursday. Then what else? Yep, that's it. That's what you'd have because you don't have anything else ready to go. It'd be tough. You'd probably try to find some solution in the bullpen right now with whether it's Joey Wentz or Bo Brisky or somebody else. I mean, unfortunately, Matt Manning is hurt right now. Toledo doesn't have a ton of pitchers ready to take that next step. Would you be willing to move Jackson Job? I would at some point, not right now, but I'd like to see him move from AA to AAA at the very least and give him a few starts at AAA. And if he looks like he handles it just fine, then I have no problem bringing him up in the middle of August. But is that a long shot? I don't know if it's a long shot. I think it's not a slam dunk either, but that's another option. And, other players, it'd be tough. Maybe you'd have to swing a deal and find somebody else's a cast-off as a starting pitcher just to try to keep things afloat. I think things would look dramatically different for the Tigers if both of those pitchers are gone. And you'd start to see them lose again. And, at best, what does that do? Well, at best, it improves your odds of moving up in the draft for 2025, where maybe you have a chance at drafting Jackson Holliday's brother, who they say has even more upside. Kind of crazy. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number if you'd like to text us as well. Regarding the 18-game football schedule, I don't like it. I like having an odd number of games, so you either have a winning season or you don't. No chance of going 500, Joe in Ann Arbor, unless you have a tie. We've seen that. How wild and fun would it be if the NFL went to 18 games, but capped each player's participation, except for kickers and punters, to only 16 games, so the teams had to strategize how to do this? That's from Matt in Tennessee. Matt, I think that'd be awful. What? So you want to have an 18-game schedule, but the best players, any player, can only play 16 of the 18 games. That's a terrible idea. I don't know if an 18-game schedule is a great idea. I don't really like the 18-game schedule because I do think the health of the players will be affected and more of an opportunity for players. Do you really like? They're going to get hurt long term. But That's the game, and it's going to happen. It's inevitable. We have MMA and boxing where the goal is to beat a person's head and KO them. Yet people worry about health and safety in football and hockey. Make that make sense. That's from Dan. Well, the argument, Dan, with boxing and MMA, and specifically with MMA, is that they can limit the damage because you've got referees in place that can call things off. They have protocols in place with post-fight examinations that if you are, say, concussed, that you are basically suspended, for lack of a better word, for like 6 months, that you can't get back in for a long period of time. The argument is that you don't take as many blows to the head in MMA as you would in a boxing match. As far as boxing safety is concerned, I can't really speak to that. It's in a lot of respects, it's more barbaric because the fights are longer. But that's how I make sense of it. But look, sports in general is violent. Think about the collisions they have in the NHL. Players that are out there skating at 25, 30 miles an hour, just slamming into each other and then going into the boards. Players get concussed all the time. It's rough. All sports are rough. Every sport in professional sports, they're all becoming more and more violent and more physical. Even the NBA is physical as hell. You don't realize it until you see it live. You go watch an NBA game in person and you have like good seats and right by the floor and you can see it. It is physical as hell. And that's the NBA. 248-539-9797. More of your calls and texts as we continue here at 97.1 The Ticket. Saw a ranking list from the NFL, the future power rankings. This came from ESPN and Dan Graziano. It says future power rankings projections for all 32 teams. And basically it's about where they think teams are going to be in over the next 3 years and do an average on that and do the power rankings. And they base it on a team's roster without the quarterback. They rank the quarterback and they rank some other areas in there. And I thought it was interesting because of obviously we have interest of what's going on with the Lions and and where it has the Lions in this out of the 32 teams. And it has the Lions ranked 4th. And it gives them an overall score out of 100 of 88.9, which is just out of the elite category, I believe. They have anything from, say 100 is A plus elite, 90 is A, which is great, 80 is B, very good. Well, whatever. I mean, that's basic, basic grades going through school. But only 3 teams rank ahead of the Lions. Now, it says the Lions' overall roster minus quarterback gets a 92, which in the NFL rank, they rank 3rd. With a roster. Coaching, they give a 92.3. NFL rank, 3rd. They think that highly of the coaching staff, including Dan Campbell. The front office, they give a score of 88 to the front office, which NFL rank is 6. I'm not sure how you can look at what the Lions have done since this new regime came into power a few years ago and only rank them 6th in the NFL. I don't think any team in the NFL has gotten more out of the draft over the previous 3 drafts, and I'm not including this one that they just had because we don't know yet. But the previous 3 drafts, has any team gotten more out of the NFL draft than the Detroit Lions and Brad Holmes? I think that ranking is a little low when you give it a 6 to the front office. And then they rank the quarterback, and the score gets an 81, and they say the NFL rank is 12. I'm not going to fight too far on the Jared Goff ranking. I think it all plays together. I think the reason that Goff has played so well is because they've got an offensive line that protects him. They got running backs that can run, and they got receivers that get open and catch the ball. But not lost in that is they've got a quarterback who's smart enough to know where those receivers are, smart enough to make the right calls at the line of scrimmage, and talented enough to get the ball there. I think Goff is a top 10 quarterback. I don't think he's elite. I think that's reserved for Patrick Mahomes, and that's it. And then I think you have another tier of quarterbacks behind him, and it probably doesn't include Jared Goff. But in that next tier, I think he's there. But I'm not going to argue with that too much. But here are the teams that rank ahead of the Detroit Lions in this. At number 3, the Buffalo Bills with an overall score of 89.5, which is just basically a half a point higher than the Lions. It says the overall roster minus the quarterback, 85, 10th in the NFL. But they feel that their quarterback, Josh Allen, is the second best quarterback in the NFL. They give him a score of 96. Coaching, they go 89.7, which is 9th in the NFL. In front office, they go 4th, which is also 89.7. Find that interesting. That those numbers are there and that Buffalo ahead of the Lions for these power rankings in the future. Again, this is about the next 3 years. Number 2, Baltimore. The Ravens come in with a score of 91.6. The overall roster minus the quarterback, 89.7. That roster ranks 4th. The quarterback, Lamar Jackson. They give him a 93. NFL ranking, 4th. Coaching, with Coach Harbaugh and company, 92. NFL ranking, 5th. In the front office, they got a 92.3 score, which ranks 3rd in the NFL. Is that too lofty for Baltimore? Well, they've built this roster. They built a winning team that has been winning forever. So I don't know if I'm going to knock them for that. What I am knocking them for is that they have the Lions far behind that in terms of front office. And then the number one team, I suppose it shouldn't be a surprise. It's Kansas City. What might be a surprise is how high the score is. They get a score of 95.3. Overall roster minus the quarterback, number 2 in the NFL with a 92.7 score. The quarterback, they give 100. He's elite. He's number 1. I don't disagree with that. Coaching, they give a 96.7, which also ranks first. Andy Reid getting his props, and he deserves it. Front office gets a 93.3. That's an NFL rank of 2. Now, why would it be that high? Because they've kept playing at this high level for a number of years. And the fact that they won the Super Bowl this past year with, I don't think, one thing I would disagree with is the overall roster minus the quarterback. It's an NFL ranking of 2. I don't think it's that high. But I think they've been able to cobble it together and keep it going at that high level despite being behind salary cap restrictions because you have so much money percentage-wise of the cap attached to just a few players. I think it's been impressive what they've done. But that's where the rankings are. I find it interesting, though, the most one that I would have issue with is, again, the front office and having the Lions ranked as 6 with the front office, given how basically the entire roster has been completely overhauled from when Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell took over. They have completely changed over the roster, and they've done it mostly through the draft. They've made a couple of trades, obviously, a couple of free agent acquisitions, but mostly it's been through the draft. Some of it before they got there, Taylor Decker, Frank Ragnow, those were draft picks before this regime got there. But they've made moves in free agency to improve the guards. They obviously drafted Penei Sewell, drafted Aiden Hutchinson, and countless others. I would give them more credit than what was given, but it's there nonetheless. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because it's another ranking about the Lions, favorable light, top 4 in the NFL. I find that interesting. The number 1 front office, by the way, in the NFL, according to this ESPN article, is the Philadelphia Eagles, as they continue to just acquire great talent. They've done it in the draft, and they've done it in free agency, and they've done it through trades. I think that's interesting to look at. The overall roster, best team with the overall roster, not a surprise, San Francisco 49ers. But the Niners rank 7th in this overall score, largely because of the front office, which I think is interesting. If you're going to say they have the number 1 overall roster in the league minus the quarterback, how do you have them with the 16th ranked front office? Is it all because of the Trey Lance trade that didn't work out? Is that it? You punish them that far? They're halfway through the league? They're average? They got the best roster in the NFL. You don't give them credit for that? It's interesting. This is why I like looking at these things. It's all just done. Take it with a grain of salt. Not a big deal. But it's another metric, I guess, if you will, or more evidence that the national media really likes what the Detroit Lions have done. To the point where even they're ranked 4th, and I have bones of contention here because I don't think they rate the Lions front office high enough. But thankfully, we got football returning this week. Training camp really kind of getting underway tomorrow, and really looking forward to that as we get into our football discussions and getting ready to defend the NFC North championship here, the division championship. Hopefully this team gets back to the NFC championship and a better outcome, because there's going to be so much hype about this team, and deservedly so. And as the next couple weeks unfold, we'll get more of an impression of what's going on with the new players to this team, because there are so many new players in the secondary in particular, and other guys we all want to watch. We talked a little bit about those big question marks going into training camp, and some of those questions will start to get answered later in the week. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us as well, as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Look, these days it can be really hard to find reliable service. So when you find reliable service and good service, you want to talk about it. I'm talking about Precision Garage Door, okay? One of the hard things that you have to go through when you need something fixed is finding the right time to get it fixed. Here's what's great about Precision. You get to schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule. That's awesome. Plus, weekends are available at no extra charge. That's another plus. Precision Garage Door helped me out a couple times in the past. I needed some just routine service done on the garage doors. They came out in no time, got it done. They were professional. They were awesome. I had new garage doors installed. Again, helped me through the entire process. They were awesome. If you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. And if you're looking for a career, Precision Garage Door is always hiring. So give them a call now and fix your problems today. You want the garage door done right? Do what I did. Call Precision Garage Door today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment. A lot of ticket texts that came in regarding the the trade proposal that Joel Sherman had made from MLB Network away for Baltimore to acquire Tarek Skubal, he actually went a step further. He wanted Tarek Skubal and Jason Foley from the Tigers. And his trade proposal would have the top prospect in baseball, Baltimore shortstop Jackson Holliday, along with outfielder Heston Kjerstad, going to the Tigers in a 2-for-2 swap. And to which point I think it's light for me, but I think it's a great starting point. You got a guy who's already matriculated to the majors and in a small sample size has handled himself just fine, who was a top 15 prospect in baseball, I think as recently as last year. Kjerstad is very highly thought of. And then you've got, obviously, Jackson Holliday, who's the number one prospect in all of baseball. Both players would be positions of need, more so with Holliday than Kjerstad. But if Kjerstad's an upgrade over the outfielders, then he is. But I just think it's a starting point. I don't think that's good enough. I think you need to add at least one more prospect to that list. And I like Kobe Mayo, this corner infielder for Baltimore. I like him very much. Big guy, 6'5", over 230 pounds, hits for tons of power, and he's ready to make a mark in at the next level, the major leagues, because he's done what he needs to do with AAA. And the Tigers definitely have a need for a corner infielder. So got some interesting ticket texts coming in. I just tuned into Baltimore radio, and their hosts think that Holliday and Kjerstad is too much of a haul to give Detroit for Skubal and Foley. I don't think it's enough. Ryan and Ypsilanti. It's interesting to hear the perspective from the other side. And I saw this in the original tweet. I was reading through some of the responses, and there were plenty of people that disagreed with what we're saying. Baltimore fans thinks it's too much. And why? Because they don't want to give up the top prospect, obviously. It's hard to give up the top prospect in all of baseball. Perhaps what they're not seeing is what you're getting in return is maybe the best pitcher in all of baseball. This should help the Tigers. The Phillies are currently playing Minnesota Twins this weekend, and then they play Cleveland. Yeah, that should help, but Tigers got to just take care of their own business if they're going to make any headway. I don't think that this is really a concern that they're going to be making a push for the playoffs. I love how they're playing right now, but I think it's inevitable that they're going to have to trade Jack Flaherty. I think that's just inevitable. Unless something crazy happens. And by crazy, I mean win the next 7 games in a row. Going into the trade deadline, you've got an 8th game, which, by the way, would be a Flaherty start, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, Flaherty might start on a Monday. But if you go 7-0 into the trade deadline with one more game to go, all right, then maybe I'm going to start thinking, let's not move on from Jack Flaherty. Let's ride this out because this team's really clicking here. And at that point, I'm going to start making phone calls about acquiring more arms, specific bullpen arms, and maybe another starting pitcher, because you're still going to have an issue with the starting pitching. Although, if you're going to hang on to Skubal and Flaherty because the team's winning, then I'm really considering bringing up Jackson Jobe at some point in August. If he continues pitching as hot as he has been, he doesn't need to be in Double-A much longer. 8 starts in Double-A with an earned run average in the ones is awfully good. Let him move on to AAA Toledo. I'd like to see that. You're not going to make a run when half the team can't bat their weight. That's from Joel and Warren. Well, Joel, that used to be the case. And then the team's bats started to warm up here over the last 6 weeks. We're now, by my count, I think it's 7 players, but let's look at it. Riley Green, Justin Henry Malloy, Matt Vierling, Carson Kelly, Wenzel Perez, Colt Keith, and Mark Hanna all are at or above league average in OPS. This is a dramatic difference from where it was a month ago, because that wasn't the case. And if you just look at what has happened with this team in the month of July, it's remarkable how the bats have warmed up. In 17 games, this team is 12-5 in July. In 17 games, they've hit 29 home runs. You want to give Jake Rogers credit for that inside the park last night, make it 30? I'm not going to fight you on it. He deserved it. But they put the ball over the fence 29 times. Well, I think one of those might be an inside the park home run, but nonetheless a home run. That's some serious power. In addition to that, in these 17 games in July, the team's OPS isn't just good, it's great. It's been 823 in the last 17 games. Okay, that's like 120 points higher than the league average. The question we all ask ourselves is that sustainable? Probably not, but maybe so. Some of these guys that you're expecting to be part of the core, they're warming up. Colt Keith is hitting the ball, and he looks like this is what he is, what we expect him to be. Is Riley Green going to stay this hot? I don't know if he'll stay this hot, but he's been great. And the other young guys they got there with Perez and Malloy, really impressed with how they've handled things. And Matt Vierling continues to be solid. I have to give him credit because I just didn't think much of him as a player, but he's just a solid player. Stony joins us in studio.
How are you, Gator?
All right.
Glad the 4 hours of alone time is over for you.
Yes.
I was listening because I went to the dentist today, and I was expecting.
Oh, that's fun.
I was expecting this major crosstalk, and Doug wasn't here.
No. He was where the guys were.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which I thought was interesting that they had no idea.
Right.
Like, they're expecting Doug to be in the studio. I'm like, no, he's out with you.
If they were there, why weren't the two of you there doing the show together?
Because I think Doug he's either hosting the event or playing in the event. I'm not sure how that works, but we'll talk about that tomorrow when we figure everything out.
Yes. Speaking of events.
Yes.
We have a big one right now.
I understand. Yeah, this is an annual event.
Yes. It's I think it's got to be the 5th on these airwaves, maybe? I don't know. The Stony and Wojo Invitational, where we take the best of the drops, mostly from the Valenti and Rico program, but sometimes from other programs. And
there are definitely some from other programs.
There's brackets up there. And
I'm guessing there's a drop or two from yours truly. I'm guessing there's some Doug drops. Yeah. Got drops from everybody, I'm sure, on the station.
Yes, absolutely. And it's always a lot of fun. It's full participation. And we will touch on the Tigers as well.
So Wojo's coming in too?
Wojo's been here since 1:20 actually.
Really?
Oh yeah.
And Mike and Rico both?
Everybody's here.
Everybody's here.
Yes.
This is the big, and that's going to happen at what time?
It's going to right at 2:00.
Right at 2:00. I'm going to start. Okay, because go throughout the show. I got you.
We have to go through the bracket, which I believe will be posted somewhere on social media.
That'll be fun.
Yes.
So did you see this? The proposed trade that Joel Sherman from MLB Network had put out there.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
I mean, like I said, I think it's a good starting point, but it's not getting the deal done.
No,
I think it sounds good. And what else you got?
Yeah, really. Foley is irrelevant to me. You have to have Holiday, one and two other guys, and that's where it is.
Yeah, I think
nothing else.
Adding Kierstead, I'm all about it. All right, because that's an MLB ready bat, and he's so far small sample size, but he's good. But you got to give me more than just one prospect. I don't care if he's the number one prospect in baseball. That's fantastic. We're giving you a guy that's going to put you over the edge and going to win you the World Series.
Right.
So give a little bit here.
Yes. But, they used to be in the same division. Show some friendship.
Wow, that's a long time ago.
I know.
You're going to bring out the Brewers too?
Oh, yeah. It's the Harvey's Wall Bangers.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Interesting. Can't wait to hear the Stony and Wojo drops bracket challenge coming up. Mm-hmm. Valenti, Rico, Stony, Wojo, the whole crew coming up next year on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. The Tigers have a bullpen day against the Guardians tonight at Comerica Park as they look to extend their winning streak. Xavier Curry starts for the Guardians, who's been a starter and reliever in his brief MLB career. This season, he has 5 appearances and 3 starts in the big leagues, logging a 5.19 ERA. He's made a lot of starts at AAA. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. According to Ian Rappaport, Brandon Ayuk is reporting to training camp despite his contract dispute. The 49ers have not had many serious talks since May with him. Tigers minor leaguer Garrett Hill has been promoted from Erie to Toledo. Hill pitched in 26 games in the big leagues between 2022 and 2023. Reese Olson's shoulder injury is mild, according to A.J. Hinch on MLB Network Radio. There's still no timetable for his return. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The time has come, people. The annual summer tradition, death, taxes, and these two radio legends joining us.
Oh, yeah. A
Look
day
at
of debauchery.
Yo. Look at your adoring public. People already calling. I haven't even asked them to. Rico Beard back from vacation.
Yes, Rico.
That's right. With a brand new Spartan hat.
Yeah. Now, do we give Rico a game at some point? I think he abstained the last tournament. Didn't you abstain? Or do we give you a game? I forget.
He
He
gets
gave
some
he took a
games.
game? Okay.
He's
Well,
not
I'm allowed now.
He
He's
doesn't
allowed.
sit here. He doesn't.
Mike? What? Oh.
There you go.
The fact that David used that while you were gone and said he was creating a new was tremendous. So if you haven't listened over the last 5-6 years, this is the deal. It is a reprisal of one of these two's greatest bits. It is the idiocy of our audio. It is them formulating a bracket, old callers, new callers, and what audio will reign supreme. So, gentlemen, floor is yours.
It is the drops and sound bites that have transpired over the year for you guys. That is one of them. And then there are 4 regions. One region is like the group of 5. That's just the song region. So can one song emerge from the group of 5 and reach the Final Four against Black Jobs or anybody else? I will say this, and we'll reveal the brackets. Tony will start reading them shortly. But we have installed as the overwhelming number 1 seed. You know what it is, Mike. Yes, it's over.
FanDuel right now has minus 210 on the chair drop.
And it's the first time in bracket history where a inanimate object is, I think, either made the field or could win it.
I still feel threatened.
And that chair is in the dumpster somewhere.
Who did the names of these regions, by the way?
I believe it was Hatchet Fella, wasn't it? Hatchet and Kenny?
Really? The Wojo Dip region? Really?
Oh, there's a song called Wojo Dip right at the top.
That is the group of 5.
Dip.
The song.
Okay.
The song region. Now, those two deranged people put it together, and we were just handed the brackets moments ago by the Price Waterhouse accounting firm.
Yeah.
And so we have to reveal it to the public before they can start voting on the games. And do we have to go over the rules again? Probably
Please do.
Yeah, it's a 64-team tournament, just like the NCAA tournament. You're given a game at random. You can't sabotage. You can't try to pick the game you want so you can get somebody upset and knocked out of there. We give you a game at random. You pick which you think is the funniest or the best drop or song. If we feel like somebody is just effing around to break up the brackets, me and Stoney have a veto, and then there's a mutual veto.
Between everybody.
Yes, between everybody. Just in case we think someone's just screwing around.
A rabble-rouser.
A rabble-rouser. A ruffian.
And we throw that selection away. The game is not full.
That person is never allowed to call again,
Correct.
ever.
And the challenges can only be used the first 2 rounds. Once we hit the Sweet 16,
Yep.
it's Katie by the door.
It sure is. And boy, oh boy, I thought last year's Invitational was tremendous. I forget who won last year's Drops Invitational. God, I should know this. It should be.
I'm ashamed to say I did with the Donald Sterling imitation.
Yes.
No.
What do you mean no? The defending champion has
It was between Mike and Ed O'Neill to play Donald Sterling in the clip
So I was
show.
going to say, little did we know that my stupid imitation would end up being your favorite TV show of 2024.
Yeah, so
Rico's a big Clipped fan.
We go from black boys to black jobs.
Right.
We could have
consistent at least. Do you think
So-
Black Jobs made the field?
Yes.
I think it should have.
I think it did.
I think it did.
If
too.
Hatchet did his job, it did.
Here's my
All
question.
right, then.
A, if you want to participate in the tournament and not incur a busy signal, now would be the time. 248-539-9797. And as always, Stony and Wojo have always mixed in a sports question. Now, Rico, with you being back from vacation, this is very appropriate. The Tigers are on fire.
Fire.
We want to take a straw poll. And it's 2 quick questions when people call in to vote. One is the following. 61 games to go. Are they actually in the wild card race? Yes or no? And will they trade Tarek Skubal? Yes or no?
Yes or no? You don't have to go into a big diatribe about
Right.
either question. Just let's get some answers here.
You can just be like me and say, no.
No.
I was about to say, that's where I'm at with no and no. They're not in the wild card race. It looks great on paper. You're getting closer to 500, but when you look at the other teams, they're actually better than you.
Yeah.
And as far as Skubal, I don't think that Harris has the balls to do it.
No, I don't think Baltimore has the balls.
I agree.
I think Harris
Baltimore
actually does.
Yeah, I
See,
don't think Baltimore.
I think Baltimore will because I think Baltimore wants a title and they don't care.
Show me the offer before I start talking about balls.
Right.
But no, I do agree with Rico in this one regard, and then we'll get into the tournament. You have a 37-year-old first-time team president and a first-time GM. This is not Theo Epstein. This is not Dave Dombrowski. This is not Brian Cashman.
No.
It is, thank you.
Not
This is
Alabama.
not the type of front office where you're going to make that move because you're taking your career in your hands by doing it.
But because of whatever the reason he screwed up at the deadline last year, I think it makes him more inclined to do it.
Ooh. All right.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
Are you going to be able to pace yourself, Wojo?
Excuse me, what?
This is going to be your longest show of the year.
I was very nervous until the little Kenny Cott guy came running in. We got pizza.
Well, we always cater
I
a
know,
meal.
but I was getting nervous.
I wanted to make sure you guys are good. Plus, I will tell you,
hungry.
Woj,
Yeah.
Stoney was kind enough to work last week, Rico's World Tour Part 2. There is a Part 3 coming up in a few weeks. Stoney was here every day. Do you know he ate pizza 4 of the 5 days?
Oh, that's
Mike Stone is a maniac.
That's a shocker.
It's stunning. Stunning.
That's a big surprise.
Okay.
Here
so,
we go.
Do you want to preview the, as what is it? Greg Gumbel always says the corporate champions. Do you want to do the 1 seeds preview?
Oh, I don't think
No.
we need to do that. No.
Okay.
No.
We'll start at a region and we'll say what they are, and David will.
Oh, we're not going to preview
we'll
the
hit them.
4-1 seeds?
I thought it was going to be like the corporate champions
All
brought to you by
right,
Coke
okay,
Zero.
let's do that
sure,
because
okay.
the fans are watching on TV. At least tell us who the one
That's right.
seeds are.
YouTube and Twitch. Hello there.
Yep. All right,
First
so
time
can
they've been
Hatchet
acknowledged in
reveal
like
the
6
number
months.
1 seeds? There are 4 regions. We do have the Mike Chair region, and oddly enough, this is the number 1 seed. Mike Assaulting Furniture. The next region is the Kenny Fire Iserman region.
That's the top seed.
That's the top seed.
On the other side of the bracket, you have the world-renowned Hawk Tua region, where the number 1 seed.
I'll tell you, watch out for Hawk Tua.
The alternate name for that region is the Rico's Dentist region.
And the 4th region, the number 1 seed, it's the Wojo Dip region.
Oh, yeah. Delicious. That's the song region, kind of like a group of 5 region.
Right. This is the American conference.
Yeah,
the
correct.
AAC.
Yes.
But who knows? A song could be to drop. You never know.
That's right.
Very exciting. So why don't we at least reveal one region before the break, Stony? Why don't you start with the Mike Cheer region, just to give the seedings, and I believe they'll be able to see the seedings on the website or whatever. They'll be on there.
It's been tweeted out, yes.
It's been tweeted out as well.
I do want to tell you something.
Yeah.
And this is official. Rico and I do not play a role in the seeding. We're not qualified.
No.
It's not our bit. This is a Stony and Wojo production working with our wartime consigliere, Mr. David Hatcheman. I think there's an egregious seeding by the committee.
We want to hear about it because I have a few egregiousnesses.
I think in the ridiculous furniture region, this 8-9 matchup, both of these seeds should have been kept away from the 1 seed.
Yes. No. Well, that's I told Kenny, I'm like, the 9 seed could have gone so much further in any other region, and it will be dead.
Well, that's why you want to get the 10 seed. You should have lost some games.
That's what Izzo does.
Well,
just get worse.
But this could be the region of death because I'll tell you what it is. Watch out for the 7th seed in this region. All right, here we go.
All right, Stony, reveal
Let's
the
start it
Cheer
off.
region.
In the Mike Chair region, the top seed going up against the 16th seed.
Oh, you do not have a walkover, Mike, at all.
No, he does.
Wow.
This is Virginia UMBC. Not
Maybe,
quite there.
maybe.
Oh, dear God.
No.
And the winner of that is it takes on the winner of the one we talked about. The 8th seeded against the 9th seed. Oh my God, that's got to be a 4 seed.
I was stunned.
I know.
I know.
You know what I think, just privately between us four? I think they wanted him knocked out early. Yep, that's what I'm thinking.
If he keeps demanding apologies from fans,
let's
I
move
want to
along.
knock him out early.
We have
All right.
we have the 4 seeded. This region is unbelievable.
Wait, how is that not a number 1 seed?
I think it's better. It should be a 2 seed. Whatever. Going up against the 13th seed. That hasn't made it in every single year. We have the 5-12 matchup, the 5th seed.
Oh, drunk Donovan Edwards. Got it.
Going against the 12th seed.
Well, that's constant.
Yes, indeed.
This region, it's like I was the number 1 overall seed. I went 31-3 on the season, and I got the toughest draw.
Yes.
Jay Billis is ripping this region right now.
The
Guaranteed.
6-11 matchup, the 6th seed.
Wow.
Going up against the 11th seed.
Oh, my Josh Allen slander.
That's you. That
We
doesn't
have
sound like you.
The 3-14 matchup being played at, who cares?
Conseco Fieldhouse.
The 3rd seed.
Watch out for Mike's imitation of Gus Johnson.
Going up against the 14th seed.
Hey, it's Tom.
Ooh.
I like the spicy garlic guy.
There, he's an early entry for next year.
All right,
The
7-10.
7-10 matchup, the 7th seed. Oh, that's the
7th seed?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It was a late bloomer.
It's recency.
Going up
Okay.
against the 10th seed.
You know, they always do those little cutesy matchups.
Yes, I like
and then
that.
the committee swears
You know,
up
it's
and
like-
down, we didn't do that on purpose.
It's like if Cal would, Kentucky would play like UMass because
Right.
Cal used to
Right.
coach, that type of
Right.
thing.
Or
Keep
like when
track.
MSU played Davison with Foster Lawyer,
Yeah.
only to meet Coach K in the
did that
second round.
happen?
Oh, my God, you don't
Look how
say.
it-
All right, 2-15.
And finally, hold on. Yes, the 2-15, the 2nd seed.
Caller DJ.
Go up against the 15th seed.
Oh, that's
That
Jansen
region's
again.
brutal. So
Yeah.
there will be no free rides for the chair
Oh,
drop.
no,
So Mike is
Nothing.
complaining like Tom Izzo on every selection Sunday.
I don't understand it. All right.
I mean, I played a tough schedule.
We will
for
go to
this
the
reason.
phones. Ticket texters, if you want to involve yourself in the Tiger Fiesta, that's fine too.
We'll take a straw poll, too. I'll keep
Are
track.
they actually in a wild card chase?
And?
do they trade Scooble? We will begin in earnest. Is this the 5th, 6th?
I think it's the 5th.
5th or 6th annual
75th.
Stony and Wojo Drop Tournament 97-1. All right, let me take care of a little business here amidst the nonsense. Being number 1, not easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. Number 1 mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They have the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they're made right here in Michigan. These hot summer days, you need a great night's rest on a cool and comfortable Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com.
Oh, yeah. One bracket has been revealed. So, Rico, if you have a favorite team in the Stony and Wojo Drops tournament, you still got 3 more brackets where it might be revealed. Don't get nervous yet. Do not get nervous. There's lots of slots open. Let's reveal the next 3 brackets, and then we'll start taking the calls. All right?
Go ahead, Woj.
Hatchet, can you take us to the Kenny Fire Iserman region? And Kenny should be fired for that, by the way. Okay, continue. Oddly enough, the top seed in this region, going up against upset-minded and 16-seeded, this is David White.
Jesus.
That's
might be colorblind, too.
David White. Going up against the 8-9 matchup going forward, the number 8 seed, that's Urban Kennicott, I think, or I'm not sure. Going up against the number 9 seed, that was
My
taped
favorite.
at Hatchet's Church, I believe.
My
right?
favorite. Yeah, that was actually a live recording of Greater Life at Tireman.
All right, continuing in the Kenny Fire Iserman region, the 4-13 matchup, these are always tricky. The number 4 seed, we'll take that. That's Kenny Daniels, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Going up against the number 13 seed. It's Tom. Tom Milliken, the Gov. Morning show. Continuing in the region, the 5-12 matchup. Watch out for this. You've got the number 5 seed. That's Ken Kale doing his Pillsbury Doughboy impression.
Does it ever strike you how ridiculous these are completely out of context?
Completely. Yes. Going up against the number 12 seed, another Kenny Cobb one. Well,
Jesus.
That may be a favorite.
Who doesn't?
That's a 12-5 upset written all over that one.
It sure does.
I'm shocked that it wasn't that versus. I mean, that would have been a throwdown.
Oh, that really would have been. All right, continuing in the region, the 6-11 matchup, you have the number 6 seed. That's the Trumpster. Going up against the number 11 seed. Come on, Wojo with the black guy. Come on.
God help us all.
What?
You need to pace yourself. You're going to be here till 6:10.
No, I haven't even had a piece of pizza
I know you're not
yet.
used to more than 40 minutes of radio.
Just don't roofie me with that vodka again, all right?
Carry on.
This 3-14 matchup, you have the number 3 seed. Minority blood in them. That's Gov. Going up against the number 14 seed.
He's
doing
doing
Sanford.
Sanford's son.
Freddie Sanford. Continuing.
Yeah, Mike didn't get that one when he first did it.
No.
Mike thought it was something else.
And I almost bleeped myself. I went, what did you just say?
Oh,
and you're
my.
like, oh, it's Sanford and Son. I'm like, it better be something because that was.
Oh, my Lord. Continuing, we have the 7-10 matchup. Watch out for this number 7 seed.
See, I wanted to
What's
hear
the name of the drop,
what's the name of the drop, Wojo?
That's Awful Negro. Wait, who is that? Is that a comedian?
David, I'm going to need that for 2025.
Is that a comedian? Who is that?
No, that's Trading Places. Dan
that's
Aykroyd,
right.
When he's accusing
Trading Places.
I had this awful dream.
We were on the same page. I wanted him to read that.
I wanted him to read it too.
I can't be tricked like that. Yeah, I can. Very easily.
Coleman.
Yeah. Going up against the number 10 seed. An ode to Javi Baez.
It is to the man with the
Very
lowest
nice.
OPS in baseball history and a -2 WAR.
He got a hit last night.
Yeah. Again, Rico's running into trouble here. The 2-15 matchup, the number 2 seed.
How is this? How did this even make the cut? And it's a 2 seed?
Yeah. It could get blown out.
Because it's electric.
Yeah.
You sound hammered talking about Russell Wilson.
I actually think these seeds should be flipped, going up against the number 15 seed. No.
Right.
No.
That should be flipped.
Yeah. No.
That should have been flipped.
Well,
I agree.
It could be flipped on the court itself when they play. How about that?
There's no way Cat in a Hat can be aced out here in the first round.
No.
Not even by Russell Wilson.
Don't
Mr.
be calling-
Dangerous.
No.
Don't be calling your shots, though.
I think Kenny was doing a little admiral when he put this bracket together.
Oh.
How does Cat
fired.
Williams become a 15th seed?
Or he's bopping to the dong song. All right, Stoney, take us to the next region, please.
All right, the Hawk-Tua region, where we have the top seed go against the 16th seed.
That's John Jansen, I believe.
Yes, during a
football
playoff game.
Oh, now that would have been funny with the whole "I'm coming, Elizabeth."
Okay, take it easy.
No, that's John after he got the Hawk to it.
Yeah.
See her, Jesus.
All right, we have the 8-9 matchup, the 8th seed.
The fact that that's real is so bad.
The fact that he knew that.
Karsh is always looking out for the people.
You look on the calendar, you know. You see things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Against the 9th seed.
Who's that?
It was Angry Caller Richard.
Oh.
It was just the way he said
Real name Richard?
Thanksgiving.
Okay.
A few sheets
So
in.
that's a 9 seed, and the Mark Ryan is a 9 seed in the toughest region. Okay, I can't figure that out. The 4th seed.
Oh, geez.
Oh, boy.
It was playing.
That should be
Can you wait till you get home?
It was Who Said It, and we have an Evan Jenkins rule.
Right.
Oh.
Where if you've heard the piece of audio,
gotcha.
so that's I'm trying to defend you, Kenny. Just take the W.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Go again.
It's the Jenkins rule, but Kenny just shortened it.
Yes, go up against the 13th seed.
I heard that.
That's
TJ.
He did what to a player's wife? I blast a player's wife?
We have a
TJ.
5-12 matchup next. The 5th seed.
Whoa, Jansen laying down the
I
law.
was talking about his police friends in Livonia.
Mess around and find out.
I'll go up against the 12th seed.
Stephen A. Mm-hmm. Horror.
6-11 matchup, the 6th seed.
Costa with cross-eyed nipples.
Going up against the 11th seed.
Once again, Donovan
Edwards.
put the cup down.
He has 2 entries in the field.
Did you see
I'm
the
about to say,
interview?
did you see the interview?
I
There could have been
Wait.
12 of them.
Is
Wow.
Johnny Kang in here? Did he make it?
The 3rd seed.
Okay.
Going up against the 14th seed.
Why is everyone with caught about sex, drugs, or alcohol?
That's all he has.
Oh, okay.
The 17 matchup, the 7-10 matchup, the 7th seed.
Thank you, DJ.
Love that. Love that.
Trump
Love
Thank
that.
you.
matchup.
gave Mike Valenti an endorsement.
Going up against the 10th seed.
God, the way he says length. Length.
Costa
He puts the G in there.
He
Yeah.
over enunciates everything.
The 2-15 matchup, the 2nd seed. Going up against the 15th seed.
Oh,
let me speak.
That's a
Let me
good
go.
one. I missed that one.
That hatchet.
When does Michigan do anything wrong, John?
Let me speak.
Stoney's got like a sinus infection, and he is screaming at John.
I know. What the heck?
When's the last time they did something wrong? Larry Harrison and his hot dog?
That's it. That's my favorite. That's the one I always go back to.
The Hatchet Moan team being in the Hawk Tua field makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I don't think it's accidental.
No.
All right, quickly
All right,
run through
Woj.
the last region, and then we got to start.
All right, quickly. Here we
Go.
go. The last region is the group of 5. Well, can we do it quickly? It's the songs. You don't have to play the whole song.
No,
Yeah, it's not the whole. I'll stop it when it needs to.
Okay, all right. The group of 5 region is the Wojo Dip region. Oh, you know what you're talking about. There it is. Wojo Dip song. That's the top seed. Going up against the 16 seed Stony Hung. What? That's underrated.
Wait, this is an 8 seed?
The 8-9 matchup. The number 8 seed. Bet. Going up against.
And was actually said today.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Ugh.
Going up against the number 9 seed. It's either Ken Kell or the Doughboy song. We continue in the region. The 4-13 matchup. The number 4 seed. I don't remember that one.
It was okay. It was at the zenith of the Michigan cheating thing,
Right.
And people
Amicus
were,
briefs.
they were acting like the burden of proof was the same thing as like a Supreme Court justice.
Gotcha.
And I had dealt with like the 9th robot to call in. I'm like, guys, it's not a court of law.
It's not a court of law.
Please stop, Jesus.
Well, you've got a behemoth to take down. The number 13 seed.
What
Wait,
on earth?
That's Jansen and Stoney debating nose picking.
I
Okay,
guess.
all right, I'm fine with that.
Keep going.
We continue. The 5-12 matchup, the number 5 seed. Josh Allen.
I hate
Valenti.
Josh Allen.
Going up against the 12 seed. On the boat? What's going on there?
He always looks like he's on a boat
Oh,
or
he
fresh
does.
off of a boat.
He does. Continuing the region, the 6-11 matchup, the number 6 seed. Wrap it up. Didn't do it very often when he was younger. Going up against the 11 seed. Karsh with a rare moment of freakiness. Continuing with the 3-14 matchup, the number 3 seed. Watch out. Oh, jeez.
This
I feel sorry for the number
This damn
14
chair.
seed, which is. Jansen, binging sex. All right. Continue in the region, the 7-10 matchup, the number 7 seed. Valenti interrupting a Dapper Dan Miller call nicely.
I swear he should really use that.
No, he should. I agree.
God.
And do it when a white guy scores. Going up against the number 10 seed. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Jesus.
Watch out for the final matchup. And if you haven't seen your team yet, this is your last chance. The 2-15 matchup, the number 2 seed. Lomas priming the pump. Going up against the 15th seed.
Oh,
I never heard that before.
The Troy Weaver song.
Listen.
Field is set.
It starts in earnest next. Okay, right to the phones?
Absolutely. Right to the games and the phones.
All right, America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, located right in the heart of Vegas. At Circa, it is Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, we're getting right into it. Stony and Wojo Invitational. Right to the people. Gentlemen, you tell the people what they're selecting. I will cue the calls to make it easier. Is that we good with that?
Yes, we are.
Bam.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, no.
What's wrong?
Mike, just because you're not on social media.
Oh, no.
What?
See you. Hold on. Let me pull it back. Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
See you after 5.
Go, boy! Woohoo!
I gotta go. All right, let's go to
you
Rich.
can handle him one day a year.
We're just
for
gonna
one
kick this
call.
off. We're going to Rich. He's batting leadoff. How you doing, Rich?
Wow, fellas, I'm batting leadoff for the drop tournament. That is quite the honor. Haven't been able to do this yet, and I've been listening for a few years, so appreciate you taking it.
All right, we will start you off, sir.
Give him the straw poll question, Stoney.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Straw poll question. Are the Tigers in it? And will Scooble be traded?
I think the Tigers are in it.
a yes.
I don't think Scooble will be traded.
That's yes and no.
Okay, yes and no.
Here we go. We're going to go to the Hawk.
You don't get to comment.
We're going to go to the Hawk-Tua region. All right? We're going to start with the 4-13 matchup. We start with the 4th seed going up against the 13th seed. Cott versus Lang.
Oh, boy. Man, you guys are starting me off with a tough one.
Oh, it's a
the
toughie,
Kenny Cott
all right.
one's been pretty iconic. You don't hear the TJ one as much, but I mean that is good. You know what? We'll throw it up with an upset to start. Let's go TJ.
Whoa! Down goes Kenny Jank. Kenny
Sorry,
Jank.
Kenny.
Oh, really?
Wow.
I got no problem
Yeah,
with
but
that.
Kenny's well represented in
Yeah.
this tournament. He'll be okay.
And I don't know if I want to use my veto for the very first one.
No, be conservative.
Kenny spread himself too thin.
Let's go to Rob in Brighton. He's up next. What's up, Robbie?
Gentlemen, I am honored. Michael, thank you for having me. Let me pick a region. Stoney, if you don't mind, can you repeat the regions for me?
The Mike Chair region, the Kenny Fire Eiserman region, the Hawk-Tua region, and the Wojo Dip region.
The
But
best.
before you pick your region,
Yeah, Rob.
answer our straw poll.
Let me give you the straw poll question. Ready, Robert? Are the Tigers...
Can we get a college football question?
No, I'm sorry. You're going to have to delve into baseball for once. Are the Tigers in the wild card chase right now?
No.
Okay. You don't have to say it like that. You don't get 2 votes.
Rob, let me help you out. Is Notre Dame going to be a contender this year?
No. No.
They're going to be the number 5 seed going into the playoffs.
All right.
Okay. All right. And the second question, should the Tigers trade Scooble?
No, will they? Not should.
Oh, will they? That's right. Will they? I'm sorry. Will they?
No, because they're incompetent.
No.
Okay. There we
All
go.
right. All right.
Give him his matchup.
Here you go. I don't know where I want to send you. You don't get to pick your region, Rob. Sorry. So I'm sending you to the Mike Chair region. And
Okay.
I don't know. It's just the way it popped up. It's the 12-10 tip-off on the Thursday. It's the 6-11 matchup. The number 6 seed. Kenny Cott talking about his neighbors or whatever. I don't know. Going up against the 11 seed. Valenti
Kenny Cott.
Josh Allen. Kenny Cott. Can you
Gotta
yell?
be Kenny Cott.
Can you yell? Down goes Mike. No, you don't have to.
Here. There you go. All right, let's go over to Adam. We'll keep it rolling. I know we got to pace this correctly. Adam, how you doing today?
Gentlemen, it's an honor.
Well, the honor is yours, Adam. Answer our straw poll question.
I think there's too much traffic ahead of them for them to be realistic contenders for the wild card.
Okay.
And will they trade Scooble?
I'm going to say no, but I hope I'm wrong.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Gentlemen.
Let's go to the Kenny Fire Eiserman region,
Oh,
shall
boy.
we?
Terrible
and
region.
We'll go with a 3-14 matchup if we can. The 3rd seed going up against the 14th seed, an upset-minded.
So I love the Sanford and Son reference I get with David here.
Good
You know
pick,
what?
Good upset.
It's an upset, but not really, because it was said with more passion, more
True.
energy, right?
True.
That's the difference.
We have time. Let's get Earl
Yeah,
in.
let's
We'll
go.
We'll at least catch up to speed here. Earl, how are you?
What's up, guys?
Earl, hello. Would you answer the straw poll? Are the Tigers in the wild card chase right now?
No, sir, and I don't think they'll trade Scooble. Hope I'm wrong.
What you say, they will or won't?
No.
Won't. Okay. Wow.
He said, no.
No. All right, Earl. Let's take you to the Group of 5 region, which I call it. It's the Wojo Dip region. And
all right.
I love these matchups. It's 6-11 in the Wojo Dip region. You've got the number 6 seed. Wow. Valenti offering Hatchet advice that he ignored. Going up against seed number 11 seed.
Oh.
Wow.
You have to take number 11.
You know what? I ain't arguing with that. That has a nice beat to it.
Oh, boo.
It's the Doug thing, asking if he's African American.
That does it for me because it's such a ridiculous question.
And Doug being freak coming out is ridiculous.
Right, like a guy in a bike helmet talking about the freaks coming out. Just saying.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Earl. Appreciate you.
Wojo, do you remember a short-time morning show on the old station that played that song all the time?
The freaks come out at night?
Eli. The Eli's are at the freak show.
Really?
Yeah.
Eli who?
Yeah.
Oh, Zaret. That's right. I
Yeah.
forgot. No, I didn't.
You are bad.
No, I'm not. I didn't.
You're
Yeah,
bad.
You.
Question. What you want another call? Okay, David is telling me STFU and take another call. Got it. Let's go to John. 97.1. John, how you doing?
John
is vetoed himself out
John
of the
1-2,
tournament.
he's gone.
Yeah,
We'll
right.
go to Robert, 97.1. Hi, Robert.
Robert.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing good. Are the Tigers in the wild card hunt?
They are not, and unfortunately, they don't have the gumption to trade Scooble.
Okay.
Wow, that's a blowout.
We will stay in the Wojo Dip region
Thank you.
for the always iconic 8-9 matchup held at the Pit in Albuquerque. We have the 8th seed.
Michigan's theme song for their title run.
Going up against the 9th seed.
All that excitement, only to miss the playoffs.
Eddie Cal.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at least someone's scoring.
Good point.
Give me the 9 seed.
I got no problem with that. Kenny Cal.
Kenny
going,
Cal.
Woo!
I like it. I mean,
Can't beat it.
It's quality. Now, what is our appropriate pacing, David? Are we doing like 5 per?
I think we're pretty good.
We did well there. If we could do 5 per, that'd be great.
I just want to know. I want to make sure we're okay here. All right, so cool. Time out, and we'll get right back to it. Excellent work. 248-539-9797. We've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville. They stock all of it. More Trex lighting, lumber, railing. Move enough product to cover 26 football fields. They do it because it's all in their warehouse. You buy it, you get it, you build it, and you save money while you're doing it. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. All you need to do is stop on in. They will intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, straight to the people. You've got a straw poll today.
Yep.
Along with the Stony and Wojo Invitational. Are the Tigers actually in the wild card race, and will they trade Skubal?
Excellent
Results
questions.
so far. Skubal, 5-0. They won't trade him.
Whoa.
4-1. They're not actually in the wild card race. Early returns.
Early returns, I agree with both. Early. Let's see what unfolds.
Let's go to Mark.
Will they drop out the race?
Yeah.
Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, Mike. Been listening for 5 years, first time participating. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Straw poll.
Yeah.
Are the Tigers actually in the wild card race?
No.
Okay. And will they trade Skubal?
I'd love them to, but I don't think they will. No.
Okay. No,
Wow.
no.
What a blowout.
Listen, he's being honest.
I know. We like honesty.
Give Mark his debut decision in the Summer Invitational.
All right, Mark, are you ready to pick a game? Here we go. Let's go to the Hawktua region, okay? I'm going to need a new mic, David, if you got one. I'm sorry. The Hawktua region. Why do we do the 3-14 matchup? Those are always entertaining, except when they're not. The number 3 seed. That's Valenti giving Christmas greetings.
I don't even know when I said that.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
You might have said it multiple times. Going up against the 14 seed. You got Ho 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 Bitch and Stiff Cocktail from Kennecott. What say you?
I got to go with Kenny G on that one. Kennecott.
The Stiff Cocktail over Ho Ho Bitch?
I like it.
Yep.
That's a good one.
It's just funnier.
I like it, but to me, it's the fact that the Kenny lost as the 4 seed to TJ is even more alarming.
Well,
Kenny pulling the upset.
Let me make
Kenny
it official.
Kenny can do everything.
Let me make it official. Down goes Ho Ho Bitch.
Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Yo, what's up, man?
How are you, Matt?
Good. No, I do not think that they are in the wild card chase, and I do think they will trade Skubal, but they won't get his worth.
Oh, so they'll make a bad trade, is what you're saying. Okay, that still counts.
I think he's rooting for radio. Okay.
Yeah, you'd have another chair if they did that. Go
All
ahead.
right, let's go to the Kenny Fire Iserman region.
Hate that region.
Yes. Well, we have the 4-13 matchup in Pocatello, Idaho. We have the 4th seed
Ken Daniels.
going up against the 13th seed.
Hey, it's Tom. Tom Milliken from the morning show.
And influence the voter.
I'm going to go with Tom.
Down goes Kenny Daniels?
Yes.
With one of the great calls of all time with a Patrick Kane goal?
Yes. The governor couldn't save him. The governor saved himself.
Just the idea of all people, Gov, lecturing you on the airport. I don't know. There's just something about it.
I will say this. I'm noticing if there's more energy and volume in a drop, it does better.
True, it helps, but I'm with Matt here. The Tom one just cracks me up.
Every time.
Every time. I know it's stupid, but it makes me
I like
laugh.
the spicy garlic guy.
Okay. Let's move on. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how are you today?
Doing well.
Straw poll.
Mm-hmm.
They are not in the wild card race, and they will screw up the trade for Skubal.
So they won't trade him or will?
They will trade him, but they won't get the return.
Okay.
A sudden run on making a crappy trade. Wow, that wasn't one of the options.
Let's give him a selection.
Yeah.
This
Michael?
is going to be played live at the district.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to go to the Mike Chair region.
Okay.
And for the
Outfitting.
always tight 7-10 matchup, oh boy, this is making me nervous.
I'm going to be heartbroken.
No,
here.
this is, just be careful here, Michael. The number 7 seed, Black Jobs, going up against the number 10 seed.
They're both so good.
They're so good.
This is the one I wanted, gentlemen, and I gotta take Doug.
Oh my God!
Wait, you're taking Doug?
It
Oh
figures.
yeah, not even a question. That was the one I wanted.
You take the liberal Doug over Trump. It figures.
Oh, geez.
Unbelievable. So wait a minute. Down goes Black Hatchet. Rico, see you guys later.
In the spirit of the competition, the drop should come from the station, right? So
No.
But if that's your,
It's his vote, unless somebody wants to step up.
No, he's right. Get rid of black jobs.
All right. You know what? I could say something, but it would be incendiary, and I'm not in the mood for people to be angry.
Kenny, you're hosting
David,
yourself back there now.
David,
Oh,
we're
go
going to
ahead.
get some late lunch. David and I are going to get late lunch.
Oh, boy.
You guys take on the show.
I got to admit,
Mike,
I mean.
Yes.
Mike,
Yes, sir.
is there no caller Ron in this tournament, or did I miss him?
Who was he?
Caller Ron.
The guy, the oh my God guy who called in about Urban.
Oh, Jesus. David, is he not in the bracket? I'm not going to imitate it because then I would become a
that
drop.
was last year. I'll grab the bracket from last year to make sure.
Okay. All right. No, listen, Michael, we are going to retabulate.
Well, I understood. I understood. Caller Ron was accused of stealing signs and didn't make the field.
Right.
And then he has a Netflix thing coming out.
I just would like to
Caller
say,
Ron, my side of the story.
Right.
Oh my God.
Pontius Pilate, in my words.
Can we at least take a moment of silence for the loss of black jobs?
Everybody, please, a moment of silence for Black Jobs. I can't believe it's gone.
I can't either.
I can't believe Black
Didn't
Jobs
even
are
make
gone.
it to the first hour. Oh, my God. We couldn't keep black jobs.
I could say something funny, but
I know.
it'll take the show off the radar.
I know.
No, please do.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll come back in November. Go ahead.
Woohoo!
Wow, Trump did get shot. I mean, he is,
Yeah.
How about
with that? Yeah.
We'll just go to another call. I can't believe Black Jobs is out. That's awful, man. Yeah, that's Rico. That was one of my favorite drops.
I know.
Let's go to Harrison, 97.1. Hi, Harrison.
Devastating.
If Kenny getting rid of black jobs is not a drop by tomorrow, I will stop listening to this.
No. It's already in process. There has already been eye contact between me and David. Consider it done, Harrison. All right.
All right, Harrison.
Straw poll.
Oh, yeah, straw poll.
Not in the wild card. They should, but will not trade Skubal.
Okay.
All right,
Excellent.
let's go to the Hawk Tua region where we have the second seed. Going up against the 20-point underdog, the 15th seed.
Wow. I love them both.
Okay, this is a great matchup. I have a personal thing about the David drop, which wins.
Okay.
I was listening to the station. I turned it on one time, and I had my volume all the way up with my windows down in my car, and I was around people.
Oh, no.
Someone hit the drop, and it was the first thing that came out.
Uh-oh.
And I had to shut the windows and just peel out of there.
Which is why you should never be around people, generally speaking. But yes.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
The favorite
Harrison,
wins.
can I apologize to you for that?
Harrison just goes a whole, was it the Nick Young meme? Like,
he just looks over. Hey, I don't know what to say. Yeah. Jesus.
The 2 seed advances. Stony is out. Yeah. If that number 2 seed wins the Hawk Tua region, what will we say about that? It was perfect. That's what we'll say.
You know what? Too early to get in trouble.
Yes.
Not going to do it.
What? Come on, get in trouble.
It's not even
Get
3
in
o'clock
trouble.
yet. No.
Get in
no,
trouble.
No, not with vacation looming. Okay. No. The answer is no, Robert. David, can I take one more? Yes? Excellent. We'll go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, how are you today?
What's going on? Hey, you know what, Mike? I can't believe any user veto there for black jobs. I don't know.
It's unbelievable.
Andrew, I learned my lesson the first year we did this. I used the veto too early, and then later on, the matchups become so much more important. I don't know.
The blame should be on the seating committee because that region is so stacked. That's the.
But there's so many of you guys that can use it. You guys have more vetoes than.
No, you're right. I'm beginning to understand the struggle, to be
Black
honest.
jobs may have died today, but it will forever live in our hearts. Don't worry. It's always going to be here. All right.
We still have beautiful black boys, though. So we'll take it.
Right, thank God, right? All right. Straw poll.
Yeah, Fangraphs got Tigers at 10.5% making playoffs. I'm going to say no there.
Okay.
And there's still a 25% probability Skubal's traded to the Orioles. They're plus 300. I am going to say Possibly they are, but if it's only Jackson Holiday, I'm going to be upset. So, yes, he'll get traded.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Great use of Fangraphs, by the way. Love
Tigers
it.
up to 10%. That's up, actually.
All right.
All right, we'll give you a region, all right? Let's go to, let's revisit the Kenny Fire Iserman region. And, okay, how about the classic 5-12 matchup? You have the number 5 seed, Kenny Cal, shrieking, going up against the number 12 seed, Kenny with another of his vices. Mm-hmm. Yep,
Kenny is just a walking drop bomb. Oh, God. This is hard. The two Kennys here. I'm a big hockey guy, so this is like one of the toughest. I'm going to go Kenny Cott.
Good pick.
Kenny Cott. Down goes Cal. Down goes Cal.
I want
setting up a 12-13 matchup in the second round.
Andrew, I want to further your impact on this tournament. I am going to ask you this, and you have carte blanche.
Whoa.
Would you like me, as a listener, to replace Gator saying with Kenny saying
that? Oh, God. You can't. I don't think you can replace them. Can I veto that it cannot be replaced? You have to mix them both equally.
Yes.
Oh, that's good. Fair.
Yes,
Done.
because I adore the Kenny
lose
drop.
Gator. I cannot lose Gator.
Hooker
Gator.
reinforcements.
Maybe you can have one of them start it and the other one finish it.
I got you. No, we're going to take care of this. And I'm with Andrew because I actually don't have Kenny's drop on my board. I was thinking of swapping Gator out, but we'll keep both. And I'm not going to repeat what they said because, again, I refuse to become a drop. 248-539-97.
I learned that lesson. That's why I'm only on here twice.
I think it's too late, Mike. I think you're too late on that one.
I still have you down for a good one.
Whoa.
That was a read.
Whoa.
That was a read.
What was that, a trip to the dentist?
No.
Black card. 97-1.
Oh.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Newly promoted Max Clark will make his high A debut today for the West Michigan Whitecaps as he's leading off and patrolling center field. Kevin McGonigal, who was also called up on Sunday, is hitting third and playing shortstop. Clark is baseball's #1 overall prospect according to MLB Pipeline rankings, while McGonigal weighs in at 63. Michigan football coach Chiron Moore was on the morning show today and addressed the competition at quarterback.
Bet.
The Tigers face the Guardians tonight. First pitch at 6:40. It's a bullpen day for the team. Still no word who will throw first for the Tigers. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Jaguars and Tyson Campbell have agreed to a 4-year, $76 million extension, making him the highest paid corner in NFL history. Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti announced today that the football title game will be hosted at Lucas Oil Stadium through the 2028 season.
Do you have in there that M&M's is now the quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals?
I don't, but that's a good one, isn't it?
Have you seen Joe Burrow? His new look.
He's bleached. His hair is bleached. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thanks, guys. All right, it is Stony and Wojo Invitational, the drop tournament. Our straw poll is simple. Are the Tigers actually in the wild card chase? And will they trade Tarek Skubal? Just to add a real data point, as they might be at 500 tonight. Tribe are throwing the Guardians are throwing another gas can on the mound. They got a shot to do it again tonight.
Yeah.
And their percent chance on Fangraphs of making the playoffs has gone up now to 10%.
Wow.
Last I checked, it was 6%.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it's climbing.
So we're asking people.
It's climbing.
Oh, my God. That's Joe Burrow?
Yes.
Whoa.
Well, as Wojo said, is he Billy Idol?
I thought it was Eminem.
Okay.
Is he going off the deep end? He's not going off the deep end, is he?
No.
No, but he did.
Shut your face. He's one of my favorite players.
When he was at the fashion thing in Paris, he did have it like a tuxedo with like an open back. That was kind of weird.
Well, you're not a real quarterback until you go off on what is that, the ayahuasca thing?
Go to Egypt. That's where Aaron Rodgers went.
Are we
By the
prepared?
way, yeah, we're prepared. Mike, I want to apologize right up front. Don't look out the window behind you, but there is already a contingent of protesters chanting, "We want black jobs. We want black jobs." Yes. And if you missed the first hour of the Stony and Wojo tournament, black jobs were eliminated, and now I do
Kenny
understand the
demanded
struggle.
that they be
He
eliminated.
did. Oh, yeah,
But
Kenny called for
if they
it.
would have got here on time, maybe they would have saved the black job.
I quit. I'm too close to vacation for you to do this.
We were standing in line at KFC.
Definitely not. Yep. Nope. David, read a ticket text, or I'm going to the phones. Anything but
Go
what's
ahead.
happening.
Go to the phones.
Okay, then. We go to Ian, 97.1. What's up, Ian?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good,
Excellent.
Ian, how are you, my buddy? Let's go to the mic chair region, but before we do that,
There's Speedy Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Straw poll, Ian.
I do not think the Tigers are in the wild card race, and I think that is why they will trade Tarek Skubal.
Okay.
Also, I'd just like to say for the record, Black Jobs getting the Giddy Potts treatment is just absolutely criminal.
I'm with you. I'm heartbroken.
all right.
Completely ruined my day.
For the first time this year, we have a top-seeded matchup. The top seed out of the mic chair region
Oh, a chair.
going against the 16th seed.
Oh, God, that's a brutal pairing, but the chair drop has to win.
Yeah. And it is a brutal pairing. It really is.
Down goes the porn star.
And by the way, to update, it wasn't Giddy Potts that knocked out Black Jobs. It was Grayson Allen, the white shooter.
Didn't know a team getting knocked out would be this controversial.
Oh, have you seen the protesters outside?
John, 97.1. John, how are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Excellent. Straw poll.
What do you say?
Okay, straw poll. So I say the Tigers do not make the wild card, and because of that, the Orioles will offer a good deal for Skubal, and he will be gone.
Wow.
See, there's some logic to some of these
It's
answers.
starting to even up on the Scooble front. I'm surprised. All right. Are you ready for your selection, John?
Let's do it.
All right, John, we're going to take you to the Haktua region.
Love the way he says it.
Where it is the, let's go with the 8-9 matchup. These are always very, very tight. 1.5 point spread going into this one. You have the number 8 seed. Karshaw's always keeping people apprised of what's going on. Going up against the number 9 seed. A drunk guy saying Thanksgiving.
Oh, guys, these are always the tough ones, 8 and the 9s, but I'm going to have to go with Doug in the forklift because I think Mike said it. That wasn't altered. He just said it.
The fact that was a legitimate topic, it just made the drop.
Yep. On goes the forklift. On goes the forklift. Very exciting.
All right, here we go. Next game, next person. Who is
Go
it,
to
Michael?
Eric, 97.1. Eric, how are you?
How you doing?
Good.
Hello, Eric.
All right, Eric, we're going to go to the Kenny Fire Iserman region, but first.
This is the quickest Stony has ever been.
No.
Yeah, you guys got to ask me the Tigers.
I will, but I'm going to.
Okay.
I want to give the proper time to set up the region.
Okay.
All right.
No problem.
All right, straw poll.
Okay.
Tigers in the wild card hunt.
No, because that Beeson Olsen got injured.
Yeah, he did.
That's a starter out of it. Mm-hmm. Sorry, they're not going. And yes, they are going to trade Scooble.
Oh, wow. That's gaining momentum.
Okay, here we go. Yeah. The 7-10 matchup. This is a doozy. The 7th seed going up against the 10th seed.
Wow.
Yeah, I got to go. Where is Harvey?
Oh! Now I've detected a pattern here, aren't you? First, Black Jobs is eliminated. Then the awful Negro is out.
You guys should have vetoed Black Jobs.
It's okay if you say it. Just say it to win.
I was about to say, Eric, is it because you don't want to say it? So it's just going with the safer route?
Is it?
I like Where is Harvey?
Okay.
That's my favorite.
Do you have anything against awful Negro?
Nah, yeah. Where is Harvey? They're paying him too much money, man. Come on. I love you guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Was that one question too far?
Fellas, no, it's you're very on brand. Is this a veto point? I'm not trying to alter the tournament.
We can only veto the first 2 rounds.
I felt guilty I didn't veto for Black Jobs. But then Kenny demanded we get rid of those. So I don't know.
Right.
Now here you're getting rid of our trading places drop. I'll leave it to you guys because I do like Where is Harvey. The fact that Javi Baez
you're allowed a mutual veto that does not involve us. So go ahead.
It's a 7-10 matchup. So
Mike, I will allow the veto if you announce it.
Nope. Harvey it is.
No. He made you an offer you did refuse.
Yep, indeed.
I said
Let's
go with the
see.
veto.
Down goes the awful Negro.
A veto in a fictional drop tournament or 10 years of having to listen to that drop. No. I learned my lesson with Sterling.
The crowd of protesters outside has grown. It's doubled inside.
I'm going to Paul in Shelby, the legend joining us early in the tournament today. Paul, how are you?
I just want to thank you guys for keeping this thing alive. Everybody looks forward to this.
Yeah.
This is a controversial start to this tournament.
Very.
I know.
Never seen anything like it.
A couple of years ago, we lost Boat Guy right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
We have lost so many good ones early.
We're obviously still a divided nation. It's quite obvious.
Okay. Straw poll.
All right,
straw
Paul.
poll first.
Yep, straw poll.
Okay. Javi Baez is in the best shape of his life. It's just not going to be enough, boys. So, no, they're not in it.
Okay. And Scuba.
If Baltimore fills a Greyhound bus, let's send them the keys to the World Series.
So you're saying they will
there
send
we
him?
are.
They will trade him? Okay. All right.
I think they will. But it's got to be big.
Can I ask a question before we give Paul
Yes.
his audio? I know, we're pacing okay.
Yeah.
Am I wrong in feeling like there's a less than 10% shot they actually trade Scooble, yet this is a 50-50?
Yeah, I think it's less than 10%.
I don't think it's less than 10%. However, I do sense as we get closer and closer, even though the Tigers are getting a little closer, that people come to the realization that the best thing for this organization is to trade them if they get what they want.
Okay.
I just don't think Baltimore will give it up.
Paul?
No, I don't either.
Amen, Mike. Amen, Michael Stone.
All
Amen.
right, Paul. I'd like to take you, since you're one of our favorites.
Yeah, don't give me a crummy one.
No, where you're going to the Wojo dip region, where I'm selling dips all over the place, smearing them all over myself. Having a good. Oh, and Ham. Thank you. How about the 7-10 matchup in the Wojo dip region, Paulie? You've got
hit me.
Yeah,
Hit me,
it's a
Bo.
great matchup. The number 7 seed. That's when Valenti was doing the game with Dan Miller.
I don't even know if I need to hear the next one. Go ahead.
Well, you might need to. The number 10 seed. Oh, my.
Well, a variation of that already advanced. So give me lucky number 7. Michael, you are moving on.
Yes.
Wow. Down goes David
Yes.
Moonsong.
That is one of the best. I still. You know, when I brought
You know
it
what
up
the
to
funny
Dan
thing
Miller,
was?
he wasn't totally against saying it on the air.
No, here's the thing. Dan had no idea. People had listened to it, so they were like, why do people want me to keep saying
He's like,
this?
my social media is blowing up with touchdown Detroit black guy. And
I
I'm
saw
like,
him at the game, and he was just like, help me understand
Yeah,
this. I was
what's
like,
going on?
okay, Dan, let me help you with this. And then he started laughing. He was like, I can never say this. Like,
yes, you can. He came in one night for Lions Review. I said, listen, I really think it would shock the audience. It would be amazing. Just one time.
Poor Miller's like, what are you guys doing to me?
We're raising his profile.
I gotta say, today's the first time I've ever heard that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I listen.
Well, it's a football song. We don't, you know,
I know,
we're
I know.
not, quote, in season.
No, I know, but I listen to the show in season, as you know.
Does David look devastated in there? He looks devastated, doesn't he? Oh, he's not devastated. Oh, that's the thing
Plenty
you
of
learn in
moaning
this.
left in this tournament.
Yeah. People don't want their drops to advance.
Everybody calm down.
That's a dirty little secret.
We are pacing. No, I'm okay with the chair. I didn't want last year's advance.
Oh, no, that's true.
That was
That's
regrettable. The Stony and Wojo Invitational rolls on next.
are you getting the connection that you deserve? 5G home internet can be spotty, and no one should rely on internet from a cell tower. Get internet for 50% less than the T-Mobile 5G home internet in your first year with Xfinity. It's reliable internet with the speed you need at a great value. You get a consistent fast speed even during the peak hours with 99.9% network reliability. For the internet experience you deserve, switch to Xfinity and bring on the good stuff. Now through July 25th, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and equipment included. That's a 50% saving over T-Mobile's 5G home internet for your first year. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or just visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. Compares promotional pricing to Xfinity Connect Internet versus T-Mobile 5G home internet at $60 a month. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently, $56 a month.
All right, the Stony and Wojo Invitational rolling along. David, question before we go back to the callers and we continue. Ticket text, anything you'd like to read or can read?
Oh, yeah, there's plenty here. Jesse, the mailman, says, did Black Jobs lose out because it was late to the arena?
You can't. You just please no.
Someone else says, last one hired, first one fired. Black Jobs, Dre in Dallas.
I'm 48 hours from vacation. Please stop.
Kenny's Black Job is winning the 2025 tournament.
Yeah, Kenny's new one will be where Kenny denounced Black Jobs.
That'd be redemption for Kenny.
It's got a long way to go. Recency bias definitely makes something happen.
It all depends if I play it.
That's true.
All right, David, one more.
Someone's calling you a coward, Mike. Awful Negro needed to march on.
I gave him the offer. I said,
it's
hey,
not a good one. It's Sophie's choice.
No.
You had to stand up for it and say it.
We can say it, Mike.
I'm not saying those words.
I'm going to allow you to go ahead.
Mike's a principled man.
Right. You can use initials.
Yeah, like when I had to do the dramatic readings.
Yeah, and if I used the initials, it would make an even better drop. No. Mike, you don't understand.
A-N? No, that doesn't make it worse.
No, you would have to do it a different way. No. The answer is no to all of this.
Okay.
I'm going to Don, and I'm leave it alone. Don, 97.1.
Very disappointing.
What up, though, y'all?
How you doing, Don? Don, our straw poll question. Are the Tigers in the wild card hunt?
Hunt?
What's that?
Are the Tigers in the wild card hunt?
Yeah. Me personally, they are in the wild card hunt.
Will they trade Tarek Skubal?
I don't know. I think they are, though.
Okay.
I think they are.
2 yeses. Right?
Wow.
All right, Don, here we go.
Staggering.
We're going to take you to the Kenny Fire Eiserman region, and we're going to the top seed. The number 1 seed going up against the 16th seed.
Hatchet.
Oh, Lord.
He might have to be a stayer.
For the P16 seed, come on now. But if I got to go with this top seed on this one.
Okay.
Top seed. Down goes White David. Down goes White David.
I actually like the fact that this won because Kenny hates that drop.
Oh, he does?
Oh, yeah. There's no bigger misrepresentation on our drop board.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
It's fantastic. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, how are you today?
Stony and Mr. Wojo Damas, genius, sir.
Thank you, Paul. Wow. Mr. Wojo, genius, sir. Thank you. Paul, first of all, the straw poll, would you like to weigh in?
I'll say no to both, but yes to Monday morning Phil Garner being gone. Or has that happened already?
One day we'll bring out some classics.
Paul's going deep in the past, which we enjoy. All right, Paul. Why don't we take you to the Haktua region, where it is the... Okay, I'll do it. The 7-10 matchup. These things are tricky. You never know. The 7 seed. Trump endorsing Mike. Going up against the number 10 seed. Nearly twice the length. Cost him.
Love both. Got to go chalk and go 7 seed, please.
The 7 seed advances?
I like that, Paulie.
Down goes length.
I do too. I do
too.
I mean, I'm sure Paul maybe listened the other day. People were very upset about it. I'm like, are you kidding me? This is what you're upset about?
About what? The Mike?
That we altered the commercial so he was endorsing me instead of Mike Rogers.
Oh, wait, so people were upset?
Rico, you have no idea.
That's weird.
Are you serious?
Rico, Stoney and I did a completely innocuous topic, and it turned into warfare.
Yeah, we were laughing at like Hulk Hogan and Kid Rock at the
We'd
convention.
asked, like, do celebrities sway your vote? Because, like, I watched Hulk Hogan tear his shirt off. That doesn't mean I'm going that way. Or, like, like Bruce Springsteen gets in trouble or De Niro gets in trouble of, their politics. I'm not watching the movie Casino anymore.
No.
Dude, people went insane.
That's weird. That never
And Stoney and I were having
America.
fun.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, ticket text exploded. Kenny was ready to cry. Yes, Kenneth.
So an update, we just got a call from Michael who eliminated Black Jobs. I guess his phone is blowing up with people saying he ruined the drop tournament and people saying that they crushed it.
All right, timeout. Then you know what?
They should crush him.
If Michael is called in and he is incurring the wrath of this public.
We're going to put it back in?
I'd like to take the Senate floor. I think we should reinstate black jobs. Because unlike Kenny Cott, who hates black jobs, I love black jobs.
I will endorse your motion, Mr. Valenti, under one condition.
Yes.
Mike calls back, publicly apologizes, and rescinds his vote.
And he has to do it before the next game is played with.
Yep.
See, I will even say, you know what? We can do this, but make it a 2-for-1. Mike, you could also throw the other veto in if you will simply announce it.
No. I know what you're doing. You're spicy.
But
You're
hold on
back
a
from
second.
I
vacation.
think Mike has to show public shame.
No, as much as I'm
standing up for black jobs. This man hates black jobs.
As much as I disdain the selection, going back after the fact is like awarding Armando Galarraga a perfect game.
Well, they should have done that. No. It actually does violate the principles.
Yes.
It does.
Well,
to a certain degree.
But you know what? It's good to be the king.
No, I'm not. I was offering a solution.
No,
We're
but
still
because
early
we
in
haven't played
tournament.
the second match yet, if we're going to do it,
It has to be before the second round matchup.
Right.
Yes.
All right. If Mike, the caller was Mike, right? Michael.
Yes.
We'll discuss if he calls back and publicly humiliates
Where
and
is it?
apologizes.
It was eliminated by Doug Afro-American.
Yeah, see, that's also
in the Mike Chair region.
It's a good drop that he lost to.
I don't know,
agree.
David, because it was no competitive advantage. So,
oh boy,
Let it play out.
Yeah, listen.
Right. Let's let it play out.
I want to. All right, here's what I'll do. Next, maybe is someone going to tell me what play they're running or what? All right, listen. The next 10 ticket texters right now. I am reinstating black jobs. Kenny Cott is wrong. Kenny is not about opportunity. I am. I think black jobs belongs back in the tournament.
But where is Harvey stays?
Yes, because I am not going to repeat what Dan Aykroyd said.
Yeah,
Because
where's Harvey?
that'll be a drop until the day I retire.
No, I will say I'm devastated by the black jobs being gone.
Not only that,
the
it will
winner
be a
was
part of my
pretty
new
good.
political commercials.
Right, it'll be
that
every
we'll have
time I
coming up.
text you. I know what's happening.
Oh, no, that'll be
here.
a part of my new political commercials.
Who's running this show? Tony Petiti? What's going on here?
Sorry. David?
Stoney, you're suspended for the next 3 minutes.
Black jobs, that's one. No. You can't change a winner.
Amicus briefs.
No, don't change it. No, how do you veto for black jobs? No. Bring back black jobs. Bring back black jobs back to back. There's a lot of no-no's, though. I think no-no's
right now
are
it's
winning.
4, so it looks like
we'll leave it alone and
Yeah, no black jobs.
All right,
is out.
or caller Mike has to call back and apologize.
The texters don't like black jobs either.
Nice to see your friends texting in.
Down in the Tecumseh area.
My God.
Let's go to Brendan. 97.1. Brendan, how you doing?
Hey, guys. First time, long time, and I can't believe I'm calling during the drop tournament. That's crazy to me.
Fantastic. Straw poll. Start there.
I think that Harris is caught in this weird middle ground, and you sort of alluded to it yesterday, Mike. I just think he's dragging his feet. He's not going to wind up trading either Scooble or Flaherty, and he's going to leave us in this terrible purgatory. It's going to be a mess.
So are they actually in the wild card hunt in your mind?
No, and that's the problem. They're
Okay.
so hot right now that people are perceiving that they're in the wild card hunt, but they're not.
I just
Actually,
want to.
most people aren't.
Yeah, I want to say this right now, Brendan. And again, I'm with you. No, Brendan, seriously.
Sure.
Your vote has made it 15-2.
Right.
No, they're not actually contending.
Right.
That is so different from what you would expect people to feel.
See, Tiger fans are smart.
There you go.
So where'd you stand on Scooble? Trading him or not?
He said no.
No, okay.
He said Scott Harris will just leave us in purgatory. All right. Give this man a selection for his first call.
Stoney, is it your turn?
I think it's your turn.
All right, then. Here we go. Are you ready, Brendan?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Just because I'm partial to this region, I'm going to take you to the Haktua region, where it is the 6-11 matchup. Just be careful here. Upset-minded. You have the number 6 seed. Cross-eyed nipples, of course. Going up against the number 11 seed. Donovan Edwards looking sexy, apparently.
Drunk Donovan.
You know, the 11, it's always a high percentage, right, when you've got an 11 going up against a 6.
Yeah.
And I watched Donovan Edwards' interview live that particular night,
Yeah.
and it is burned into my mind forever. I've got to go with Donovan.
Yes.
The Don.
Yes.
Wow.
West Bloomfield Lakers, baby. We're so proud.
Who could ever forget Johnny Kane trying to be cool?
Down goes cross-eyed nipples.
Tom
Wow.
Smart me. I can't have him advance.
Hammered, that's how.
That
All
was
right.
classic. That was classic.
Oh, where's my man Rod? And do is hammered. All right. We have to take a TO. We are cruising. Are you okay?
Some of these ticket texts, we have to convene and decide if we can read them.
Let's amicus briefs.
Yes.
All right. If when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You, Maurice and Jerry, you need legitimate representation. It's Abraham and Rose. They're not a random tax organization here. They don't just answer phone calls. They are real lawyers. They have been before the Supreme Court. They will get between you and the IRS, advocate for you, fight for you, and guide you through the entire experience. Save your time and hopefully your money. Call Abraham and Rose today, 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again.
Brought to you by Carl's Golfland. With the threat of severe weather, play at the U.S. Junior Amateur Golf Tournament has been suspended. Play stopped at 3:05 at Oakland Hills Country Club. Tyler Watts is the current leader with a -6. The Lions have officially announced a partnership with Meijer that will rename their Allen Park facility to the Meijer Performance Center. One of the new additions is covered bleachers, along with a 2-story VIP tent for fans in attendance starting tomorrow. According to Ian Rappaport, the Browns and Amari Cooper have agreed on a restructured contract that will guarantee him $20 million next season. That surmounts to a $5 million raise. This after he sat out mandatory minicamp. Cooper had a Pro Bowl performance last season, logging 1,250 yards and 5 touchdowns. Other NFL news, Odell Beckham Jr. is heading to the PUP list with the Dolphins. Netflix is in talks with both Fox Sports and CBS to potentially produce their NFL Christmas Day games as well. The Tigers face the Guardians tonight in hopes of taking the first 2 games of the series. It's a bullpen day for Detroit. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 6:40. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 or at 97.1theticket.com.
Well, you guys asked for it, and I know we've had a big meeting here, but the man who is the controversial figure of this tournament has called back.
Wow, he eliminated the Black Jobs drop.
He did Kenny Cott's bidding.
His phone apparently immediately blew up because we were crushing him.
Well, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you a chance to speak to Mike. He's back.
He's back. Okay.
Hey, Mike.
Michael.
Yo.
So why am I calling? I just was told to call back, and then I called back. So what's going on here?
Well, we feel, or many people feel that you ruined the tournament by eliminating Black Jobs, and then you said your phone was blowing up. People were yelling at you. Apparently, your family is in tears. They're storming your neighborhood. We're giving you the chance if you want to rescind your vote.
It's going great over at my house right now. I got an Amazon package on my porch. I can't even go get it without fearing for my life.
Would you like to rescind your vote?
You could restore your life to whatever it was.
What were the seeds? The seeds were 7-10, right? Was that my seeding?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Black Jobs is a good drop. It wasn't going to win the tournament, but it was. And Doug was seeded too low. It was a bad matchup. Absolutely not.
All right.
There it is.
You got backbone. You got backbone. I like that.
Okay.
I like that. I like that.
It's a seeding in a matchup. It's a matchup issue.
You're
Black
right.
Jobs would beat most drops except that one.
The selection committee got it wrong.
I think Michael explained it pretty well.
We're not rescinding.
I'm not liking you
votes.
anymore, Mike. I'm not liking you anymore.
I stand with Mike.
I do too.
He's a man of conviction. I respect it, and I want you to go to your door and get that Amazon package.
I want to say this. I heard Doug say that live. I believe it was early in his show, and I remember him saying that, and I could not believe what I heard, and I went, "That's in the Wojo and Stony tournament." So I'm glad.
Backing it up.
All right.
I'm good with Mike.
He's got data.
All right, so I guess I can stick around till 6 then, Mike.
Yeah,
Okay.
Michael, one question for you, though. Are you against Black Jobs?
I'm so into Black Jobs. I'm pro Black Jobs. Good drop, bad matchup.
Okay.
You know you don't have to answer Wojo's question. Correct?
Yes, he does.
Mike, you just go enjoy your day.
Yeah.
And Michael is a man of conviction.
Wow.
Respect.
Now, you know what?
I'm happy we didn't.
One more time. I will allow you, Mike, to use your veto.
The caller Michael stood up for it.
Yeah, he did. I like that.
He had conviction. Do you have conviction to overturn this?
Not to say what you're asking me to say.
No,
I do not. All right, let's go over to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, Mike.
Good, Mike.
Hey, can I vote that I don't think Scooble's going to get traded and that the Tigers are in a wild card race? 'Cause I don't want to run Mark Ryan out of town for one, and I actually don't want to be negative. And they're only like 5 games out, so why can't, what do you guys
recorded.
Listen, I mean, I think, first of all, no one's wrong. You're welcome
And they're 6 out, by the way.
They're 6 out, but it's a math thing. 61 games to go. It's probably going to take between 86 and 90 wins. So when you start to do the math, is this team in a 61-game span capable of going 38 and 23? Knowing that Olsen's going to miss 3 turns and you're trading Flaherty. That's a hard thing to sell.
And Kenta Maeda is still on the roster.
Well, trading Flaherty, that has a whole nother aspect. But if they keep Flaherty, I think they can. If they trade him, then no.
Okay, no argument. But I would need to be sold on why, for a second straight year, as Rico continues to say, you would get nothing for a guy that's expiring. But I get a comp pick that might not be here till 2029. So, no, Mike, you're fine. Cast the vote. I'm not mad about it.
All right, here we go.
Go ahead.
We're going to go to the Mike Chair region. We have the 4-13 matchup.
Oh.
The 4th seed. Debating about the Scooble trade. You're
Scott
right.
Harris.
Against the 13th seed. Man, this region, could be the
loaded.
most stacked region we've ever had.
Guys, this is actually an easy one for me because when Valeni first played this one, I couldn't stop laughing. Scott Harris has got to advance. I think that one has a chance to win it all because that was just so random and hilarious.
Right.
Mike, I'm going to let you know this. I was going to use my veto had you not picked Scott Harris.
Good pick, Mike.
That one has a chance to win it all, guys.
It's a power one because you're right. I mean, you're in this interview and you're like, it's like saying, hey, I'm on my boss's boat right now.
Guess where I'm at right now? I'm at the headquarters.
I'm in the world headquarters.
And Jansen's
The
pissed
only thing
off.
missing was a pizza and a spear.
Right.
I mean, come on. What are we doing here?
Jansen pissed off, but he said let it play out. And he had an early lead, but
It's fair.
he let it play out.
You can't get rid of the HQ.
No.
HQ's got to be there. All right. We'll keep it timely. We'll rock and roll through more of these picks as the Stony and Wojo Invitational rolls on. It is summer road trip season. Before you take off, go to Moran Buick GMC to get a great experience and maybe find the vehicle you'll be driving in. A 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, $247 a month. A 24 Buick Encore GX, $253 a month. Moran, they'll have the vehicle you're looking for. And yes, Yukon Denali's are in stock. If you need the certified service, just go to MoranExpress.com. You'll get the free loaner. Go about your day. Always fast, always easy at Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph just north of Eureka and Taylor. And at MoranExpress.com, it's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, Stony and Wojo Invitational rolls on. We got to make sure we continue the pacing. We're going to go right to Robert, who, hold on here. Robert's on line 8. Rob, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Straw poll first.
Straw poll. First and foremost, do I think they're in the wild card chase? Yes, and I think the Cole Keith trend recently is real. I think he's on an unreal tear, and I think the dangerous thing is they're so young and naive. They're just going to roll with it, and confidence in a young team can be a dangerous thing.
Okay, will they trade Skubal?
Listen, I live here in Baltimore, and the radio experts, take that for what it's worth. They think it would be insane to give up Holiday. So if you're not going to do that, and you can only get, say, either Mayo or Basallo and one other lesser known, I don't think they should do that. So I think Skubal's going to stay, and I think part of that's going to be, I think Harris is a little stage fright to make, frankly, a defining moment, because if this doesn't work out, then it is game over.
That's
for
a
him.
move for a Theo Epstein or an Andrew Friedman or a
no, but if they're not giving up Holiday, it's the right move.
No, I'm saying for Harris, like if you pull the trigger on this.
But he shouldn't pull the trigger if they don't give up Holiday.
Correct. Agree totally.
That's my Baltimore intel for whatever that.
Yeah, and Robert, what's always funny about it? It'd be the same thing here if we had the prospects and the Orioles had Skubal and we were in their position. You'd have Tiger fans going, no, and it's like, guys, look, I'm trying to win a World Series. What are we doing here?
Right.
And that's the thing too. It's gonna the right deal is painful for both sides.
That's right. Yes,
the way
couldn't
it
have
should
said
be.
it better myself.
The way it should be. Robert, can we give you a game?
Absolutely.
Okay. Why don't we take you to the Wojo Dip region? And the 5-12 matchup, you never know about these. You have the number 5 seed. Mike Allen's ode to Josh Allen going up against the number 12 seed. You're right, with like paisley shirt of some sort. Absolutely. What say you, Robert?
I love Mike's Josh Allen drop. That's and part of it's because I'm a super NFL fan, but I can see Mike saying it as much as everything. It's a fantastically hilarious drop with so much energy.
Yes, I'm very passionate about the topic.
Birchie and his boat are capsized.
They've been capsized. No surprise here. The number 5 seed advances.
He moves on.
Yes.
And also, by the way, that Baltimore intel. I mean, imagine the Tigers being on the precipice of a World Series, having 3/5 of the rotation die. You have the ability to get a Cy Young caliber lefty with 2 years of control who you'll have for 3 playoff runs. And fans calling and going, no, get rid of player I've never seen before.
But you see why, if his intel is correct, why people are viewing this wrong. Oh, the Tigers, they won't make the trade. No.
It's about the Orioles.
Baltimore won't make the trade. I don't know if his intel is real.
I think both things are true.
Yeah.
But again, if the Orioles are smart, they would make the Godfather offer.
Yes. Godfather. And maybe they have. Who knows?
You can act like a man. All right, let's go to DJ. All the luminaries are coming out today. Hello, DJ.
What up, though, my dog? How you doing?
Excellent.
What up, Doe?
What up, DJ?
Hey, what up, Doe?
Straw poll, dog.
Hey, hold on. Hey, whoa.
Yeah.
That's the best one you done did, my dog. I got to give you some credit on that one.
Thank
that
you.
Was authentic.
I've been
that
working
one was
on
authentic, my dog.
Oh,
yeah, that one was good, dog. Now, I heard a little North End Detroit now. All right.
He's been practicing.
Yeah.
North End Detroit.
North End. Yeah.
DJ.
Romeo and Dryden.
Yeah, DJ, he's been practicing talking to his black mailman.
Yeah.
There you go.
North End. Caseville.
What up, Doe?
Straw poll.
What up, Doe, homie? You got my mail?
Hey there, DJ.
Yo, my man.
All right.
Are the Tigers in the wild card hunt, my friend?
That's simple. No.
Okay. And will they trade Skubal?
No, Doe.
No.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. We're going to go to the Hawk Tour region. The top seed against the 16th seed.
Jansen.
That's what you yell after you get the Hawk Tour.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, give me the one all day. That one ain't even close. That Hawk Tour, that's classic. Give me that one. Give me the one.
That's worldwide, baby.
Yeah, that's classic right there, man. Hey, man, great show, man. You guys enjoy yourself, man. Hey, by the way, Mike, I'm out here doing your favorite thing, man. You wouldn't believe, man. People are driving down the freeway throwing you-know-what diapers on the road. So that's what we just cleaned
Jesus.
up, man.
Wait, what?
Unbelievable.
DJ is tasked with attempting to keep the roads,
Oh,
the
God
freeways,
bless
the
you.
highways and byways in and around the city of Detroit clean. And this is what this man is up against. People are animals.
Wait, full diapers?
Like, why you would drive down the street and
In
drive
your
down
car.
the freeway and toss out a doo-doo diaper is beyond me. But we just cleaned up 2 of them, man. So I thought about you, Mike, because I know you be like, man, people are whatever.
No,
So,
DJ,
have a
people are
good day.
pigs. I mean, it's just what it is. There's no other way to put it.
When you think dirty diapers, you think Mike.
That's right. DJ, I'm so sorry. I just... What is wrong with... You know
Stony,
what?
why did you do that?
I blame Wojo. His people. Let's go to...
Those people?
Let's go to Ken, 97.1. Kenny, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Excellent.
Kenneth, we're great. Would you like to weigh in on the straw poll?
Yes. No, we're not in the wild card race, and I want them to trade Skubal, so I'm just going to say yes and hold my hopes out for Holiday and the others.
Oh, okay.
There it
Gaming
is.
Big Mo. All right, Kenneth, let's take you to the let's do it to the Mike's Chair region, if you don't mind. And one of those 3-14 matchups that you never know, especially if Arizona's the 3 seed. We go number 3 seed. Touchdown, Detroit Black Eye, Mike Valenti. Going up against the number 14 seed.
I do like spicy garlic wings, but touchdown Black Eyes got to go through.
Oh, down goes spicy garlic wings. All right.
I had the pleasure of sending in calling all Blacks last year, so we're keeping with it this year.
Excellent. Excellent
You
job,
had to be
Ken.
upset with the black jobs, though.
We all are.
I'm heartbroken that Black Jobs is gone.
We're all heartbroken.
Yeah.
We're all...
Well, most of us.
Our mic stanchions are at
Kenny.
half-mast. Let me go to Steven. David, can I? Are we good? All right. Oh, what the hell with the manager's not even here today.
Yeah.
Steven is up next, 97.1. Steve, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good. Where are you at on the straw poll before we get to the matchup?
So what I think is that I think your second question predates the first one. I think if they trade Skubal, then they're out of the running. But I think if they keep him, then they're in the running because he's that good of a pitcher, in my opinion. But I would much prefer that they trade him.
So
keep him.
today he has not been traded.
But
Where are
here's
they?
the question, though, is what will they do?
I think they're going to keep him. In my opinion, I think they're going to keep him. I don't trust Scott Harris to make that move.
So they'll keep him, and if I'm understanding you, that means you do believe they're in the hunt.
I believe they will be in the hunt, but I believe they will fall like 2-3 games short.
And then I get to do the show of, see, you should have taken Wyatt Langford and signed Matt Chapman.
You said you weren't going to say his name.
I'm giving one of those a day. Kenny said I get one a day.
Okay.
Oh, mayhem has broken out.
I agree with you on that. I actually I watched the College World Series last year, and I wanted Wyatt Langford, or I wanted one of those LSU players, and I was very disappointed when they didn't take him.
That's all. That's my one I get today, Steven. All right, give this man a match.
All right, you know what? We're going to allow you to finish up a region. We go to the Hawk Tour region for a 5-12 matchup. You know the history of 5-12s. The 5th seed. Against the 12th seed.
Horror. Stephen A. Smith.
Horror show.
I don't know. I think I got to go with the upset here. I think Stephen A. Smith is much more iconic, than John Jansen. So I'm going to go with the Stephen A. Smith drop here.
I don't know. I got my my veto thing thinking about that.
That's a very
it's
tepid
a nothing drop. It has nothing to do with the person.
It's an up in the air one, in my opinion.
Well, let me at least defend Hara. We don't play the John drop. I don't even know. It's amazing for a guy that has no opinion that he died on that hill. Yes, he's threatening people to come to Livonia. I like, what?
Yeah. See, I honestly hadn't heard the Livonia drop until today, but I've heard the Stephen A. Smith one a handful of times, so I think that would be the one I'd have to go with.
Woj, what are you thinking here?
No, I mean, I don't really love the Stephen A. Smith thing, but I agree that the Jansen one hasn't been very popular.
Yeah, I don't think it carries a lot of weight. We don't
I
play it.
guess I need to save the
I mean, we do
the veto
play,
till later.
Yeah,
I mean, we do play this one quite a bit. All right,
That was last year's though. Wasn't it?
No, I'm just saying we got to pick up the pace.
Do we? Are we? We're
We
way
still
behind.
have 10 first round games to go.
well, the
We're
Tigers
okay.
game isn't going to start on time.
All right, okay. We'll attack the phones next. 97.1.
Attack!
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers face the Guardians tonight, and A.J. Hinch has submitted his lineup card. Riley Green has the day off, so Matt Vierling in center field and leading off. Colt Keith will follow at second base. Justin Henry Malloy, the hot hitter right now, hitting third and left. Mark Cano, Wenzel Perez, and Andy Ibanez in the middle. Gio Urshela hitting seventh at third base. Zach McKinstry hitting eighth at shortstop. And Jake Rogers, the man who hit that Little League home run, is hitting ninth and catching tonight. Tyler Holton makes the start, which will be just the second of his MLB career, as the Tigers go with a bullpen day. For context, yesterday they used Shelby Miller, Easton Lucas, and Andrew Chafin out of the pen, all 1 inning or less. It appears the Rams and Matthew Stafford's contract dispute is over, according to head coach Sean McVay. Details came down to the wire, but they'll report to training camp on time. The deal is not an extension, but a restructure. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, straight to the people. We got to pick up the pace to get back to level, so we go right to Mike. He's in A squared 97.1. Mike, how you doing?
Hey, first time, long time. How's it going?
Good. Man.
Hello, Michael.
Straw poll.
Mm-hmm.
Are we contenders? I don't know. I guess not really. I told my friend it's going to be hilarious when we end up getting into that third wild card spot, and then the wheels are just going to fall off, and then we won't do anything at the deadline. We'll be stuck with Scooble. We're definitely not trading Scooble. I don't think Harris has the stones. I don't think the Orioles are going to give us a Godfather offer like you guys were talking about.
So where does I guess not really stand in the wild card race?
I'll say no.
Okay, all right. Just
we're not in the wild card chase.
I guess.
All right,
really.
so what's Mike's matchup?
All right, Michael, you were finishing out or getting close to finishing out the first round. I will take you to the Wojo Dip Regional, and it's the 4-13 matchup. You never know what's going to happen here. The number 4 seed is not a court of law. Mike mocking Michigan fans, oddly enough, going up against the 13 seed. Oh, okay. What do you say, Michael?
As annoying as I think it's not a court of law it's hands down better than whatever I just heard from Jansen. So
yeah,
the 4 seed moves on.
It is very, very catchy. It's not a court of law.
That day was bad.
Catchy. It's just annoying.
It is. Yeah. No, Mike, I authored it. I'm annoyed by it. You're right. I'm not mad in the least.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, buddy.
Good job, mister.
Right up there with "Don't worry, be happy."
Yes, exactly.
God.
All right, let's keep it going. No time for chatter. We go to Ben, 97.1. Hello, Ben.
Hello, guys.
How you doing, Ben? What's your straw poll answers?
The proper answer to the question is no.
No.
Got it. Done and done.
No.
Give this man a matchup.
All right, here we go. All right, this to me is the gourmet matchup of the first round. We go to the Mike Chair region.
Oh, boy.
The 8-9 matchup. The winner goes to the chair.
Oh, no.
All right, we have the 8th seed against the 9th seed.
Wow.
This guy, it's not even close. I never even heard the 8th seed. The 9th seed moves on. Down goes number 8.
Whoa!
Well done.
Can we get an amen? Holy smokes!
No, I said that one was misplaced.
Fair play.
And again, volume and passion.
And derangement.
Makes it, and derangement.
All right, let's keep it going. I don't want to get yelled at by David. Let's go to Joy, 97.1. Hello, Joy.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Excellent.
Hello, happy Joy. Nobody ever says that to you, I'm sure.
Hey.
Joy to the world.
Probably
would you
about 100 times.
I know. Would you like to vote in the straw poll, please?
Yeah, I'd have to say they're not consistent enough to be in contention for the wild card, but I also don't think that they're going to trade.
Okay.
So.
Perfect.
There we
you.
go.
Give Joy a matchup.
All right, Joy, you should enjoy this matchup. You know what? I'm going to give you, in the Kenny Fires Iserman region, the 6. No, I can't do one. I don't want to do one that I'm in. Okay, that's unfair.
Do the 8-9.
The 8-9 matchup, all right? The number 8 seed. Kenny Cott saying for sure. Going up against the number 9 seed. Hatchett's church service. What say you?
I got to go with the number 9 seed.
Yes.
I always think it's funny.
Yep.
Frown on my face.
Yes.
Yeah,
and if you
it's-
haven't seen the video accompaniment to that, you're missing out, Joe.
Yeah.
Just go to YouTube.
Now goes
I
Faux
need to
Shower.
I got to check that out.
You do, because it becomes even better once you've seen it. Trust me.
I guess I haven't seen it either.
Thank you, Joy. We're going to keep going. We're not
you,
giving
Joy.
David any chance to yell at any of us. We're going to go to Chuck
He gets
97.1.
mean.
You try working with him every day.
Oh my God.
Chuck, how are you? Chuck.
Chuckles?
What's
doing
up?
great. Doing great.
There
How
he
are you?
is.
Love the tournament.
Okay, Chuck, are the Tigers in the wild card hunt?
I say no.
Okay.
Will
and
they
will
trade Scooble?
If I were the GM, I would trade them, but I don't think Scott Harris will do it.
Okay, so that is
Perfect.
a no.
Give this man a matchup.
answers.
Here we go. We'll go to the Kenny Fires Eigerman reason, the 2-15 matchup. We have the 2nd seed going up against the 15th seed.
This seating is an absurdity. Sorry, Chuck. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
I'd have to go with the 15 seed.
Yep.
Nope. No veto either.
Yeah.
No veto.
No veto there? Hell no. That
That's
was
that's a terrible job of seating. You
I
didn't
think
respect.
that was like Santa Clara over Arizona one year. Was
Oh,
that?
was that Steve Nash's team?
I think so.
It was. It was.
God, we're losers. All
Yes,
right,
we are.
Let's keep it going. We'll go to Anthony, 97.1. Anthony, how you doing?
Guys, what's going on? So to the questions, no and no, and the reason why is because it's all about pitching, and our rookies right now are the number 3 producing rookies this year. Number 2, I mean, in the league altogether. So no and no.
Okay. No and no. And that's in honor of no, just
Give
advancing.
him a matchup. He
Yeah.
can complete one of 2
Right,
regions.
That's right. Long-time listener, been listening to Stony and Wojo since I was like 8 years old, so Happy New Year.
Thank you.
And,
Happy New Year. Woo!
What about weather?
Weathers!
I would also, because of me, you guys invented the veto. Not that I'm a bad guy. You guys just didn't like what I did in the first year, so I'm the veto starter guy.
What did you do?
I can't remember, but it was a 2 and a 15 seed. It was a while ago.
It
My
was
most
bad,
recent one was like
apparently.
the Billy Ocean song over the Mike Rant song, and Mike was happy about that.
Oh, boy.
I probably was. I hate all of the
boy.
stuff I'm a part of. All right, go ahead.
All right, we're going to take you to the
Can I get in
Wojo.
the Heiserman one?
No.
you'll pick your own region,
No. The Wojo Dip region. If you don't mind, you should be honored, to
I
be
don't mind.
honest. The 3-14 matchup, you have the number 3 seed. Wow, the Mike Chair Break song going up against the number 14 seed. Oh.
They're both great. I do like the 14 one, but number 3 seed's going to take it this time. The top seed wins here. No chop there. I mean, I'll talk on this one. Take it easy, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mike Chairs in all its forms is a monster. Let's be honest.
Yes.
It's a monster. It's going to be difficult.
I was really pissed at you.
I was, yeah. When I saw the news, I was just like, "Oh, this is not going to go well."
Yeah, and it really wouldn't have made a difference.
I thought that and then David broke in, and I was like, "Thank you, David. Thanks for telling Mike."
Boy, Chase Young was so good for the Niners.
No, but he did make the play that destroyed the
Yeah,
Lions.
I know.
To be fair,
I know.
I'm not telling you he was good.
I know.
Carry on.
Just effing around.
I know. You know what? Don't give David a chance to yell at us. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, how you doing, buddy?
So mean.
Nick.
Hey, well, yeah, it's me. Yep. Glad to be doing this for a second year. Was really hoping for my gotta have money drop to make it, but unfortunately, just like Penn State, we never make the playoffs anyways. James Franklin, is he African American? Because Kenny, I know you want to get rid of black jobs. Oh boy, I got a proposition for you because I got a black job you can get rid of right here.
Oh, wow.
Wow, a James Franklin slander.
Oh, my God. It's not my nephew either who can't stand this coach.
Straw poll, and then we need to give Nick a matchup.
All right. Well, so they're not wild card contenders. Reese Olson and Mize are dead. Too many rats, not enough difference makers on the team. And trade's not going to happen because if a trade's talked about this much, it usually doesn't happen. That's just the fact. So I'll be stuck with no third baseman. I still have to look at bias.
By the way, you're right, but it's all Valenti's fault because he was the first one to come up with this trade. Okay,
Right.
so
okay.
here we go.
We
have the 215 matchup. We're going to go to the Mike Chair region. 2 versus 15. Ladies and gentlemen, the second seed against the 15th seed.
Oh.
Wow.
You know what? I think What Up, though, was really overseeded. I'm not going to have to go with what's your experience.
Yeah.
When
John was challenging people, if you haven't played the game, you can't talk about Michigan cheating. It was an all-time bad.
Wait. You're eliminating What Up, though?
We're considering behind the glass veto here.
Yeah, is better.
What Up, though, is a better drop. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're behind the glass considering vetoing this.
I'm abstaining.
Are you vetoing it or no?
Yes, we're vetoing.
Yes. I'm in favor of that, too, but I'm not using my veto. But there.
That's weak.
Yeah. What up, though?
I'm abstaining.
It's overseeded.
I don't have a problem.
The man
with
is out
Nick's
there
vote.
cleaning up dirty diapers right now on the field.
Right. DJ needs a win. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So you're basically, it's a pity vote.
To a certain degree, maybe.
But it was such John it was CFJ, condescending football John.
Yeah, but you don't get the whole context in there. Either.
Yeah, but John, they cheated. Oh, yeah? Well, what's your experience? Did you play D-tackle? It was the most absurd radio you've ever heard.
What up, though?
Okay. Hey, summer driving season is here. You know what that means? Car accidents. So why don't we avoid those? But if you can't, and God forbid you're injured in one, David Feminini and his team are ready to help you right now. David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You could speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
It's getting close. We're nearing the end of the first round.
Well, let's get to it.
Let's
so
get to it.
We can be paced, all right? Let's go to Josh, 97.1. Josh, how you doing?
Peace.
Hey, gentlemen. How's it going?
Joshua, how are you? Would you please answer the straw poll?
Yeah, last year the Mariners fell about one game short of the wild card. It was super depressing because they got super hot in the second half, and I think that's what the Tigers are going to do, unfortunately. So they're in it, but they're not going to make it.
Okay, so that's a yes. They're in it. And Skubal traded?
I don't think so, and I think it's more that I don't think Elias, the Orioles, or the Dodgers or anybody else will pull the trigger because everybody loves their own prospect.
We're with you on
I
that
don't think
one.
the Dodgers have what it takes to do it,
No,
frankly.
that's what there was a Morosi report / tweet about that today.
Like, don't you view the Dodgers as where Flaherty would go?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, perhaps.
Sorry, carry on, guys.
All right, can I take you to the Wojo Dip region, if you don't mind?
Sure thing.
It's the classic 215 matchup. You never know what might happen. It's a toughie. The number 2 seed. Oh. Lomas Brown priming the pump. Going up against the number 15 seed.
Boy, it's hard. It's hard to not pick Stony defending Troy Weaver, but I think you can't deny Lomas as we approach the Lions Super Bowl run, right?
No, it's a tremendous song.
Yeah, tremendous.
It has multi-year lifespan.
And Lomas does very well in this tournament, year in, year out.
He keeps you pumped up.
Even though he loathes being a part of it, he sure does well.
When he won it all.
No, he doesn't loathe it. He's just always amused by it.
Yes.
And people say strange
He
things.
seemed to have fun when I saw him.
Okay. Let's keep it moving. Let's go over to Raymond, 97.1. Hi, Raymond.
Hello, Mr. Michael. Welcome back, Rico, from your extended stay. And, of course, Stony and Wojo.
Oh, thank you.
Straw poll, Raymondo.
Yes.
What do you got?
It's both no and a no, even though I want the Skubal trade. I just don't think it's going to happen. But I'm going to throw it down a rake real quick. How do we not have, on the day of a tournament, a double box or an octo box of these matchups?
Oh, don't start with Mike, please. We went through this last week.
Oh, Christ.
What?
I hate Scott Hansen.
And I went through his whole local litany of grew up in Rochester and all that stuff.
Oh, and you still hate him?
Hate.
Yes. All right, here we go.
Octo box.
A 5-12 matchup to finish out the Mike Chair region and earn a spot to play the next game at Little Caesars headquarters. The 5 seed, Donovan Edwards, against the 12th seed.
Jimmy Costume. Cookies.
Ooh. You know what? I really like the cookies drop because sometimes it's just so savage in how it's played on the show. So I got to go with cookies there.
Down goes Donovan.
Well, half of Donovan's in there.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So,
exactly.
You know, it's an upset, but it's not a shocking upset.
Not at all.
Yeah.
And another 5-12. We've had
a lot of upsets.
We've had 3 5-12s this.
It's like
3 12s
tournament.
won.
Yeah. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paul, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? So no and no, and then I got a question about a drop. So how is Kenny Cott's slamming and banging at 8 a.m? How is that not in the tournament, or did I miss it?
Okay, so we love it, but it is new and it's a little lightly used.
Yeah, the selection committee decided that it wasn't used enough in the show to be able to be featured.
Played in a very weak conference. It came out of the Patriot League.
But I think it's got great usage coming up for football.
He doesn't.
I promise.
It was undefeated.
It has to.
Yeah, it won its conference, but it lost to UCLA, so therefore it's out.
Perfect.
Oh, okay. You guys got to use that more because it's hilarious. Anyway,
all right.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, can we take you to the? Let's go back to the Wojo Dip region for the. You never know here. The one. This is the year a 1 beats a 16. The 1-16 matchup. The number 1 seed. Nudies going up against the number 16 seed.
I'm sorry, guys, but that's one of my favorite drops just because I love Stony, and that whole bit was hilarious. Dude, I gotta go with the Stony drop. I have to go with the hum drop on that one.
Wow, the dip song.
Wait, a 16 over a 1?
Maryland, Baltimore County.
Happened once.
Dude,
And Purdue just lost.
It was underseeded. That one should have been higher because Stoney's just giggling.
Pardon me if I don't think it's funny making fun of a coworker's last name, okay? Oh. Whoops. Wait. Anybody?
I don't know what to do here. Because he makes a good point, and it's Paul's vote.
So what? It's my veto.
Hilarious.
So veto it, won't you? The
freaking
veto.
hilarious.
Then step to the plate, Bob.
Yeah, don't try to get.
I have conviction. Stand down, Paul. Your vote has been vetoed.
Wojo likes himself
Paul.
better than me.
Dip song moves on.
Well, I noticed the committee put you two in the same bracket together.
Yeah, exactly.
I might have gotten a higher seed than I deserved, but I'm going to use it.
I got a bracket named after you.
Are we done with this first round yet?
No,
we got one
more.
One more.
Oy vey. All right, go to Jimmy, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's happening, guys? Honored to be on here with you. Ready to do it.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. Your straw poll votes.
Okay, I would say I don't believe the Tigers are in contention, unfortunately. And given Mike's creativity when it comes to being a general manager, I'm going to say that Scott Harris will pull the trigger and get the deal done and bring some excitement to Detroit. Let's go.
Man, that would be radio gold. All right, keep it going.
Either way, it would be radio
To
gold.
close out the first round.
Give me a good one, Woj.
I'm Stony, but that's okay. To close out the first round, we go to the Kenny Fire Eiserman region, the 6th seed against the 11th seed.
I did.
Oh, wow. This is a good one.
It's a toughie.
I would say just because I don't really hear both of those in terms of drops like consistently played, I would say I'm going to go with the 11th seed. We're going to go with Woj to knock off the 6th seed.
You know, it's about time somebody stood up for a black guy, right? And I did, and I advanced.
There is a veto
It's a
still
little quirky.
available.
Let's hear it more often.
There is a veto still sitting out there. That's mine.
I don't think it's veto worthy.
Yeah.
I think it's a good selection.
I can't do that.
No.
I forgot who I was talking about there, but I really did think it was a black guy.
The criminal, maybe?
No.
James Franklin?
It was a voice. I forgot. Never mind.
Vacation can't get here soon enough. All right.
It's wonderful. Trust me.
Take your word for it.
I heard Rico vacationed the Tecumseh area. Is that true?
Yeah, I was hanging out with Gov.
Okay,
He
then.
took me through Clear and everything.
All right. Let's stay timely. Now, listen. First round is done.
God.
How do we? Are we going to make it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
we'll make it.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Let's take care of some business, and we will set the table for the second round of the now 5th or 6th annual Stony and Wojo Invitational. All right, a lot of you need to replace your roof this summer. Be forewarned, there are companies out there that will skip arguably the most important step of the process, the ventilation. And if you don't get it done right, you're going to have wood rot, mold. It's going to be a complete disaster whether you got a brand new roof or not. Get with Victor's Home Solutions. They don't skip steps. They will have the perfect ventilation plan, then install the perfect roof. That is how they can offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. They get the best installation, they get the best planning, and you can call for a free roof inspection and estimate today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. The Tigers have a bullpen day against the Guardians tonight at Comerica Park. Xavier Curry starts for Cleveland, who's been a starter and reliever in his brief MLB career thus far. This season, he has 5 appearances and 3 starts in the big leagues, logging a 5.19 ERA. He will oppose Tyler Holton. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. According to A.J. Hinch, Reese Olson's shoulder strain is mild after he received testing. There's still no timetable for his return, but he was placed on the 15-day IL yesterday after his short start over the weekend. 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is reporting to training camp despite his contract dispute, as is Matthew Stafford. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right. And by the way, like we talked about yesterday, as long as the Guardians are going to keep putting gas cans on the mound, Tigers have a chance to win.
Yeah, how did they get to first place with such a huge lead? I don't
Their
get that.
bullpen was elite. Their offense was elite. They play great defense, but their pitching is falling apart. I mean, Logan Allen got hurt. A couple guys got hurt. And now, last night, Carlos Carrasco, he's Rico's age. He's garbage. Xavier Curry, this dude blows. He's terrible. So, they have a legit shot to do it.
If you're the Tigers, obviously Scooble's not in that equation. But if Cleveland calls for Flaherty, what do? Do you care about the division thing?
I don't.
I don't either.
Ever. I don't because
Especially
he's expiring and Cleveland is cheap as dirt.
Expired.
And you can't screw this up again like you did last year.
Yeah, I don't buy the compensatory pick as having value to me if I believe I'm going to win next year.
No.
So I don't want to hear about a player who won't be here until 2029.
No.
So yes, I would deal him to the Twins. I think the Twins would need him. I think the Dodgers would need him. The Yankees need him. There's a big market for Flaherty. It's just he's a rental. You're not going to get what you're hoping for.
He needs to have another good outing, too. To put
just
a couple
5 and fly.
Tomorrow,
right?
Yep. Keep his spine together. Give me 5 innings and then postage stamp. Get out of town.
There you go.
Okay, to the people. By the way, couple open lines for the first time all day today. 248-539-9797. The Stony and Wojo Drop Invitational. We will... All right, we will go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
Chicken schnitzel beef teriyaki. How's it going, guys?
Hey, Ryan.
The old Sully drop, an absolute classic.
Love it. I celebrate the entire catalog. As Stephen A. would say, no, and then no on your turn.
Now, Ryan, before we start the second round of the tournament, we need your answer in the straw poll. Are the Tigers?
He went no and no.
Oh, he did?
I went no and no.
Oh, I didn't know he was answering.
Don't worry, I'm paying attention.
All right, somebody.
All right, go ahead, Ryan.
All right, Ryan, you're starting the second round of the tournament, and let's start it off in the Haktua region. Well, 2 long shots, but they've made it this far. The number 13 seed. TJ Blasting Players' Wives going up against the number 12 seed Horror Show.
I might have to go the not chalk, the opposite. So I'm gonna call the upset on this one. Now, if
TJ Blasting Players' Wives.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, there's nothing
what
wrong.
time is the People Are Stupid segment again?
I do those in the privacy of my own home now.
Yes.
People
So,
are stupid.
so now we're down
Thank you.
to 2 12 seeds. We still have 3 11s, and as far as the top seeds, 4 1s and 3 2s.
Let's go to Andy,
Gotta be a thriller.
97.1. Andy, what's going on, buddy?
Happy New Year, gentlemen.
Happy New Year! Woo!
Thank you for doing this tournament. It is such a pleasure to be able to not only make a pick, but predict how the Tigers are going to do here in the second half.
Mm-hmm. So what you get?
And I say the Tigers are not wild card participants just because the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. And therefore, they cannot take the Lions' swag and, just future.
Are they trading Scooble?
No.
No.
Okay.
They're gonna sit. They're gonna sit ugly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. Kenny Fire Eiserman region. Also a 12-13 matchup like we had before. We have the 12 seed going up against the 13th seed.
Kenny loving
every
hookers
time.
and Tom loving Tom.
Wow. Tom versus hookers. Dang.
In the Tecumseh area.
And we're both, we're not, but someone's raising the white flag on that one. Let's go Kenny Cott.
Okay.
Down goes Tom. Down goes Tom.
I'm really pleased because now Kenny is going to be a new addition to the drop board, but I root for this drop.
Yeah.
There's something about the enthusiasm and believability of what he's saying.
Yes.
And it really, I like it.
And the likelihood that it has been fulfilled, too.
There's no question.
Yeah. What? Huh?
Just making sure you're paying attention back
Yeah.
there. All right, let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jim, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon,
Hello, James. How about your answers to the straw poll?
Well, if the Tigers had drafted Wyatt Langford like they were supposed to, they would be in contention. But since they didn't, it's a no and a no.
You are such a panderer.
You do realize this is going to play out this way. They're going to finish like 3 games out. Wyatt Langford's going to have a war of 3.4, and I'm going to throw a chair through the window.
And he's going to hit a walk-off to clinch a wild
Oh,
card
my
spot.
God.
It's
oh,
destiny.
Dear God. All right, can I take you to the Mike's Chair region? Well,
Okay.
I'm going anyhow, whether you answer or not. All right. James, in the Mike's Chair region, these are always interesting. It's the 6-3 matchup. You have the number 6 seed, Kenny Conn, on a bit of a roll right now, going up against the number 3 seed.
I've got to go with the touchdown Detroit Black Eye.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's a clear
This
winner
is
right
one
there.
drop I'm not embarrassed of.
That's a good black job.
No, that's a
Yeah.
strong drop. That's
Yeah.
strong
It's a high-paying one.
Damn right.
And you were mocking Gus Williams there, right? No, I mean, Gus Johnson. Gus Williams.
Gus Williams played with the Sonics.
Right? That was Gus Johnson.
Other black guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure I just thought it was funny, and
Repeated
I'm
it.
like, Dan Miller should do this, and we just were goofing around. I stand by it. When I see Dapper Dan first time this season, I'm going to ask him. First
No,
preseason
but the first
game.
time it was Gus Johnson not having any enthusiasm for your little Sparty Bowl
Oh,
game,
no,
right?
that was okay. Yeah, that was, what was it, 2017, and he was
Wasn't
like
that?
quaaluded out of his
Yeah,
mind. He's
that
like,
was the
I thought that's
Holiday
what this
Bowl.
was from, yeah.
it was like an 80-yard LJ Scott run. He's like, touchdown. I don't know, black guy.
Yeah,
And
touchdown,
you're like,
black
wait,
guy.
Gus, are you okay? And then you
I
cut
thought
scene
that's what this was.
you cut scene to anything U of M, and he's just like,
Yeah.
well,
He gets excited.
priming his pump.
Sure he does, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We'll go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, gentlemen. Honored to be a part of this tournament.
Honored to have you, Nicholas.
Sound it. All right, let's answer the questions here on the straw poll.
Tony, don't get snotty with them.
That was rude, Stone.
I'm
Yeah, he has enthusiasm.
I can be rude, Stoney.
I'm in my office. I can't be too enthusiastic.
Okay, well, you're a good,
But,
you're a good excuse. Well, are the Tigers in the hunt?
He has a white job right now.
I'm getting serious Red Wing vibes from this team right now. They're hot, but I think there's a 7-game losing streak on the horizon. So I'm just going to say no.
And Scooble?
No, he's staying.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the Wojo Dip region, where we have the 3-11 matchup. The 3 seed. Going up against the 11 seed.
That's a toughie.
This one was never close. It's number 3 all day long.
Oh, down go the Freaks.
All day. Goodbye. Doug's got to go. Sorry, Doug.
Doug's Freaks.
It's all right.
Back to the house.
He's enjoying a kale salad. His day will move on.
He didn't want to be attached to the Freaks anyhow.
No, I don't think Doug likes this tournament at all, or audio sound in general. Let's go to Corey, 97.1. Corey, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good, guys. I've been looking forward to this day all year long.
Awesome.
It's my birthday, but I've also been looking forward to this. So
happy birthday.
I'm going to go with yes and yes on the questions because we're trading Scooble to get Jackson Holiday to rake the yard, 320. He's hitting 18 home runs after this year.
Whoa!
We're good.
You're calling your shot,
Mr.
mister.
Positivity.
Wow. All right, Corey, can I take you to a region? Why don't we go? Did you say it was your birthday, right?
It is.
Yeah, so you're probably due for a Hawk Tua. Let's go to the Hawk.
Get me to vacation, please. Oh, my God.
What?
Just read.
Doesn't
Say
that happen
something.
on people's birthdays sometimes?
Just
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
All right. All right.
That was too emphatic, Stoney.
Yeah.
When it's rare, you have to be emphatic about
That
it.
was too
Someone
quick,
give
Stoney.
this man a matchup.
All right, I'm looking for one from the Hawk Tua region. It's going to be the 7-2 matchup. You have the number 7 seed. Mike, respected by everybody, apparently. Going up against the number 2 seed. Oh.
Oh, yeah, you got to go with the number 2 seed. That's all day long.
The Moan.
All day long.
Okay.
Yeah, Simone.
So Valeni loses his endorsement, too.
It's a shame. I really appreciated the endorsement. He took such pleasure. But I respect it.
Yeah.
David's ridiculous reaction to an NFL rumor.
Yeah.
That's what that was.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah, that had nothing to do with anything sexual. It was
really
something about like the Steelers. Was that Steelers getting Justin Fields?
Something like that. I believe so. Something
And that
close.
was the reaction.
It was. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
That didn't age well. Cutscene. He's a kick returner.
Well, you never know.
Poor thing.
248-539-9797. We'll get back to the tournament in a second. Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. They covered 26 football fields with the product they move. You buy it, you get it, you build it, and you save while you're doing it. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. Deck season's here. Take advantage of the low prices. Call Northville today, or better yet, just stop by and they will introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville Lumber or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Oh, my God.
The old Sully
The
kid.
overemphasis of the word schnitzel.
And teriyaki.
Oh, my God.
Uh-huh.
It is the Stony and Wojo Invitational. We love that Mike and Rico allow us to infiltrate their program.
It's the blast.
For one show each year.
It is, and they give us pizza, which we enjoy.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
Oh, and their company, too. We love their company
I'm going
as
to tell
well.
you, there's no man who likes pizza like this guy.
No,
I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, my God. Yeah, shocker.
That and cheesesteaks.
I can't take you serious right now.
No.
Your headset
I broke
floppy.
I broke my headset mid-show.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
You got a
Yes.
floppy
And
ear
you
right
weren't
now.
even angry.
No, it just fell. And you know what's funny? After 4 years, how many times this thing has been like crushed in a travel bag to get on an airplane or do radio every day, and what broke it? It innocently falling off of the console.
The Stony and Wojo Invitational.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
They got a pill for that. Go ahead.
All right. Do we
need
have a
some
caller
tape.
here? Who do we have?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sean.
Yes, let's go to
That's
Sean.
your
I
job. You
apologize.
have to punch up the phone.
Thank you, Dad.
His ear
All
is
right.
dangling.
Sean, how are
We heard that, you know.
I am honored to be on the show today. I'm pumped up. Let's go.
Sean, we're honored to have you. Do you have answers to the straw poll?
I am root for radio all day. I want the Tigers to lose, and I want them to pretty much sell everyone and actually get some fielding prospects because they can't do it on their own.
So no to the wild card, yes to Trade and Scooble.
Yes.
Okay, good enough. All right, Sean, let's take you to the, well, you know where I always want to go, to the Hakua region.
Why?
For the 11-14 matchup. Here we go. The number 11 seed, Donovan Edwards, apparently looking sexy, going up against the 14 seed. It's pretty stiff, I want to tell you. It's a pretty stiff competition.
It gets funnier.
It does. It builds.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the 14 seed.
Down goes Donovan. Down goes Donovan. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He was drinking Admiral Nelson, too. That's the funny thing about it.
I think Kenny Cott has like 9 drops still alive.
Let's go to Rob, 97.1. Rob, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hello, Robert.
Robert, answer our straw poll question, please. Are the Tigers in the hunt?
Yes.
Okay.
Will Tarek Skubal be traded?
I hope so because I don't like him. I think he's a bum.
Whoa.
You think he's a bum?
You think he's a bum?
Well, I went to the game with my daughter, and he wouldn't give her an autograph. He just basically walked right by me, looked at me, and said, "I don't do that."
Oh, that's it. Trade his ass.
Oh, yes.
Trade him out of here. You don't disrespect
he reminds
Rob's
me
daughter.
Of Mize and Fulmer. I didn't like him. I don't like him.
You don't disrespect Rob's daughter. I stand with Rob.
Sounds like Charlie Woods.
Don't disrespect
All right.
the Bing.
All right, here we go. In the Kenny Fire Iserman region, to advance to the Sweet 16,
Oh, boy.
we have the 10th seed. Hope he signed an autograph for your daughter. Against the 15th seed. That's what Turk Skubal said to your daughter.
That was live audio of your daughter getting an autograph.
Hey, gotta go with Cat Williams.
Yes,
My
I
man.
agree.
You know, that's a good one.
And
That's
it's a
15
major
seed.
feature of the show.
Yeah.
It has staying power.
It should have been somebody else against Cat, but Mike wouldn't do the veto.
Who should it have been,
how
do you think,
dare you.
against it? If you had to guess, who should it have been against him? If you had to pick one?
He
Number
wa-
7 seed.
He wanted the Dan Aykroyd line. No, let's go to Carl. 97.1. Carl,
You
how are
can't
you?
trick this son of a bitch.
What's up? I'm doing pretty good yourselves.
Good, Carlton. Carlton, will you want to answer the straw poll?
Oh, yeah. So I think we're going to make a run. I don't think we're going to necessarily make it. I think we want to hold on to Scooble for at least one more year as well. Maybe try and make a better run next year. Maybe Scott Harris is finally getting the hang of this shit.
Okay.
So, sorry.
Uh-oh. All right, give the man his matchup. Let's watch the language,
So
please.
yes and no. All right. Carlton. For a spot in the Sweet 16 from the Mike's Chair region, and it's a huge one. It's the 10-2 matchup. The 10th seed going up against the 2 seed.
Wow.
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 Oh, man.
Yeah.
I feel like all Metro Detroit's going to hate me, but DJ's out there doing God's work on the highways. I'm going to go with what up though.
I don't think people hate you for that. No,
Matter of fact, I think people like you because of who Doug defeated.
Yeah, they hate Michael who can't leave his house and can't get his Amazon package.
Right.
That's who they hate. You're fine.
Yeah.
There it is again.
It's never leaving.
He won't leave the arena.
It may have been eliminated from this
You're
tournament.
done.
Now, that would have been funny if Black Jobs would win against DJ, who right now is cleaning the freeways.
Right.
We go to Chuck, 97.1. Chuck, how are you?
Good. What's going on, fellas?
How are you, Charlie? Answer our straw poll, please.
I'm going to say no, we're not in the hunt. And this is the Mike Valeni effect. We are going to trade Skubal, and we're going to get a shortstop, a third baseman, and an outfielder.
Wow.
Listen,
From your mouth to God's ears.
If I had
you
that
already got
power-
a shortstop.
Yeah.
Harvey.
Z-Mac.
Yeah. Shout out the guy with the single lowest OPS in the history of baseball. That's not
don't
even
forget
hyperbole.
McKinstry.
I
Oh,
said,
boy.
yeah, Z-Mac, baby.
Oh,
All right.
baby.
I didn't hear.
Yeah.
Here we go. The Wojo Dip region. The top seed. Against the
Delicious.
number 9 seed. So you have one of the most prominent polls in our town,
Poll on poll.
Bob Wanowski, against another prominent poll, Ken Cal.
Pick a
Yeah, I
poll.
don't like this one, but it's got to be Wojo. The other one's not as good.
Oh, thank you.
Down goes Cal.
And the dip song is very catchy.
It is
I
very
can't
catchy.
lie. I think it's a responsible pick by Chuck.
I do too.
Plus, if the Wings had made the playoff, the Ken Cal thing would have had a life of its own.
Yes.
But the fact is, it went nowhere.
I like his pick of a poll. I sure do.
Wow. All right, let's go to Jordan, 97.1. Jordan, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How about you, man?
Excellent.
Jordan, great. How about your straw poll answers, if you don't mind? Your votes?
Well, I do think that we are contenders right now, but I think we should hang on to Skubal.
Okay.
I think we could try to move Flaherty, and we got to get Carson Kelly out of here while he's worth something. Get this Dingler kid up here, see what he's worth.
Carson Kelly is actually probably worth something for sure.
Especially with a team like the Yankees. We have
Yeah.
catchers who have no arms.
No, absolutely. All right, can I take you to the Kenny Fires Iserman region, if you don't mind?
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, and let's go with never know in these. It's the 1-9 matchup. You have the top seed, Kenny Cott, saying something very unpopular.
Robot Kenny.
Going up against the number 9 seed. That's Hatchet at church.
Listen. Oh, my gosh. You see, that's tough because Kenny's been hot all day. But, I grew up in a church, and I could not let the 9 seed go away now. We're rocking with number 9.
Yes.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Let that Holy Ghost up out
Oh,
of you.
there you
Power of the ghost.
That's
Yeah.
that Northern Iowa upset.
Cat, get the hell out of here.
Jordan, have you seen the
have a good
video?
one, guys.
Have you seen the video that drop comes from?
I haven't, but I heard you say that earlier, and as soon as I get home, I'm going to check it out.
You have to. I promise you, you will love the drop even more when you see the visual.
Yeah.
I'm going to go check it out. I got you guys.
I promise.
Is this the first Cott team to lose?
Well, not only that, it's Cott, the 1 seed, loses.
Wow. No, Cott, the Jank one lost as well.
Yes.
So we have
but not a
1,
1 seed.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more second round matchups.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are we pacing okay?
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
We're good. Yeah.
Okay.
We're back on pace.
All right. I want to make
Tigers
sure.
are
We
winning.
got the extra segment, too.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. All right. So,
We know you like to do that.
okay. The Stony and Wojo Drop Invitational continues on next.
Sweating. Oh, no. Out. You're out.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Oakland Hills Country Club posting on X that the U.S. Junior Amateur Tournament is set to resume shortly, and the players have returned to the course after severe weather swept through. An update servicing on Parker Meadows is that he's set to do his running test and will begin a rehab soon. Reese Olson also doing rehab work. Newly promoted Tigers prospect Max Clark will make his high A debut today for the West Michigan Whitecaps as he's leading off and patrolling center field. Kevin McGonigal also hitting third and playing short. Michigan football coach Chiron Moore was on the morning show today. He's ready for camp.
Wait, he didn't cry and drop an F-bomb during this interview?
I didn't get that far, and maybe I'll look again for you. At the Cornwall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Bet.
Hey, quick question for the Stony and Wojo Invitational with the Tigers straw poll, and I don't want to take too much time, but I want you guys to think about this for a second. For people in the straw poll, and obviously, right now it's 33-10. Tigers are not in contention. But what message do you send to fans if Thursday, which is set to be a bullpen day, what message do you send if you trot out Kenta Maeda to start that game and not Jackson Jobe?
That you're playing for the future.
Oh, okay, but that's my point. If you're playing for the future, then how can people still say, don't trade any of this, hold?
It's only about Scooble that they say don't trade. I think
no.
everybody else is up there.
The Godfather was with me last week.
Yeah, somebody said don't
plenty
trade
of
Flaherty.
people want to keep Flaherty.
Because all of a sudden you started winning, and now people are saying, well, maybe they got a shot. They should become buyers.
But buyers of what? See, here's the other problem.
Yeah.
Not coming at you. I know
Buyers
you're
of
just
what?
back from vacation.
No, it's like
Buying
trading
who?
places. Buy.
Okay, Dan Aykroyd. I need a name. Who would we be buying exactly?
No one.
No.
No, but you have people continuing to burp that takeout that we should be buyers. Who? Now, if you say, I want Vlad Guerrero Jr. because he signed and I'll pay him $200 million, at least you're giving me a name. Who?
The Tigers' version of buying would be to not sell. That's it. There's nothing else.
And then get some minor player for a penny.
And then sign 8 free agents in the offseason. Oh, did I say that out
From your
loud?
mouth to God's ears.
Whoa!
That
I hope you're right.
And then, draft another high school player.
Yes,
they
absolutely.
did that
Okay,
already.
I'm staying away from that.
Yeah.
We're going to go to Andy, 97.1.
You
What's
were
up, Andy?
behaving yourself today until just now.
Andy, how are you? Sorry about that.
I'm doing great. Thanks for doing this, guys. And I want to say one thing. I can't wait to look at the Twitch feed to see Mike's face when Doughboy calls in.
I will tell you,
you're not going to have to wait long, Andy, because he's next.
He's up next after this one.
I'm terrified. All right. Straw poll.
All right, here we go. Oh, straw poll. Go ahead.
Okay, the Tigers are not going to make it into the playoffs, but I do think they're going to trade Scooble, and I don't think they're going to get everything that we want them to get.
Oh, that would be a double negative.
Radio gold.
Okay, well, Mike asked the question, who wants them to buy? So I'm going to answer it this way. We go to the Mike Chair region, where we have the top seed against the buyer of buyers.
Oh, that's easy. I mean, Mike Chair drop for sure. It gets used more than any drop on the show. That's a no-brainer.
Okay.
No-brainer.
And that's why it's a top seed.
And honestly, it fits the criteria here because I'm getting to a point where I want to hit that guy with a chair. So we're really close. Thank you very much.
Well, you just figuratively did.
You know what, Mike, for that, let's go to Doughboy.
Okay.
Oh, it's time. We've waited long enough into the 5 o'clock hour.
1, 2, 3.
Hi, Jim.
Stony and Wojo. Stony and Wojo. What's going on, everybody?
Doughboy, how are you? How's the bacon? Everything good?
It's going pretty good. Are you going to give me the finger?
Yeah, hold on, Doughboy. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here comes the finger.
Doughboy with his own good
Did you do a hot to a Doughboy?
Spit on that thing. You know what I'm saying?
This is somebody's father.
Did Rico walk away yet?
Rico, what did you say?
I said this is somebody's father.
Oh, yeah.
I said,
I'm
did
not sure if
Rico
that's
walk
true.
away yet?
No, Rico did not walk away yet. He wants to.
No, we're hanging in. All right.
All right.
Hey, all right. Van Earl and Mega Man, let's go!
Answer the straw poll. Will the Vipers make the play-doh? Or the Tigers in the hunt?
The Tigers are not in the hunt, and they are going to trade Scoobo.
All right, Woj. He's all yours now.
You still wearing that same glove you've always worn, that white three-fingered glove?
Oh, yeah, there's only 3 fingers that you need.
Okay. All right. All right, Doughboy. We're going to take you to the
to the hot tour region.
That's right.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. All right,
Oh,
Doughboy.
great.
Here we go. Against my better judgment. To the hot tour region, we have the... That's the 1 seed going up against the 8 seed. Yeah. What say you, Doughboy?
I say hot tour, spin on that thing.
Yoo-hoo! And one more time, here comes a finger.
Thank you. Thank you, Doughboy.
I can't go on. I cannot go on.
I think Rico may have said it best. That's someone's effing dad. I...
Come on, he does a great Doughboy. And he does a great hot
How do you
tour.
discipline your child after they hear you say that?
Right.
These children don't need discipline. You kidding me?
Okay, you know what? I'm just going to go to Bobby.
Yeah.
It's just
Somehow I figure he drives an ice cream truck.
Okay.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Nope,
He's a
nope,
Doughboy.
Nope, too close to vacation. Not
Works for
doing it.
Pillsbury.
Just keep it moving.
went to
Bobby is up
Pershing.
next. Hello,
He
Bobby.
has a Doughboy job.
Gentlemen, first time, long time. Geez, how do you follow that?
I don't know.
You know
that
what, Bob,
You can,
Bobby?
Bobby.
You just look straight ahead and you don't.
Yeah.
Here's what you do.
That's right.
You answer
The only
the
way through hell is straight through it.
answer the straw poll question, please.
Are they in contention? I mean, it's kind of like in football where they're on the graphic where they're like 5-7, 5-8. I mean, technically yes, but I think it's too little, too late. Will they trade Scooble? No.
Okay.
No, we're gonna stay. They're gonna nothing burger. They're gonna stay put.
Yep. I'm terrified of exactly what you just said, Bobby.
Fair enough.
Like
Me as well.
they sit right in the middle, and you're like, wait, so what direction are we doing?
Well,
All right.
speaking of which, that decision will be made in some building downtown.
Oh.
So we take you to the Mike Chair region.
Oh, boy.
Where we have the 4 seed.
Scott Harris.
Going up against the 12th seed.
Jim Cookies Costa.
Ooh, a tough one. Costa, love you, Costa, but it's all about the world headquarters.
It
Damn
is.
right. I was ready.
I'm on my boss's boat. You're like, what?
Right.
Wait, down goes Harris?
Before you let me go,
No,
gentlemen, I know
da-
everybody's up in arms about black jobs, but I have to pull one out for Coloran.
Wait, who did you pick?
He picked the headquarters.
Okay. He's,
Oh,
he's
okay,
right.
okay.
Bobby
Okay,
is
gotcha.
right.
I got
I
nervous
think
there.
Caller Ron is the bubble team that got screwed.
Yeah.
Caller Ron was the day we were talking about the Urban Meyer stuff.
Oh, right.
And he was mad at me, and he calls in, and Bob, he goes, well, you don't really want him. And I'm like, Ron, actually, I'm so desperate to when I do. And he's just like, oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Oh, my
We
God.
can't say, oh, my God, in the office at work without somebody piping back. Ron, I know.
That's pretty good.
That and over the weekend, that one's lost, too. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, you got it,
By
Bobby.
the way, for all the upsets, at least in the Mike's Chair region, it's chalk.
Yes,
1,
it is.
2,
Formful.
3, 4.
Formful.
Where is
Yes.
over the weekend? That should have been.
Over the weekend. That's such a good one. That didn't make it either.
Unbelievable.
See Will Smith.
When did you meet Will Smith? All right, let's go to Roy, 97.1. Roy, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Roy. Roy,
Good.
straw
How are you
poll.
guys?
What are you saying?
I think that unfortunately they're going to come up just a couple of games short, so no.
Okay.
And I also they're not going to trade him because I don't trust Harris to make the trade. He hasn't
Okay.
proven it yet.
Maybe Harris doesn't trust Harris either. Who knows?
Wojo being negative.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez. You're rubbing off on me, okay?
Can I say real quick, if you guys in the future do a Legends tournament, you have to do the John Sterling. Oh, it actually hit me.
Where is
I love
there
that
it is.
drop.
Yeah. You can play that when he finally passes.
It gets me. I don't care. Play it now and then later. It's hilarious.
YouTube videos even
Wojo
funnier.
requesting things to be played when someone dies. That's a new
nice. It's honorable.
Only
All
Woj
right.
can say that. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. Can we take you to the Wojo Dip region, if you don't mind?
Okay.
It's the 4-5 matchup. You have number 4. It's not a court of law.
Amicus briefs.
Going up against the number 5 seed.
Oh, I love you, Michael. It's Michael, of course. It's not a court of law. It's not a court of law.
I blame Wojo and his fans because the only reason I erupted that day is they continued to do the ultimate straw man, which Bob hates.
I hate straw men too.
They were arguing
Like
something
straw
that
polls.
okay, but they were arguing something that no one was arguing. You can't apply Supreme Court law to the Big Ten and a commissioner making a decision.
Mike, that's
Your
what-
people did it.
Yeah, they've spent years behind the blue wall. Okay, it happens.
Good man. You've come a long way, Robert. I'll tell you.
Please.
A family vacation
Yeah.
really did you good.
Yeah, oh, God.
All right,
I survived.
We will continue with the tournament. We are moving along well. I will give you
Sure
updated
are.
straw poll. And Lord knows I need a new headset. Rico's continues to laugh at me. All right, companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Nothing's free. You want a fair deal. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. So you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you'll save yourself up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com.
Hey, Mike, I forgot to ask you, did you enjoy the Doughboys' appearance in the last segment?
This was better.
Yeah, okay.
Less creepy.
Okay.
He was actually pretty funny.
And he made me laugh.
Yes.
Okay.
But I still stand with Rico. That's someone's dad.
Didn't quite sound the same this year.
Shut up. What do you mean it didn't?
Whoa.
What?
Wojo with the shut up.
Fight.
You stand down on Doughboy against Doughboy.
I think you're right, Rico. He's losing it.
Yeah, he didn't sound the same. He wasn't as creepy. Like, I don't know.
Maybe Doughboy's losing his fastball.
I think that was Dollar Tree Doughboy. I don't think that was the real one.
That was Frank Tanana, the late years.
That's right.
All
Maybe
right.
he's slimming down. You never know.
Let's
All right.
get to business. We go to Eric, 97.1. Eric, welcome to the tournament. How are you?
Great. How are you guys doing?
Excellent.
Good, Eric.
Straw poll first, please.
Well, as a Guardians fan, I will say that if you played us every game, you'd be World Series contenders. However, I'm going to probably say no, and yes, I do think you'll trade Skubal.
I'll tell you one thing. Eric, I don't know what voodoo the Tigers have over you, but you don't just need one arm, you need two. I mean, you are putting gas cans out there on a daily basis. It's unbelievable.
Shane Bieber dying a week into the season didn't help, but
Did
yeah.
not. Did
Good
not.
point by you.
All right, brother. Give this
Eric.
man a matchup.
All right, let's head to the Kenny Fire's Iserman region. And all the other regions are chalk, but this region is a mess. It's the 11-14 matchup, the number 11 seed. I really did. Going up against the number 14 seed. Oh, Fred Sanford has a hatchet.
Well, if one Cinderella has to live right here, I think I'm going to take the 14 seed to the Sweet 16.
Oh, fair enough. I would take Fred Sanford over me as well.
I agree.
Yeah, and now you're setting up a power matchup between the Fred Sanford imitation and Cat Williams.
Man, this whole
yes.
Have fun facing Xavier Curry tonight.
Yeah.
Eric, I mean, it's wild. It really, as good as your pen is, these starters aren't giving you a chance.
What do you give us for
Whatever
Flaherty?
Voodoo,
Yeah, you want Jack Flaherty? We can get a deal done right now.
everybody but Bazzana would be on the table for me.
Perfect. I'll take the dead body of Manzardo. We'll see if we can fix him. All right, Eric.
for me.
All right, you got it, brother.
Is that the guy from Tampa in that trade?
And he came up and he was supposed to be polished. It hasn't worked.
So you take him?
Yeah, I take him. For a rental? Yeah, they're never giving you Manzardo.
A 9 seed, 12 seed, 14 seed, and 15 seed.
It's anarchy. It's your favorite tournament.
Yeah.
It was the tournament 2 years ago when it was like FAU Miami for the championship, and you're like, oh, this is great. And I'm like, this sucks.
And two of them could be complete chalk. Chalk.
There could have been another team in there, but you...
Okay, I chickened out.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Kevin,
Never live it down.
97.1. Kevin,
Never.
how you doing?
Oh, what is that?
How we doing, gentlemen?
What's going on, Kevin?
I was trying to imitate
there it
David's drop. There you go.
I know
There
what
it is.
Hey, Kevin,
I'm
if
glad-
no
I'm
one's
glad
paying
I'm not the only
attention,
one
I
that
am.
got it.
All right, what do you got for the straw poll?
Straw poll. Tigers are very, very much in the conversation,
Okay.
and they will not trade Skubal because the roar has been restored, and this is the start of the ascension.
Okay.
All right.
I
And
dig
they
it.
need him.
All right.
Got to keep him. He's just every start he goes out, he's more dominant. Last night he let up 8 or 9 hits, 1 run. I mean, he just I don't see you can't get rid of him like we've talked about the prospects. Maybe Jackson Holliday works out, but if he doesn't, then it's another regret.
No, he's dominant. He
All
scuffed
right.
a little bit last night, but he's
So
dominant.
for our last spot in the Sweet 16,
finish it out.
Give it to me, Stoney.
we go to the that could be a drop too. The Wojo Dip region, where the second seed
Lomas priming the pump.
going up against the 7th seeded and upset minded What's it going to be?
That's a tough one, but the Prime the Pump has been one of my favorites all year.
Yep.
It's got too much energy.
Yep.
I have to go with it.
It's
That's
catchy.
the second region. It is all chalk.
Yep.
Wow.
But he's
But
right.
that's too good to get
Too
rid of.
good. I agree.
Kevin, I'm with you. Anytime we play it, it's stuck in my head. Leaving work, I'm with you.
Yes.
I think it's
And
a prop.
quickly, I just wanted to say, I just wanted to say, you guys are talking about if we bought something. I've been thinking about this for weeks. What would it cost us to go out and get Brent Rooker from the A's? That guy has been on a tear with his bat.
Yeah.
And that owner doesn't want to pay anything. We could give up. Maybe they would take Parker Meadows.
No, they'd probably take the second
baseman. A couple
baseman
mid-level
that
prospects.
they got for Lorenzen last year, maybe.
I mean, you'd have to pay.
Send a Montero in a bat.
Yeah, but Kevin, the problem is, look, a guy like Montero right now, you don't have great depth to the rotation beyond a guy like Job. If Montero ends up a back of the rotation piece for you, that has immense value. If I'm the A's, Kevin, I've got very few players to trade. I'm going to make you pay through the nose. I mean, I'm taking.
They do have a couple bats that have been mashing the ball lately. So
yes, they have.
For a team that doesn't want to pay their players.
Yep.
If I was Scott Harris,
I don't hate it.
Schumann, that Lawrence Butler, a couple of those guys have just been smashing the baseball.
No, and Kevin, what I like is you gave me a name.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying, Kev, is when people just blather buy. It's like, okay, well, who? I'm glad.
Yeah, we're thinking outside the box here, Mike.
Yeah, I'm with you, brother.
Absolutely.
I love it. I have no
like
qualms
to stay
about
inside the box.
By the way, oh my Lord!
No,
by the way,
thinking wise.
It might not be a report, but we have a Morosi tweet that is a little different.
Yeah.
What? The Philadelphia Phillies are looking at rotation updates. Garrett Crochet and Jack Flaherty are among the options they are discussing.
All right, so here are the teams that could use Flaherty: Phillies, Dodgers, Orioles. Except he went there last year, probably wouldn't do it again.
Right.
Probably.
Red Sox.
Yeah.
Yankees.
Yeah.
Dodgers. I mean, this
Tigers.
is the problem. I know, but Bob.
No, I know. I would trade him. I would trade him.
Unless you could guarantee you're going to extend him.
I was about to say, you could throw Atlanta in there.
Yeah. Hell, I forgot. It's been so long since Strider died. You're right.
And now Fried's hurt.
Yeah.
Shocking.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much his MO. All right, let's go to Connor, 97.1. Connor, how are you today?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello there, Connor. Would you like to answer the straw poll, please?
I don't think I'm blanking on the GM's name, but I don't think he'll really put his name on the line with a trade this early like that.
That's a no.
I agree with you there.
Flaherty, maybe. And then are they in contention? Absolutely not.
Okay, fair enough. All right. You have the honor, Connor, of having the first game in the Sweet 16.
It's the Elite Eight.
Wow. I mean, the Elite Eight. No, yeah, whatever it is.
To send a team to the Elite Eight. Go ahead.
All right, to send a team to the Elite Eight, let's go to the Haktua region, and let's do the 2-14 matchup. You have the number 2 seed. Hatchet having a ball for himself. Going up against the number 14 seed. Wow. What do you say?
You know, when you said 2-14, I expected a more of a blowout matchup, but it's going to be the 2 seed, but it's going to be really close.
Much closer than anticipated. You are correct.
Well, I tell you, you are setting up a potential clash of the Titans.
Oh,
here.
my God, you're right.
We need to alert the authorities we are out of vetoes.
Yeah, once you get to
this round, you're done with vetoes.
Let's go to Jimmy. He's up next, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
James?
Jimmy?
Gemma?
Jimmy's gone. We'll go to Andrew, 97.1. What's up, Andrew?
Good afternoon.
Good.
Good afternoon.
What do you got for the straw poll, first of all?
They are definitely not in contention, and sadly, last year's trade deadline is making me think they're not going to get anything done this year either.
Oh, dear God. Wow.
Okay. All right. Oof. Hopefully you'll make me feel a little better here. All right, here we go. We go to the Kenny Fire Iserman region. The two teams that really didn't expect to be there. They didn't even bring their own clothes.
Excuse me. A change of clothes.
A couple of Fairleigh Dickinsons.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I meant. We have the 14 versus 15 matchup, the 14th seed. Against the 15th seed.
This is a blowout in my opinion because I say it probably 5 times a day. No.
Down goes Elizabeth.
I'm rooting for that.
This could be one of the most likely
Good
15 seeds to advance as far as it has.
Yeah.
This is Florida Gulf Coast.
This is VCU coming from the play-in
Yep.
game.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
You got that right.
Shaka.
Oh, maybe George Mason when Izzo tanked another game. All right, so good. Glad I got that off my chest. Welcome back from vacation. We will continue the Stony and Wojo Invitational next.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevy in Warren. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer because it's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and saving sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads. And Hamilton Chevy has them all from fuel-efficient compacts, rugged SUVs. Heck, they even got drop-top convertibles if you want them. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, man, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. And right now, take advantage of the July Rico deal, a 2024 Chevy Equinox, $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton for more details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
All right. Oh, sorry, drop tournament's back. Let's get to the people.
I want to continue our talk.
Yeah.
We have to get ourselves
Multiple
to the
shows.
Final Four here. We're going right to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Jim in Plymouth.
Oh, Plymouth PJ, how are you?
PJ, what's happening?
Guys, this is very suspenseful. I have a quick question. Have you eliminated handcuffs, nipple clamps, talking dirty?
Well, it's funny. We were talking about that during the break of the possibility sometime down the line of having a classic
Tony brings those
tournament.
out in his birthday every year. Pretty much.
Someone won the pyramid that day.
Yes. All right. The straw question, PJ.
No, they won't, and no, they won't.
Okay.
Got it.
No,
Perfect.
they won't.
Yes.
No.
Give this man
Go
a
ahead,
matchup.
Woj.
All right, PJ. Why don't we take you to the Mike's Chair region, all right? The 3-2 matchup, this is very, very tight. You never know who's going to win these. The number 2 seed going up against the number 3 seed.
It's so stupid.
It is so stupid. I had those reversed. One is the
I
3
played
and
it
one
out of
is the
order.
2.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. One's the 3 and one is the 2. Touchdown Black Eyes the 3. What Up Doe is the 2. PJ, your answer, please.
Yes, and I thank you, Bob. TD DPG moves forward.
Yes.
Wait, touchdown Black Eye.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Thank you,
nice.
PJ.
Thank you, PJ.
Thank you, brother.
Great to hear
All the
from
best.
you. It's about time he got some respect. Touchdown Black Eye.
Let's go to Kurt, 97.1. What's up, Kurt?
I feel as honored as Stony must have felt 60 years ago talking to that fake Willie Mays. What an honor.
When his poppy said you're on the phone with Willie Mays, one problem.
Yes, it really
He was
wasn't.
just a guy who worked at the dealership.
I didn't find out till 60
Rico,
years later.
you missed this story. His grandmother,
My
or
grandfather.
his grandfather told 5-year-old Stoney, hey, Willie Mays came in to buy a car today, and he put him on the phone.
My grandfather was the manager of a Chevy dealership.
His mom
I love Willie Mays.
waited 60 years to break his heart and go, you idiot, that wasn't Willie Mays. It was just a black guy at the dealership.
Tony bought it.
Willie was in Florida.
So thank you for the reference, Kurt. All right.
Wow.
Straw poll.
No, just be quick. Neither on both.
I
Okay.
got you.
No.
All right. Thanks for making me feel bad again. Here we go.
Anytime.
Let's go to the Wojo Dip region for the top seed. It's Wojo versus the 4 seed.
Wow. That's a tough one.
Well, I'm going to make this easy for you, Mike, because I know you hate your drops. That dip song gets stuck in my head all the time, so I
Amen.
got to go with the dip.
I thought he was going to go with a court of law.
Yeah.
No, I would. I remember that. I was ready to flip out that day.
March on, Dip.
The Dip song is fantastic. It's a great pick.
My head gets to bopping.
The
every
dip
single
song
time.
had to go to overtime. It
That's
ended
okay.
up winning that
Yes.
game.
Let's go to
Win's a win.
Jay, 97.1. Jay, how you doing?
Good.
All right, Big J, the straw poll questions. What's your answers?
Well, the magic number in Detroit baseball is 84. Last World Series win. I think that's the minimum number to be a contender, meaning we got to go 34-27 going out. No way.
Okay.
That's only at 84 wins, too. Wow.
Yeah.
Yep. Skubal stays, but Flaherty definitely goes.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough. Couple of no's there. All right, can we take you to, we need another entrant into the Elite Eight. You know me, I always like to go to the Haktua region, where this is the big one. Now be careful here, Jay, it's a big one. You have the number 13 seed going up against the top seed.
Too much momentum for that number 1 seed, and the officiating is going to be questionable. No chance for the lower seed.
Yep. On goes Hawk Tua.
And what Jay has just set up
Wow.
could be the matchup of the tournament.
Oh, my God.
This is Duke UNC Final Four Saturday night.
Wow. I was going to say Duke, Kentucky, Christian Laettner.
Yes. This is two blue bloods. A
Christian
real
Laettner
clash
to
of the Titans.
Grant Hill to Christian Laettner. There you go.
Let's go over to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good, Brian. Stoney?
As far as Scooble, I don't think he's going nowhere, unfortunately, with Scotty Harris.
All right.
And no chance with playoffs.
Okay.
All right. Speaking of Scotty Harris, for a trip to the Elite Eight here, the top seed in the Mike Chair region against the 4 seed.
Oh, man.
That's a tough one.
It's a real tough one. I got to give it to number 1, Mike.
Down goes the world headquarters. And the broken chair marches on, hobbled.
I didn't want to see the headquarters go bye-bye. I can't get enough of that. The absurdity to mention that in an interview.
Okay, I agree, but Mike,
all right,
come on.
all right.
But I do see a potential upset winner in the making here.
Possible.
Coming from that Kenny Cotter region.
It's possible. Why don't we solidify the Elite Eight from the Kenny Cott region?
Yeah.
Let's go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, what's going on?
Hey, guys, been listening for all 5 years. I love it. I wait for it every summer.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. All right, your 2 answers.
It's not accepting the results.
I think they are in the playoff race for the wild card, but I don't think they're going to trade Scooble. They'll play good, but they're not going to push it.
Not voting straight ticket, I see. Good for you.
Kind of like the Red Wings.
Okay.
Reasonable.
All right. Yeah, we didn't ask that, but that's okay. All right, Sean.
Yes, sir.
For a spot in the Elite Eight from the Kenny Cott Fires Iserman region, it is a matchup of underdogs. The number 12 seed, Kenny loving his hookers, going up against the number 9 seed, you got hookers against
something is so uncomfortable about this matchup.
The hookers and the Holy Ghost.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
Styles make fights. Go ahead.
I hate to say it, but I see Kenny Cott hitting 6:06 p.m. and he's using the Holy Ghost because he loves hookers.
So the hookers win?
Yes, sir.
Whoa! Down goes the Holy Ghost. Down goes the. Should I keep saying that? Hatchet, don't be shocked.
I'm heartbroken.
That's on you, Wojo.
Why is that on me?
This is why your basement floods all the time.
I'm heartbroken.
Hey, that's
All right,
for the Holy Ghost all this time?
Here's what I want to do.
one here.
Yeah, I want to solidify the Elite Eight here.
Yes.
Let's go to Eric. He's ready to play. Eric, how are you?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, Eric.
Your straw poll question. The Tigers in the hunt.
I think Scooble say probably is going to stay. Sadly, makes me upset. And I think we're hot for a second, but no playoffs.
Okay. Here we go for the last spot in the Elite Eight. Oh, it's a great matchup.
This is
a 2 versus 3.
Oh,
we have the number 2 seed. Going up against the number 3 seed.
Okay, I think that's sufficient. Thank you.
What do you say there, Eric? It's a toughie.
I would say I felt just like Mike when the 49ers took Chase. So I will say, get your privileged ass out of here. You're going on to the next round, baby.
Whoa! Lomas pumping his way home, apparently. Wow.
I'm sad to see Lomas go.
I am too.
I thought we were going to have a dip pump matchup, if you will.
Yeah. We could also have a final of chair versus chair, but
That's true. We got to 3 1s, 2 3s, a 2, and a 12 and a 15.
And I'm telling you, we have a clash of the Titans. Jim Nance, we're going back to the Billy Packer days. Saturday night at about 9:57 from the Ahktua region.
Oh, yes.
We're going to get to it next. The Elite Eight is set. We roll on. All right, Hungry Howie's. They got a deal for you right now. If you're busy, you're coming home from work, you got the Ute Sports. Right now, you can get a large one-topping pizza, $8.99. Dough made in-house daily, 100% real Mott's. Fresh ingredients, over 20 different toppings to choose from. It's Hungry Howie's. Pick the perfect pairing for your pizza. Call it a night. Just $8.99. Any large one-topping pizza. Hungry Howie's. Go to hungryhowies.com. Download that app and start your order now. It is online carry-out only at Hungry Howie's. Okay, the Elite Eight is set. So here's where we're at. Bob?
Yes.
Are you prepared?
I'm nervous. I'm nervous as hell. Come on.
Yeah,
you know who we want to win, do we? Or do we? We didn't discuss off air who we want to win, did we?
No, I've stayed out of it.
Okay.
Let's go to Jason. He's going to put the first member of the Final Four in the mix. Jason, how are you?
Thank you for having me on.
Jason, now you're a responsible human. Oh, by the way, answer the straw poll if you would, please.
No and yes.
No. Okay. Not contention and yes. Trading Scooble.
And it's been 30 years. I was involved in one of the original tournaments, and y'all did board games. and I chose Monopoly over Parcheesi, by the way.
That was a good pick then. That's a good pick. Nobody liked Parcheesi.
What the hell is Parcheesi?
I was about to say, has anybody ever played it?
Isn't like a sort of like a
It's like a
checkers
dice-
kind of?
yeah, the dice
it's
you
a dumb
roll.
game.
That's like canasta.
Yeah.
Ooh, what the hell is
What
a
is it?
canasta?
There'll be 4 ladies at my house playing canasta tonight.
Oh boy.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay,
My
Stoney.
wife plays all
Yeah.
the time.
Oh, boy.
Party at Stoney's house tonight.
Yeah.
All right then. Jason,
Just like your bedroom.
I have to make your
Happy birthday, Stoney.
yeah.
Actually, it's my wife's birthday in 2 days. In 3
Mike, have
days.
fun on your vacation. You deserve it, brother.
Oh, man. God help me. All right.
Honey, what do you want? A foursome? All right. What did that take?
Will you just,
Did that conversation
will you
take
just
place?
give Jason his
Let's
matchup,
go to
please?
Saratoga, guys.
Jason, I respect.
I'm going with you.
I respect
An
that you
additional date on the
respect
World
the
Tour.
tournament, so I am giving you the biggest matchup so far because you're a tournament veteran.
Yeah.
Jason, to the Hot Tour region.
Oh, boy.
It's the 1-2 matchup, the number 1 seed against the number 2 seed. Haktua against Hatchet.
You know what?
Yeah, I know what.
She had her 15 minutes of fame, but you know what? I respect David in this town. I'm going with David in the upset. Let's go Hatchet.
Wow.
You are spitting on Haktua? No! You can't do that!
No, I think David won.
Okay. Okay. You know
All
what?
right. All
David,
right.
enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Blown away.
Going to Mark.
You must admit you're a little disappointed.
He
Haktua.
moans
I'm
and
not.
he
You're
moans
not?
and
He
advances.
won.
We go to Mark.
He won in 2 ways.
He was too good.
Yeah.
Mark, how are you?
Good, guys. How are you?
Good, Mark.
Straw poll, please.
No, and I don't think that. I think they should trade Scooble, but they won't.
Okay.
Okay. You mentioned a word here that will be played shortly. For a spot in the Final Four, the champion of the Kenny Fire Iserman region, we have the 12th seed.
Wait a
That
minute.
was actually-
that was a
that-
remix.
All right. Let's start all over again. The 12th seed against the 15th seed.
I mean, those are 2 regulars, but I love the no.
Me too. I'm rooting for this
I
one.
have too.
How the hell was this seeded 15th? I have no idea.
Look, a mistake was clearly made, but I'm with Mark
I
on
know,
that.
it's a good pick.
I love that thing.
Does Kenny still like hookers? No. No. All right.
Let's keep going.
All right, another
Let's go
spot.
to
He calls them
Carlos.
hoes, though.
Yeah.
97.1. Carlos, how you doing?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Excellent.
Good. Carlos, straw poll answers, please.
All right. Well, you got to go through the Red Sox, the Astros, the Mariners. I don't think it's going to happen, guys. I hate to say it, and I don't think they're going to trade Scooble, but I think Flaherty's going to go somewhere for sure.
Okay. Double nose then.
Give the man. This is pivotal matchup time.
This
Wojie.
is.
Go ahead.
All right. Second biggest matchup of the tournament so far from the Mike's Chair region. Be very careful here, Carlos. You have the number 4 seed.
No, that would be the
No.
3 seed.
Yeah, that's a 3 seed.
It's immaterial.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
the drop.
That's the drop.
What's it
Yeah.
against?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. You're right. The drop. The number 3 seed. Going up against the top seed. There it is.
Oh, God, that's a tough one because I do love me some touchdown Detroit Black guy. But we got to go with the chair drop.
The chair down goes touchdown Black guy.
This is setting up.
Now, this is Duke, North Carolina.
This is Duke UNC.
Now we're cooking, guys.
Final Four
Let-
Saturday
let me-
night.
Yep.
Coach
Let me
K.
ask you guys a question.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Before y'all let you guys go. Stinger Tuesday, guys. I don't want to ask Rico because I know Rico's going to pick Aaron Judge, but if you had to pick a guy to hit it out the park today, who you got?
Honestly,
But if you take Judge.
no. Hold on. What about Colt Keith tonight? You're facing a gas can and Xavier Curry. What if it was a Tiger because you're going to get elevated prices, Carlos? Would that be something you're into?
Well, you know what? Cole Keys, I had a hit on him yesterday, and he knocked it out the park yesterday. I like Cole Keys.
You know who's really good at this? And I'm not BSing you. He'd have to reach out to Cookies because that kid lives on social media. He's good at the home run props. Reach out to Costa.
I'm going to reach out to Costa. I'm going to put...
I was about to say, what about Shohei?
You know what? I think we're going to do Shohei, Cole Keith, and Judge. And I'll tell you what, if this parlay hits, I'm going to call you guys. We're going to go out to dinner. How about that?
Okay.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Wojie's going to invite the Doughboy. You enjoy that.
What's the prop bet of the Jake Rogers Snow Angel dive into the plate?
The Doughboy always passes on the breadbasket.
All right.
I'll tell you that much right now.
John and Holly is going to complete the Final Four.
Yes. What's up, John?
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
What's your...
Good afternoon.
The answer to the straw poll, please.
Well, now the same old Lions are dead, I present Birth of the Tame Old Tigers. No and no.
Okay.
Tame old Tigers.
Okay.
All right. More importantly, for the last spot in the Final Four, this heavyweight matchup.
Oh, boy.
Here we go. This is coming out of the Wojo Dip region. It's the top seed. Going up against the upset-minded 3 seed.
That's a toughie.
Wojo, I love you, man, but it's got to be the privileged people.
Oh,
no.
No dip for you, mister.
Oh,
wow. Oh, down goes dip.
So we have a Final Four of a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 15.
Wow. This is
Florida Gulf Coast.
Yeah,
Dude.
Dunk City.
Yes.
All right, Andy
Anfield.
Anfield. This is a big Final Four.
Do you want to do the Final Four after the top or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to take the big finish and we're going to finish the tournament.
Because I just lost and I need to compose.
I understand. All right, well, we're gonna wrap this. Final Four will be decided next. 97-1.
Devastating.
been running after his hammy injury as well, and Kerry Carpenter continues to progress through his return to play. Riley Green was originally in the lineup for the Tigers, but has been pulled due to leg soreness. He's believed to be okay. Listen in as the Tigers face the Guardians tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame in about 15 minutes. The Lions Allen Park facility has been coined the Meyer Performance Center. One of the new additions is covered bleachers, along with a 2-story VIP tent for fans in attendance at training camp, which begins tomorrow. Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti was asked to reflect on the discipline process pertaining to the Michigan sign stealing allegations today at his presser. Two Michigan Panthers players have been picked up by NFL teams. Wide receiver Marcus Sims is heading to the Seahawks, while linebacker Javen White is the newest Bear. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I am Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, this has worked out perfectly because, gentlemen, we have 3 callers and 3 picks.
And so much tension, you can cut it with a knife.
That's right.
Unbelievable.
The final 4 is set. It's the chair drop versus Cat Williams. It is David's, I don't understand how this was your response to a football move, moan, and a chair song.
I thought it was because he defeated the number 1 seed.
Maybe. Possible.
I shed a tear during the break for Hawk Tua. I did.
Shall we get
as long as it was only a tear.
Little tear.
Can we get to the people?
Yes,
Once
we
again,
can.
Mike wants to sprint out of this
too
studio.
close to vacation for either of you to
6
upend
furlongs
this.
Come on, let's
Yeah,
ruin his vacation. Let's ruin his vacation.
I got one more show after this. I know Rigo
We'll ruin
won't
that one.
Rigo won't get us in trouble. You two are liabilities. All right, let's go to Doug, 97.
Guilty.
Doug, how are you?
Doing great, guys. How y'all doing?
Excellent.
Douglas, are we still taking poll, or you want to?
Yeah, no. Go ahead. We're
go
good.
ahead. What's your poll question? Poll answer.
No and no. I mean, it's a nice mid-season streak they're on. It's making the summer fun, but it's just not going to be sustainable. They're going to fade away at the end.
Okay. Give the man a matchup.
I don't think Harris has the brains or the cojones to pull off the Scooble deal, so I don't think he's going anywhere.
Too much talk about Harris's cojones. We don't even know what they are. All right, then. It's time to go to the Final Four. Are you ready? For the first...
The gravity of the situation's unbearable.
For the first spot in the championship game on Monday night in the Louisiana Superdome, or whatever it's called. It's the 1-15 matchup. You have the 15 seed, a way underrated 15 seed, against the top seed. Wow, a broken chair.
I feel like this should have been the championship
a tough
game.
one. This one's going into overtime.
Oh, and
like Rashid not covering Ori at the top, the coverage is slipped, the shot is made. No advances. Cinderella.
Cat Williams.
The broken chair couldn't fix its little leg and couldn't cover him.
Cat
But you know what?
It's a power drop.
A lot of the money on Vegas was on the chair drop.
That's
and
right.
Vegas just cleaned up.
The sharps are on Cat.
Exactly.
All right, let's go
No,
to David.
no,
He's
no,
up next,
no.
and we're going to set the title game. David, how are you?
How's it going, boys?
Good,
Excellent.
David.
Excellent.
David, are the Tigers in contention?
I think they are, actually.
Okay.
Will they trade Tarek Skubal?
Yes, they will.
Whoa, double
Oh, okay.
All right. More importantly, for a spot in the finals to meet the elusive Cat Williams, we have the champion of the Hawk Tua region taking on the champion of the Wojo Dip region.
Needs the chair song advance.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
That's a toughie.
Yeah, this is beyond a toughie, but I'm going to make this easy on you guys. It's definitely going to be the drop of the chair song. There's no competition with it. I'm sorry, it goes all the way to the top.
Wow.
Okay. So we've got
it backdoored covered.
We've got the chair song, not the chair drop.
Right.
So the more elaborate song versus Cat Williams.
Yes.
Right.
Of you telling me to leave the room.
I know. And Matt in Oxford will decide the 2024 Stony and Wojo Invitational. Matt, welcome to the show.
I can't explain how nervous I am.
Oh, you should be nervous, pal. We've ruined lives of people who picked poorly on this. So just remember that.
Totally fair.
All right. It's the 15 seed.
Who's upset saying, wait, I just beat him.
Going up against the 3 seed.
Matt, for all the marbles, who is the winner of the 2024 drop tournament?
I came into the tournament expecting chair drop to win, and had I been put in this position, it would have been chair drop. But since it's not there, it's no.
Whoa! A 15 seed wins!
Unbelievable!
The Stony and Wojo Drops Tournament. The chair and all elements of the chair were eliminated.
Oh, my Lord.
It not only beat the chair once,
beat
it
twice.
beat it twice.
They say it's tough to beat a team twice. Cat Williams did it.
Whoa. Here, Black Jobs just came running back into the arena, refuses to leave, and no. Out. No. They're
Well, you know they show the highlights during this song.
I know.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, Jim Nantz just gave Cat Williams a tie.
There goes the net. They cut the net down.
How about a little Gov? Little Gov, please. There we go.
The ball goes up.
Donovan?
I mean, Jesus. Hold on, I got to find it.
There she is.
Now we have... Amen. Cat Williams, who will be at the Little Caesars Arena April the 12th. We have to figure out how to get him...
It's the montage.
His freaking belt or something, you know?
It's the montage at the end of the tournament.
Right, that was the championship montage.
Yes. Yeah.
Instead of looking at like
It was
Mateen,
beautiful.
you get this.
And we even had some cheerleaders crying in that montage.
Yes.
You couldn't see them, but they were there. Trust me.
Gentlemen,
Yes.
Magical as always.
Results. I want to thank the Hatchet Man.
Yes.
Kenny Cobb for doing a great job. Thank you, Rico, and you, Michael,
Friends
for
and
allowing
family,
us to be
all
here.
loved
Woj,
ones.
F you.
Yeah. All our loved ones. Thank you. No, that was fun.
Thanks to
We
the
do need
Doughboy.
Keep producing funny drops.
We didn't hang him up.
Oh,
There we go.
I know what that was. Keep doing what you do.
Straw poll, by the way,
Yeah,
as
what's
we
that?
exit. Tigers, in contention or not, 50-12, no.
Wow.
Scooble to be traded, 40-22, no.
Okay.
Maybe Tigers fans ain't such fools, huh?
And we may be trying to come together with a Legends tour for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Well, just going all the way back.
I think we...
No. Wait,
Or
what do you
maybe
mean,
not.
No.
What if it was like to end football season?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
We'll figure
Oh,
it
you
out.
mean after the Super Bowl is what you're saying?
We'll talk to everybody tomorrow at 2. Enjoy your baseball. Cleveland's got a gas
Big
can
game.
on the mound.
Big game.